Good morning and welcome to Sabina Park for this, the first round of the West Indies Championship match between the Jamaica Scorpions, the home team, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And we greet you with news that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. I am Jerome Foster and I'll be taking you through today's play alongside former West Indies, I shouldn't say former, well,
No, you shouldn't.
okay. West Indies fast bowler Kesrick Williams and Windward Islands Volcanoes representative as well as Kimberly Forbes. The team news for today is that Kimani Melios, the former West Indies under-19 captain, he won the toss as I mentioned earlier. And he'll be playing for the Volcanoes alongside Ryan John, the vice captain, Sunil Ambris, the experienced player, Johan Jeremiah, Jeremy Solazano, Tevin Walcott, Kenneth Dembo, Shamar Springer, Sherman Lewis, Shadrach Descarte, and Darius Martin. While for the Scorpions, Chadwick Walton, Jermaine Blackwood is the captain, Nkrumah Bonner, Abhijay Mansingh, Carlos Brown, Marquino Minley, Pete Salmon, Romaine Morris, the wicket keeper, Gordon Bryan, Kirk McKenzie, the West Indies representative, and Derval Green. No surprises that the Windward Islands Volcanoes won the toss and elected to field first based on what has been happening in Jamaica with the rains around, and the two umpires out are Jacqueline Williams and Gregory Brathwaite. Kes, just tell us, what are you expecting for at least this first hour of play?
Well, first of all, I must say thanks to the Lord that I'm here. Safe travelers into Jamaica, a place that I love dearly to my heart. Played for the Jamaica Talons for a couple of years, and I must say the public, people in Jamaica love me a lot, you know. But on to some 4-day cricket. Sun is out, looking good. Guys look prepared. They have been training for a while. They're now based in St. Vincent. So I'm looking for some good cricket. I'm not here to represent the Windwards. I'm just here to speak on the good things, what we're trying to achieve here in West Indies cricket going forward. So this is something good, and the guys are walking out, and I'm happy to be here. Good to see Chadwick Walton back in the Jamaica setup. And Mr. Brown, I've been hearing a lot about him. Can't wait to see him.
A very promising talent is Carlos Brown. This is his second season. He would have played last year, only a game. But this season, he has been promoted to opening the innings. Didn't get a century in the warm-up matches, but he had some big 50s at 80 and 70 in the warm-up matches, while Chadwick Walton is playing his first game for Jamaica since 2019. And interestingly, this is the first time the Scorpions are playing a match at home since February 2020. That's just before the COVID-19 pandemic, and we all knew what happened then. So it's great to have cricket back at Sabina Park, and it's great to be in the company of Kesrick Williams, who, as he mentioned, Jamaican fans and regional fans have a lot of love for, not just for his bowling, but also his celebrations.
I guess that's something that's been always mentioned around the world. Even when I'm traveling, like yesterday on the flight, a guy saw me and he was like, "You're Kesrick Williams, the celebration king in the Caribbean." I was like, I wasn't sure about the celebration king, but I know I love a little bit of celebration. I took a few pictures on the way here to Jamaica, and it was good to see that when I got into Jamaica, a lot of people at the airport was shouting me, you know what I mean? So I guess I'm the best dancer in cricket, I should say.
You're more popular than me. So it's going to be Sherman Lewis from the Courtney Walsh end, or the North Stand, if you're not familiar with the naming of the ground. So that would be closer to South Camp Road. And Sherman Lewis, the right-arm fast bowler, who made his debut against India in India a couple of years ago. And he's ready to steam in, and umpire Gregory Brathwaite has already signaled it's time to play with 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and the fine leg has been sent to his left, making him a little bit more squarer. So it's going to be almost like a long leg. So it's Lewis, passes Brathwaite to Walton, who is facing. Good delivery outside the off stump, and it's left alone outside the off stump.
What I also like about the Windward cricket, last year they had a pleasurable season. Really, really good season from the Windwards. Much improved last year. They came second in the 4-day tournament. Didn't lose any game at all. Draw a few. against Guyana and also against Trinidad. I honestly think they could have won probably one of those games that they drawn. But at the end of the day, they're here today. They started against Jamaica, who didn't do so well last year in the 40 tournament. So that probably is a bit of improvement.
Lewis to Walton, and he's almost rushed onto the back foot there. Played it late, nipped back towards the stumps, and good for him that he got his bat down in time, or else it could have been curtains.
Definitely. As I was saying, that will be a bit of confidence for them going into this game against Jamaica. But Chadwick Walton is back. That should be something good for Jamaica.
It almost came at a surprise that Chadwick is back playing 4-day cricket. We know his exploits in white ball cricket, but because of the struggles that the Scorpions have endured with the top of the order, especially with having partnerships, they have gone for experience along with youth. As Lewis passes the left shoulder of the umpire with a outswinger, it gets the outside edge and it goes down to third man. You would say that he did that deliberately. He played it with soft hands, and it goes into the boundary. Gregory Brathwaite signals, and that's the first run on the board. 4 runs on the board for the Scorpions.
Definitely played with soft hands, all intention to keep it down. With that being said, playing those shots, you have to think about the consistency of the wicket with bounce. So I guess he knows the wicket. He's from Jamaica. Haven't played red ball cricket in a while. So that as well will put a bit of confidence in Sherman's mind to keep hitting the top of off stump. Because the transition from white ball to red ball can be a bit tricky.
It is 5 years for Walton, as this one is dipped back into the pads and he turns it gently. And the man has short leg. That looks like Jeremy Solozano does the fielding, and there's no run. The score remains at 4 without loss. So if you're just joining us here at Sabina Park, is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Nice bright conditions. They have won the toss and they've elected to field first, but based on what happened on Monday and Tuesday, there was rain in Jamaica all day Monday. Scorpions didn't train yesterday, but the Windwards did at the back end of the afternoon, so the pitch was covered for some time as Lewis steams in full to Walton. He's looking to turn that. Almost fell over, and the ball trickled off the outer half of the bat to that should be mid-off. That looks like Descartes, who does the fielding, and the score remains at 4 without loss.
Speaking of Chadwick Walton, we're looking at him, at his stats here. Played for awfully a lot of teams in white ball cricket. Looking at the list, it's a never-ending list. Combined campus and colleges, Galley Gladiators, Islamabad United, Karachi, Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders.
And Lewis is into him for the Scorpions, and he taps that one back along the pitch, and the first over of this clash between the Volcanoes and the Scorpions come to an end, and at the end of it, the Scorpions, they are 4 without loss.
If I have to start talking about these teams, it's going to take us about 3 overs.
Absolutely. But he has been a good servant to regional cricket. He would have started playing for the CCC at one point.
Yes.
And he came back to Jamaica and spent many of his days at UWI camp. It would have been both in Trinidad and Mona. And he ended up playing for several other teams in the region. But his real prowess, as you've mentioned, is really white ball cricket. But it's good to have an experienced player with somebody like Carlos Brown, who is set to emerge onto the regional scene. A good player at schoolboy level, where he dominated for his high school, Innswood High, and they won several trophies. That's the same school for the likes of Javor Royal and Pete Salmon. That school has created several Jamaican players over the years, but he's well rated. He's highly rated, Carlos Brown.
Yeah, plays for St. Catherine as well. Players like Robman Powell, Andrew Russell, and Odin Brown. These are the sort of players that...
Tamar Lambert as well.
Exactly, Tamar Lambert that have played for St. Catherine, or that are playing for St. Catherine. He's basically one of the main talk around Jamaica in terms of somebody who they're looking to move on and reach the international level. So it's good when you have players that comes into to first class cricket with good stats and a good name.
Darius Martin is the new bowler, and a short back of a leg to Brown, and he gets behind it. Gets the top of the bat. It goes out to the captain, Kimani Melios. I wanted to ask you about that just before the start. A young captain Melius, but he has been in captaincy before. Were you surprised that he was given the reins?
I wouldn't say I was surprised, but it's if he can, withstand the pressure of captaincy at this level. He has captained 8 teams before. First time, captaining at the first class level, but won a lot of tournaments as well, especially local cricket. Won a lot of tournaments for Groseley Cricket Club. So he knows about captaincy, and he's not a stranger to it. Also win for St. Lucia under 19. He just captained St. Lucia senior team last year in the Windward Island tournament, and they did one where Shadrach Descartes, who's making his debut today, was the player of that tournament for the Windward Island tournament just last year. So he knows about captaincy, understand captaincy. What I would like to see is if he can handle the pressure at this level.
Well, he's at point, and there are 6 men on the offside. 3 slips go down as Martin gets a nice shaping delivery away from Brown, and he left it alone outside the off stump, and it's collected by wicketkeeper Tevin Walcott, who I think is from Barbados, and shows you the purpose of the franchise system. And even though Martin is bowling, I have to ask you about Preston McSween. I think he's the name that everybody is familiar with. He's not here, he's not in the squad, but you can probably give us an update after Martin gets ready to bowl this delivery from the Michael holding end, and Jacqueline Williams is the standing umpire. He passes the left shoulder of the umpire, and a short again to Brown, who is easy and comfortable behind that delivery, and taps it along the pitch. And Jeremy Solazano does the fielding, and there's no chance of a run.
So the situation with Preston Maxwell is still something that I am not really, sure about, because I haven't spoke to Preston in a while. I mean, when you listen to stories that comes across from other people and not from the person itself, you will hear different stories. So it's something that I'm not gonna be too happy to comment on, because I'm not 100% sure.
And Martin, a little bit fuller to Brown this time, and he plays it down to mid-on, and there's no chance of a run. The score remains at 4 without loss, and Darius Martin, tall, fast bowler. He's not really express, but he's hit his corridor so far this morning.
Back to the Preston Maxwell thing I was telling you about. It's not something I would be comfortable, commenting on, because I don't know the full story.
And that's fair enough. A 6-3 field for Martin, and this is short to Brown, and he's ducked into it, takes him on the shoulder, it flies down to fine leg. I think that will be, well, the umpire says runs. That was quick from Martin. It was surprising as we look at the replay. Brown was getting into position to duck, but he just couldn't get out of the way. That was well directed from the tall fast bowler, and that completes over number 2 at 8 without loss, Kes.
I can tell you something about Martin. We may say that he's a medium fast bowler, but he comes on to you a bit quicker than you think, and he has a really good bumper. I think he put a lot more effort into his bumper than his normal length that he should be bowling at the 40 level. He plays for the police team in St. Vincent as well. We play together. So he's one of those guys that work hard on his cricket. He had his injury battles over the years, an ankle injury, but now I'm happy to see him running in. I would like to see him finish the season staying strong.
Lewis angles that down the leg side, and a good take from Walcott, and that delivery from Martin just now, as you mentioned, it's killer than you think, because it was on to Brown before he could get his bat up in time, and now you see him rehearsing that pull shot, and it would probably be best if he doesn't play it, especially so early in his innings, unless he's really comfortable at playing that shot. But that delivery from Martin was really quick.
I will tell you something about Martin. You can look for a quick bumper every over. He's gonna test you. So he better start rehearsing.
Lewis, full to Walton, and it almost turned him around, and the ball squirts out to point where the captain is fielding. And he returns to wicketkeeper Walcott, as Walton remains on strike. And again, Walton almost falling over, playing a little bit too early as the ball shapes away by Sherman Lewis.
We may see a little bit of that from Walton. knowing he haven't played red ball cricket in a while, but his experience enough, transition for him will be a bit easier coming from all those white ball cricket that he have been playing over the years.
Had several half centuries as well in the warm-up matches, as this one is angling down the leg side. It comes off the thigh pad and fizzes out to the man at short leg. And no chance of a run. Obviously, the score remains at 8 without loss. So only 2 boundaries. And the Windwards winning the toss and bowling, you'd probably want them to be a little bit fuller, asking more questions and getting the batsmen on the front foot or the batters on the front foot, seeing that they have 3 slips and a gully waiting.
Well, the feel that they have is to really invite the batter to drive, trying to find that edge hitting the top of our some more often than not.
Lewis passes umpire Gregory Brathwaite again, and a loud scream of no from Walton as he plays it to short mid on. And there's no chance of a run. And you remember, you mentioned Shadrach Descartes. The first time I saw him was in the CPL this season, well, the last season, and struck me as a powerful hitter.
Played for St. Lucia, the last CPL. Saw him score 100 in the Windward Island tournament that was played in St. Vincent last year. No sights of, rash shots or anything at this in this format. Plays everything on his merit. So I'm really happy that he's making his debut. Would really like to see him kick it off here at this level. Scored 100 against Grenada.
Another Grenadian, that's Lewis, and he plays it back along the pitch, does Walton. And I think today's a special day for Grenada as well.
Independence Day.
Absolutely.
Happy Independence to all the Grenadians out there. Ryan John, the vice captain.
I think this is what, their 50th year?
Yeah. Should be around the land of the spice. Speaking about spice, you have to mention the Spiceman Andrew Fletcher over there in the LT20 for the Mumbai Emirates. Doing a fantastic job flying the Grenadian flag.
Lewis gets another shape on this one to Walton, who's forward and plays it again with soft hands. And a maiden from Sherman Lewis to complete the 3rd over of the day. And at the end of it, the Scorpions, no fuss so far. They're 8 without loss.
What I like about Chadwick Walter coming back into this team is the fact that he's opening with a young player who a lot of talk was going around the country about Brown. So you have experience and you have youth at the crease. So Chadwick Walton, with all his experience, should be the one to take charge at the crease and see if Brown can feed off of his energy and what it's like to play at this level.
Indeed, and especially with touch of moisture in the wicket as well. Martin to Brown, and he leaves that one off the front foot. Nice height collected by Walcott just above his waist. Nice bounce as well, nice carry, and that's great to see, especially from a former, a fast bowler. It's time I stop saying former.
Well, you can say former, but I still do play cricket. But I've been thinking about the transition from playing, into that working environment. So you can't play cricket forever. So you have to start making the transition very early.
I know that for sure. As Martin, that's Fuller, but it turns Brown around. He was looking to work that one through mid-wicket, and the late movement of the ball moving from leg to off almost got him in problems, and the man at mid-off was in with a shot that looks like Ryan John. And the score remains at 8 without loss, and now you see Walton coming down to have a word with Brown that he probably needs to play a little bit later and play the ball under his eyes. He was reaching for that delivery. Martin at the top of his mark again. This is his 2nd over, the 4th of the innings. And this one is almost bowling Brown. He was looking to force it off the back foot. Came off the inner half of the bat. And it trickled past the stumps and through to wicketkeeper Walcott. And luckily for Brown, it didn't go onto the stumps, but that should give the Windward Islands some confidence.
Getting inside edge always give confidence, especially when it's that close to the off stump.
Nice bounce and carry off the wicket for Martin, and as you said, he's really putting in that effort, running in hard. He's steaming in now, passes umpire Williams, and this one is outside the off stump and left alone by Brown. And that's a good sign. He knows where his off stump is.
Probably one of the first things we learn getting into first class cricket, or even youth cricket, knowing where your off stump is. I had a chat with him earlier. He used to play football as well, but he chose cricket, and you can see it's paying off. He's playing his second first class game. Good choice, I should say.
I tell you that he has a brother that scored last week in our Premier League as well as Martin. Short again, as you mentioned, Kez, and it takes him on the helmet. It flies over slip.
Told you.
We'll wait on the signal. It has to be leg byes, but that was quick from Martin. Brown just couldn't get out of the way in time, and it surprised him. It goes into the boundary for 4 runs, fortuitous, but welcome for the Scorpions, and we hope for the safety of Brown that he's okay as we see the medic, the physio take to the field.
Usually that's what happened here, folks. As long as you get hit in the helmet, the physio has to come out and check you.
Concussion
make sure
protocol,
that you're
yeah.
concussion protocol. Make sure that you're okay. We may see a change of helmet. I can remember when we went to New Zealand a couple of years ago to play a series against New Zealand. We walked with an extra bag of helmet, and every helmet was used in New Zealand.
That was the same series where Neil Wagner forced a couple of the buttons.
Neil Wagner, few players. I can remember that test series. I think it was in a warm up. Sunil Ambris, got his hand broken from Neil Wagner. He can't break my hand though. I'll pull it.
I'm sure, because he wouldn't spend enough time there. But Brown is back and he's okay now, and he has a few words with Chadwick Walton. But as Keswick Williams mentioned earlier, is that Martin has a surprise bouncer every over.
Every over.
I don't think it's going to be a surprise anymore because it really got onto Brown pretty quickly.
He has the knack of hitting people in the helmet. I can remember a couple of years ago we played in that T10 tournament in Grenada, the T10 I think they call it, and he hit Fletcher in the head, floored Fletcher. He has that quick bumper. It rushes onto you.
Let's see what he does now, and this one is down the leg side, and the wicketkeeper skips across, dives, collects, and that completes the 4th over of the innings. And at the end of it, the Scorpions, they are 12 without loss, 3 boundaries, and including 4 leg byes, but not the start that the Volcanoes would want. They probably want a wicket by now, seeing that they won the toss and elected to field first. And Walton hasn't faced a delivery from Martin as yet, while Carlos Brown hasn't faced a delivery from Sherman Lewis as yet. So the bowlers have been able to bowl to one batter so far. That's not really ideal for a batting group because you want to have some form of rotation going on.
Well, to be honest with you, I would love to see Chadwick Walton facing Darius because Chadwick Walton is a bit more faster on the hands and he's good playing the pull shot. Well, he doesn't really pull, he sort of helps. So I would really like to see how he will handle Martin.
Lewis to Walton, and he's bowled him. Clean ball, all stumps out of the ground. Well, only one standing, but it was that sweet. He went right through his defense. Came forward, looking to push through the offside, and the outswing cleaned up the middle and the off stumps. And Chadwick Walton goes, and the Volcanoes, they strike first.
Good sight. Good sight for a fast bowler. Just using the angle, Sherman. Picking up the first scalp for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And they have decided to take the first pick. Chadwick Walton is gone for just 4. Experienced Chadwick Walton. The score is now 12 for 1.
And as we look at the replay now, and I was saying to you that the Volcanoes, they need to be a little bit fuller. Walton didn't get in line with the delivery. He just planted his left foot down the ground and then just played that half a push. So it's after the ball smashed into the stumps, that's when his body came around to get into line with the delivery, and that was a little bit too late. And that's good bowling from Sherman Lewis. He spotted the movement, and it was just too late for Walton as we see the replay again here.
What I like about this is that he's using the angle here. Wide of the crease, coming in, hitting just on top of four. Stump was coming in with the angle. Chadwick playing inside the line. Leaving that space just outside too much. Probably should have come across a little bit more. But the good news is you have a test cricketer at the crease in McKenzie. He would have something to prove just coming back from Australia. That historic win in that last test match against Australia. And I must say, I like how he played in Australia. He didn't really get a lot of runs, but the confidence he showed in that series is really good. And he's here now with Jamaica. Lewis taking up the first wicket.
And this is short to McKenzie, thuds into his thigh pad, and it trickles to the wicketkeeper who gathers. And even though he said he didn't make a lot of runs, he made the most runs for the West Indies on that tour. It was only 136. But that series was more like a bowler-friendly series because the top scorer in that series was Usman Khawaja with 138. So that tells you how good the bowlers were on either side. And as Kezri mentioned, that historical win.
I will tell you something. Every time I turn on my phone, it's all about Shamar Joseph.
It's just about Shamar. Let's see if Sherman can get on your phone now as he gets this one outside the off stump. And that's left alone by McKenzie.
Well, the only thing I have for Sherman on my phone is his number.
You have more than me. But he has a good start so far for the Volcanoes. And he will be the leading bowler in this team. He will be the one that has the bowling group on his shoulders. And he has to get through for his team and pick up wickets early. He has done that already, at least one. We'll be looking to get at least another before lunch because, as we mentioned, the Volcanoes winning the toss. They really want to make some early inroads into the Scorpions batting. Lewis over the wicket to McKenzie. He has to drop the shoulders. That one jumped off a length to the left-hander. And lucky for him, it didn't take the glove because that would have been a comfortable take for Tevin Walcott. And the score remains at 12 for 1.
As I mentioned earlier, when Chadwick run that one down to the third man boundary for 4, we have to look at the consistency of the wicket when you're playing these sort of shots. As you can see there, McKenzie showing, that extra, bounce from the wicket. You haven't played a lot of time. Didn't 8 runs. You would definitely have to do a bit better than that. Jamaica will need him this season.
I remember that last year was really his breakthrough year when he got that century in the Weeks Headley tournament. Lewis over the wicket to Brown for the first time in the match, and he has been there from the very start, but it's his first delivery from Sherman Lewis, and he pushes it up to mid-off.
Something that I have to look at as well is that Jamaica came last as well in the listed tournament.
Yeah.
And they came last in the first class tournament.
Yeah. Last year they only drew a game.
I could remember the days when Jamaica used to win the first class tournament every year. I think it was Lambert was the captain.
5 years straight. Lewis short to Brown, and he's ducking under that one more comfortably than what happened to him with Darius Martin. And it has been a question mark over the years as to what's the real plan with the Scorpions, because at times when Andre Coley was the coach, you saw a shift in direction. They were moving from being almost like an experienced team to being a team filled with youth players, and then when he left, it almost as if the sense of direction was lost. But now you can see, even though the team struggled last season, that Coach Richardson and company, they're looking to rebuild. Lewis to Brown, who is driving nicely, pleasantly, but no chance of a run. The ball goes up to Shadrach Descartes.
Something that I would like to make mention of is that both teams that are playing here is probably the fittest among the franchises around the Caribbean. We have the Windward Island guys who are really fit. see them train from time to time. The trainer in Walters, out of Grenada as well,
Okay.
works really well with them and very close to them as well.
Scorpion's trainer is member of the JDF.
Ah. So you know what's going on there.
Yeah. And I heard Captain Blackwood said it's been the fittest he has been since. And this is short again from Lewis. And he ducks under it, does Carlos Brown.
So what it leaves me to think, we focus so much on fitness. Both teams, they are the fittest in all of the franchises put together. But they came last in the List A tournament, which is Super 50 that was played in Trinidad a couple months ago. So it leaves me to think, are the focus a bit too much on fitness and they're doing a little bit less of the skills work that they should be doing? Because when it comes to 40 cricket, skills is very important.
But I'll probably put it that the fitter you are, the better your decision making will be as well. So probably they weren't as fit as they are in the List A competition, as this one takes the edge and it goes to gully. It didn't carry to the man at gully. It was in the air for a while there. That looks like Jeremiah.
Well, we can see what fitness can do to a player. Shamar Joseph, clearly what he did in Australia with a fractured toe.
Unbelievable. And he was bowling faster and faster.
To be honest with you, I'm not even gonna lie. He was the one that made me watch that game. I'm gonna be honest. I got up that night and I was like, man, I gotta sleep. And after I saw him bowl the second over, I said, I have to watch this game.
He was getting
And
quick.
he bowled 10 overs on a trot. Nothing under 141 Ks.
Unbelievable. As this one is outside the off stump from Lewis. Which is more believable is that Brown left that one outside the off stump and it's taken by the wicketkeeper Walton to complete over number 7 at 17 for 1. And you mentioned the Shamar Joseph spell because at a phase in that chase, as we have those nostalgic moments, is that Cameron Green and Steve Smith at the time, they looked as if they were going to be well set. And then once he got Green and head out, I said, okay, the door has been opened.
What a first ball to get. Head.
Absolutely. It was outstanding. We're looking to see if we can get more Shamar Josephs from this West Indies Championship as well.
To be honest with you, there's this young kid that I like. I saw him in the West Indies on the 19 tournament. He's also from Guyana.
Oh, Isaiah Thorne.
Isaiah Turn. Hits the deck hard.
Good, promising player.
Runs in every delivery. And he can only get better. With the right people around, they can only get better.
Martin to continue to McKenzie. Takes the edge again. Goes between point and gully. And the captain Melios does the fielding. And they get 1. And the score goes up to 18 for 1. And Martin finding that outer half of McKenzie's bat for the second time in this innings. First time it went down to the boundary for 4. So streaky start so far for McKenzie. And White has bowled, 3.1 overs, 15 dot deliveries. He's also hit Carlos Brown in the head already. And got a fortuitous boundary as well from another short delivery. So he's really cranking it up here, Martin. Looking to cause more problems. Looking to join Lewis into the wicket column. The right-hander Brown sets himself. That's clipped away. Worked away neatly. Down to fine leg. And Kieran Kotoy is on the field. He's not in the 11.
Surprisingly, he's not in the 11.
Score goes up to 19 now for 1.
Just lost his contract from Windward, so he's on a pay-to-play basis. Transition that he has made from a bowling all-rounder. He's now a batting all-rounder. The reason for that is he picked up a couple of injuries along the way with his knee. So he was never really the same bowler because bowling leg spin, he's landing on that same knee that he did the surgery with. So he couldn't really come over his front leg like he used to. So, and his favorite player is Steve Smith, so he always look at Steve Smith, so he say, if Steve Smith can do it, I can do it. You know, make that transition from being that leg spinner to now a batter that can bowl leg spin. Did well for Windwards. Played for CCC as well. So it's good to see him on the field. Hoping that he'll get a run.
The slip scoring has been boosted with an additional player. 4 slips and a goal now as that delivery from Martin is outside the off stump and left alone by McKenzie. And you go back to the Karen Katoy story, it's probably the right person for him to emulate. And because Steve Smith has 32 test centuries now. Started as a leg spinner, or a leg spinning all rounder. He used to bat at 8 and 9 for Australia. He's now opening the innings in test cricket.
Yeah, so in 2016, it wasn't really the best year for Kieran Katoy. Picked up a knee injury that had him out of the game for 2 years. Picked up that injury on March 4th. They were actually playing against Trinidad just after lunch. I can remember at one point he wanted to stop playing because of the pain. But good to see him back playing cricket, back in the Windward setup. He was on contract for a couple of years, but he lost his contract last year. But good to see him back in the setup. There's a possibility he can get back his contract according to how this year goes. But at the end of the day, he has to get in and he has to play.
And it's good to see that he was supported in that period as well, because it's the hardest part for an athlete. It's that injury phase. That's when you start to contemplate life and contemplate your choices and say, maybe this isn't for me. It's the hardest phase as a former athlete myself. As this one is pulled from Martin, from Martin to McKenzie, and he pushes it up to mid-on, and that completes over number 8 at 19 for 1, with the Jamaica Scorpions sent into bat by the Windward Islands Volcanoes here at Sabina Park in the West Indies Championship. And when I say former athlete, it's not elite former athlete.
Well, the thing is, I wasn't going to skip past that like you were saying. So the viewers would like to know, what sport was it, my friend?
It was cricket.
It was cricket?
Yeah.
Batter? Bowler?
I would say batter.
You would say batter?
Yeah.
I don't like
I was a wicket keeper batter. I was a wicket keeper batter.
I would say batter. I don't like the sound of that.
I was a wicket keeper batter.
Okay, you were a wicket keeper batter.
But in my mind, I could bowl, but I couldn't bowl really.
Something like Chadwick Walton.
Possibly.
So what the viewers would like to know as well was one of your favorite moments playing cricket.
I have a lot.
You have a lot?
Yeah.
We just want to know one.
Scoring my first half century.
Oh.
Yeah.
Scoring your first half century.
Yeah.
Against Lucas, Melbourne?
No.
St. Catherine?
No. I played only one senior cup game actually.
One senior cup game?
Yeah. And I was a top scorer.
You was a top scorer?
Yeah.
And you stopped playing?
And I stopped playing because of work.
Man, I could be here sitting looking at you behind the stump and saying you could have been the future. But Ryan John is here and he has the ball in hand.
He'll be bowling to Carlos Brown, and that's left alone outside the off stump. And it's collected nicely by wicketkeeper Walcott, who is moving ever so well behind the stumps.
He's one of those guys that had a really good year last year for the Volcanoes, Ryan John. Picked up 16 wickets last year at an economy of 2.9. Batting average of 34.5. Best figures against Trinidad and Tobago, 5 for 18. Best moments for him is his 5 for 18 versus Trinidad and Tobago.
This one is down the leg side from John, who is a little, obviously, a short of bowler to Lewis, so it's going to be a little skiddier, using more effort to get the deliveries in.
Actually, in that game against Trinidad, he bowled 9 straight maidens. I think that should be a record in the first class cricket here in the West Indies. 9 straight maidens.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
54 deliveries unmoved.
He also is the captain for Grenada team, vice captain, new vice captain for the Windward Islands Volcano as well. Bright future ahead of him. So he also represented Grenada in Carifta.
Sprinter or a javelin throw?
400.
Okay. Well, that's still you still consider him a sprinter.
He can't run with me though.
I'm sure. But I think you forgot one of his better moments after this delivery. I'll probably tell you. This one is over the wicket to Brown, who is pushing, not overplaying, and strokes it into the gap, and he will get at least 2. They're contemplating 3. McKenzie was thinking about it. He got halfway, had to be turned back by Brown, and they complete 2 runs, and that takes the score up to 21 for 1. I'm sure Ryan John was a part of that under 19 winning team in 2016.
Yes, he was. That World Cup winning team.
Yeah, he opened the bowling. Well, he was the first change. Shemar Holder.
Shemar Springer was in
also
that
part,
team as well. So we have 2 under 19 World Cup players here. One in Bangladesh.
Yeah. Still our only success at that age group level. It was a magical year for West Indies cricket that year, as that one is into the thigh pad of Carlos Brown, and it goes into the offside, fielded by the captain Kimani Melius, who was also West Indies under 19 player. He played the tournament that followed the 2016 tournament. He played 2 tournaments actually.
Actually, I was on the flight coming here with a few of the players that was in South Africa playing the under 19 World Cup.
Okay.
I think this JJ was on that
Jordan
flight.
Johnson.
Jordan Johnson was on that flight coming here yesterday. I was happy to see them. You know, they went to South Africa. Someone I would like to mention is a young man out of the Leeward Islands.
Joel Andrew
Played a fantastic innings in the under 19 World Cup. That's the end of the over. Ryan John starting that first over. Good first over. Had a very good year last year. He would like to continue that. Usually not fast, but he swings the ball. He's very consistent, good control. He's somebody that Windwards would need with bat and ball. Standing at second slip. You don't usually see fast bowlers at second slip. Curly Ambrose will tell you he will not stand there, but
this one is full to McKenzie, and he drives it. Doesn't time it as well as he would like. And he gets 2. Takes the score up to 23 for 1.
We have seen a lot of those shots in Australia.
That has to be his favorite area.
Has to be his favorite area.
Well, a left-hander's dream. I would not say I was, but...
Have you ever played any shot like that through the covers?
In training.
So you're the Nets boss.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 runs taken there. It's going to be Martin to McKenzie, and he lefts that one outside the off stump. And the score remains at 23 for 1. So the Scorpions losing their more experienced player early. Wonderful delivery from Sherman Lewis. You can analyze it all you want. It had 2 of the stumps out of the ground. Shaped away from Walton. Comprehensively beaten. That wicket went down at 12, and it's now 23 for 1. So 11 runs added since. There's going to be a change in the commentary after this over. Martin around the wicket to McKenzie. Left alone with the 4 slips and the gully. You hardly see those fields in regional cricket, especially in recent times, given the conditions. Normally you'd have a spinner bowling already.
So it's a good sight to see after what Shemar Joseph did in Australia. Sort of put some light on our fast bowling in the Caribbean.
Absolutely.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And Shemar Joseph led that brilliantly.
This one is outside the off stump from Martin.
A lot of people still talk about Shemar Joseph and that game. We focus so much on Shemar Joseph that we don't speak about Alzari Joseph in that game. He bowled pretty well.
I want to tell you that first innings spell that Alzari bowled, he took 4 wickets, I think, for 84, but it was never a 4 for 84 spell. It could have easily been 7 for 15. He was outstanding.
Kumar Roach as well. in that first innings.
Indeed.
Old but cool.
Martin
not
around
cool,
the
I should
wicket.
say.
That's pulled from Martin.
Old but not cool.
Pushed away down to mid-off by McKenzie. Again, it will hold up before the boundary, and only two. Probably wanted some more aggressive running there from the pair. But only 2 runs added to the total, and it's now up to 25 for 1.
Kimar Roach being in that team as well is something good for West Indies cricket and for the youngsters. Future legend Kimar Roach did pretty well in that series.
Leading
Plays
the pack.
for Surrey as well in county cricket.
Has re-signed for the upcoming season. And the West Indies will be in England this year.
Consistency.
And McKenzie going for the big drive. It comes off the inner half of the bat. And he has to hurry to the non-strikers end in the end. And he get a single. And lucky for him, it didn't go on to the stumps. And that completes over number 10. And at the end of it, the Scorpions sent into bat. They are 26, I think it is, for 1. At the end of over number 10. And as you hear from Keswick Williams, it's going to be time for Kimberly Forbes to join us in the commentary box.
Sad to see my fellow commentator go, but I'm happy to see Kimberly sitting next to me on my left. Welcome.
Thank you, Keswick. I'm good. And how about you?
I'm great. The sun is out. Cricket is playing. I'm in Jamaica. So definitely it's good to be here after a couple of years.
So it's Ryan John, the vice captain, to Carlos Brown. To Kirk McKenzie. So it's 26-1 in 10.1 overs. Even though the sun is out, Keswick, it's kind of cool here in Kingston because of the cold front that we're having.
So last night, I was on the hills. It was a bit nippy. I was asking my friend Charlie Porter, why is it so nippy here? And then he did mention that.
Yes. Pull him! That one flicks the stump out of the ground. I can't believe it. The man, Kirk McKenzie, he walks back to the dressing room. The score still remains at 26-2 in over 10.2 overs.
Really good start from Ryan John. He's continuing his good showing last year in swinger to Kirk McKenzie. Using the angle, so the Windward Island Volcanoes bowlers are using the angle here. Really well done. Kirk McKenzie is gone for 10. The score is 26-2.
Yes, Keswick, earlier you and Jerome were talking about where he knows where his off stump is. What apparently he didn't know how close Ryan was to his off stump. It flicked it out of the ground, and the Scorpion team, they have lost their second wicket, wanting McKenzie to capitalize and try to build a partnership after coming back from that historic win in Australia down in Gambia. But not today. The Volcanoes, they are erupting here at Sabina Park.
Coming in with the angle. Didn't really, I don't think he knew where his off stump was at that point.
Not at all.
Ryan John had a really good showing last year in the first class season. Using the angle, he's sort of a wrong arm bowler. So he always have that out swing to the right-handers and that in swinger to the left-handers.
And yes, Keswick, observing the 9th and the 10th over that we're in, the 10th over, we're in the 11th over now. The the slips, they're in place, expecting for an edge to come in. The bowlers, they know they have to bowl on the off stump, mid and off stump there. No need to stray down the leg side at all. So the new batter to the crease is Nkuma Bonner. Replace Kirk McKenzie.
Just using the angle, Ryan John, wide of the crease, coming into the left-hander. You can see Kirk McKenzie looking back at his stumps on the ground. Couldn't believe it. But he's gone, and it brings Nkrumah, the experienced Nkrumah Bonner, to the crease. So there's experience at the top, and there's experience in the middle as well.
Yes. And the Scorpion want these experienced batters to stay at the crease and get some runs on the board. We know the talent of Nkuma. Carlos Brown, you talked about him earlier and what he's capable of doing.
Nkrumah Bonner. He's one of those players that would occupy the crease, plays each ball on his merit. He's not one of those players that goes at it, he allows it to come to him. Played over 89 first-class matches, averaging 28.
Well, the last time he represented the West Indies, it was in 2022 against Australia with an average of 30.23. But is Ryan John. It's a nice delivery through to the keeper. A dot to end over number 11. The score reads 26 for 2.
Good start, I would say, from the Volcanoes. They have been consistent. They're hitting their errors. The faster bowlers bowl their ad bumper every over. Consistency is what they have been doing all over, or all game, I should say. So far, they have been consistent. So this is something that I've been seeing them doing over the last couple of months in training.
And I must say, I must add this to it as well towards the bowler Keswick, that they have been disciplined according to the setting of the field, bowling outside of the off stump, not straying down the line, giving away extras, or wanting the batters to free their arms, sticking closely to them as well.
Yeah, so speaking to the skipper, the young skipper in Melius, he mentioned that he want the players to stick to the plans as long as possible.
A catch is the cry, the dreaded finger goes up. Umpire Jackie Williams raises the index finger. He can't believe it. Carlos Brown looking to walk back to the dressing room. The third wicket is down. The score reads 27 for 3.
Shamar Springer, first delivery for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Out of Barbados, just clipping the gloves. And Nkrumah Bonner, he's gone.
Well, Nkuma Bonner, the struggles continue for him. He's gone for 1 from 3 delivers. And Shamar Springer, I've watched him in 2022 in Florida. He has really improved in his game, bowling good line and length, and he sent back the experienced Bonner back to the dressing room.
This should bring the skipper out in Jermaine Blackwood. Wouldn't be surprised if he walk out with his team in this sort of trouble. Win was being consistent all morning. Coach Kenroy Peters would be very proud.
Well, the dreaded finger goes up and they're having a chat there. The Volcanoes eruption is going on here at Sabina Park in Kingston. It's really hot, and I tell you, the Volcanoes, they're blazing. Jermaine Blackwood walking to the crease, a lot on his shoulders now here at Keswick. They need to build a partnership to get something tangible on the board. The last time they went up against the Windward Island, they played 3 games. They only won 1 out of that game. Well, last year they didn't win any game at all. So they're looking to come back.
They would definitely try to come back, but they would have to come back after this water break.
Yes.
And see what they can do as they take a little bit of refreshment. And the grounds official are marking over the crease to make sure that the umpires can spot every no ball. So they're having a drinks break here at the Sabina Park, the first game of the regional 4-day tournament.
That was a beauty from Shamar Springer to send Nkuma Banner back to the dugout. He's gone for 1 from 3 delivers. After the water break, I think he's energized to spring again. Captain to the crease, Jermaine Blackwood. A lot is on his shoulder now.
Oh, how fitting it is to bowl your first ball, pick up a wicket, and then you're going to have a drink.
Yes.
That puts some spring into your steps.
Indeed.
Shamar Springer, first wicket for the Windward Island Volcanoes in his first game, first delivery. Pitching it on middle, going down leg a bit, but just clipped the gloves of Nkrumah Bonner. Didn't look too happy, Nkrumah Bonner, but as long as the umpire raised that dreaded finger, you have to go. The Windwards would be very happy.
Yes, indeed, there will be. It's a good start for them. 3 wickets down, the wicket of Nkuma Banner, the wicket of Chadwick Walton, and the wicket of
Brown and Chadwick Walton. So Brown, Chadwick, Walton, and Kirk has left the crease. Chadwick getting a beauty this morning from our lovely Grenada. It's Independence in Grenada, so I guess that's the Independence delivery.
Springer in, squares him up, take a quick run. He's off the mark. Blackwood is off the mark. Squares moves up to 28 for 3 in over number 12. They're going at a current run rate of 2.35.
So the 3 wickets this morning is Sherman Lewis picking up Chadwick Walton. And then Ryan John, the 2 Grenadians. Happy Independence to Grenada, picking up Kurt McKenzie with a brilliant delivery. And then Shomar Springer, first delivery to Nkrumah Bonner, just clipping the glove. Good take by Walcott. The 2 Bayesians that are playing with the Windward Island Volcanoes. And that's what the franchise system can give you. Also, this year, the West Indies Cricket Board, or Cricket West Indies, I should say, they have the West Indies Academy and also CCC back into the 4-day cricket. Happy that CCC is playing 4-day again.
A wide signal by umpire Williams. A couple days ago, Blackwood said that he's looking to play ODI cricket, Keswick. He wants to get back into the maroon colors. It's been dropped for the tour of Australia, but he said he's looking to venture into ODI cricket.
He's aggressive by nature.
Yes.
And it's something that I think you should really think about. I mean, everybody wants to play for West Indies, but you have to put in that work. And that's the end of the over. End of the Shama Springer over. Successful over as well, picking up a wicket. The wicket of Nkrumah Bonner. The score is now 28 for 3.
Talking about successful over there, Keswick, just 1 run coming from that over.
Picking up the wicket of the experienced Nkrumah Bonner. So they're in the middle already. It's just a matter of just being consistent and keep doing the right things. Skipper Kimani Melius mentioned he would want them to stick to the plans as long as possible. That is his main thing as a skipper, earning the respect of all the guys, because he's a young skipper. But the camaraderie around this group is brilliant. I've been around them for the last 6-7 months or so. So they enjoy one another's company. And that is something that you want from the players. Ryan John again with the ball.
It's a nice delivery through to the keeper. But you played for the Windward Island, Keswick, but you're not in the lineup for this tournament.
Well, to be honest with you, I haven't played first class cricket. I can't even remember the years. But what happened is that my career in cricket started when I went to the University of the West Indies. I earned a scholarship there. And I would always mention Floyd Reefer, Hilary Beckles, Hartnell Dolphin as well, from Jamaica. They saw my talent and decided that, you know what, let's give him a scholarship over to the University of the West Indies. Went over there, I met up with Chadwick Walton, Akeem Diwar. Chadwick Walton, I learned a lot from him when it comes to cricket and how I should go about in terms of meshing my cricket, my studies and cricket together, how I should go about doing it. So I learned a lot from him there. And that's the reason why I'm happy that CCC is back in 4-day, because I can remember while I was there, we got kicked out of 4-day cricket.
Well, he's over the top, chases by the field, and he runs away to the boundary, crashes into the fence, and 4 runs added to the total. The score rushes to 33 for 3 in over number 13. That was a nice shot there, Keswick.
Well, we can see the reason why he wants to get into 1-day cricket, because he's going to play his shots regardless. But that's a good shot. Really and truly the first boundary in front. He's playing positive, and that's something that's good. You want to see him play positive. He looks like he wants to score. He has been training for a while. Fit fella.
Well, yes, he has to be mindful here and control his thoughts here, Keswick. Visualize where he wants to put the bad balls and respect the good deliveries. So it's a good start here for Jeremy Blackwood. You mentioned fit, he's really fit. Been watching him training with the one of the fastest man in the world, Johan Blake.
I'll give you a joke. So Johan Blake invited him to a chap meet a couple of months ago because he's deemed to be one of the fastest runners in cricket. Him, Kieran Cottoy, who was doing substitute fielding for Windwards, and the cameras couldn't pick up Jeremy Blackwood. He was too slow. I have the video. I can give you the video. I can give you footage. So if you say I'm lying, I can give you the footage.
I believe you, Keswick.
So yeah, so he's not as fast as he thinks he is, but he's fast on the cricket field. Speaking of,
Outside of the off stump there from Ryan John, seems to be living out there. Over number 13 has come to an end. The score reads 33 for 3.
speaking of fast, you wouldn't really mention fast when it comes to Ryan John. What you can mention is swing and the consistency in the areas in which he would bowl. And that is something that you need, especially at this level. Good start from the Volcanoes. Sunil Lambris at first slip, cheering the guys on. Windward Islands has acquired the services of Jeremy Salazar as well, out of Trinidad and Tobago. So they have Springer out of Barbados, Walcott out of Barbados, and also Jeremy Salazano out of Trinidad. And that's what the franchise system can do for you.
Shamar Springer once again. It's a nice delivery between mid and leg stump. Had to get his bat down quickly there, Keswick. Been at the crease for some time now. That's Carlos Brown.
The good thing about him is his patience. And that's what you need at this level as a batter.
Yes.
He took, well, Springer took out the third slip, put him at leg slip. Blackwood is one that usually, ball to his hip, usually jumps at it and try to push it down fine leg. Good punch off the back foot by Blackwood. Losing his position in the test team. Sure he would want to get back there. His first class stats, he has played 137 games, 7,910 runs. Highest of 248, averages 32.2.
Picked up a quick run. Even though they're not getting boundaries, they have to try and capitalize on their ones and twos. You can see that the field is not spread at all. You have the slips in position, they're waiting for an edge. Carlos Brown at the crease. As you mentioned, he has to use all his patience here because it's a 4-day game. And Scorpion, they haven't beaten the Volcanoes. In the last season, they haven't even won a game. Only get one draw game there.
And that's something that was really surprising in how they played last year. The net run rate last year was negative 0.31.
Not good for a team who have won so many Super 50.
Well, this year they have proper batters into the team. Chadwick Walton is back with a wealth of experience. Carlos Brown, who he's basically new into the team. But from what I've been hearing since I landed here in Jamaica, is that he's the future.
Yes.
Also, they have Nkrumah Bonner, Kurt McKenzie coming in at 3. West Indies number 3 batter at the test level as well, coming in at 3 here. And then Nkrumah Bonner.
So a lot of experience at the top order there, Keswick. They would want them to capitalize on their experience, especially for the youngsters at the end of over number 14, 35 for 3. So they would want them to use up their experience, and especially to the youngsters who are in the lineup, for them to work with them so they can capitalize on things and get things going for Scorpion this season. We have Rama Lewis back in the squad. He last played for the Scorpions in 2015. I had a chat with him this morning. He said he will have to make use of his opportunity in this tournament. But Jermaine Blackwood, they're counting on him now. And Carlos Brown to get some runs on the board. It is a 35 for 3. Brown, he's on 7 from 33 deliveries. And Blackwood, he's on 7 from 10.
Somebody I'm really eager to see is Abijay Mansingh, son of Dr. Mansingh. He's known around the Caribbean in the medical field.
Yes. But when you look at Springer there, Keswick, when that one went down the leg side, he springs in the air, thoughting that he clips the bat handle of, is it Blackwood? Thought he had something there. Up a quick run.
That's something that you would expect from Blackwood, as we mentioned how fast he is on the cricket field. Picking up a quick single. Kenneth Demba there at mid-on.
Even though they're not getting boundaries, Blackwood is quick. So Brown, he will have to be on his toes, expecting to get the call for a 1 or maybe 2 to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Kenneth Demba just moving up to silly mid-on now. Try to stop that single.
You see how far Blackwood was, had to be sent back by Brown.
He's always, a couple years ago, I can remember we were in a camp, we used to call him Happy Feet.
So
likes to run.
So Keswick, let me ask you, where's the notebook?
I still do have it. Have Chadwick Walton in it. Some Jamaicans may say you should get rid of him out of your book, but I have him in it. I have a lot of names in it. I still have it home. I took it up the other day. There was no dust on it, which means it still can be used.
But at one point, Chadwick had put you back into the notebook.
So that the thing is with me, and Chadwick is my best friend, right? And the thing with that is I started that battle a couple years ago when we were going to UE, University, Capefield campus. I think what happened, we were home on vacation. We went home for a little Christmas break before Super 50 practice, and I came back, and I think it was the day before Christmas. We had a net session. I run in and I hit him on the crest of the helmet, the CCC crest, and I told him Merry Christmas. He looked at me and he said, "Okay, Mr. Williams, no problem." And I think we had a practice game on New Year's Day at the 3W Oval, and he hit me all over the ground, and he told me Happy New Year. So it was a thing that was going on over the years, and then in that game, when I got his wicket in Guyana cheaply, I walked up to him and I was like, "The last time you beat me, now is my time." I took his wicket cheaply, and then he walked into the dressing room, finding the edge again, Ryan John. He walked into the dressing room and he looked at me and he said, "All right, tonight was your night. Jamaica would be mine. I was like, whatever. And he came to Jamaica and he destroyed me. So we're level.
Yeah, I remember that game. That was a very exciting game. So 15 overs completed, 6 extras so far from the bowlers of Volcanoes. Carlos Brown, he's at the crease, he's on 7 from 38 delivers. Jermaine Blackwood, he's on 8 from 12. It is 36 for 3.
Actually, Kimberly, yeah, we're level, but it's not 2-all. It's 3-all because I can remember after that we went to America to play U.S. Open. Second ball, I got him out, and then he came to St. Vincent to play T10, and oh my God, he destroyed me again.
So it's even.
So we're 3-3, yes. We're even. So the next time, he should be worried because it's my time.
Oh, yeah. When is that though, Keswick?
It will happen very soon.
All right.
We still do play cricket. We still do play league cricket around the world, and there are times that we're in the same team, and there are times when we're on different teams. So the next time, whenever he sees me, he'll know. He'll be like, "Oh boy, it's your turn."
So we should expect a showdown between Keswick and Chadwick.
So the next time when I see him and I get his wicket, I'm done. I'm done playing. I don't want to see him again.
So it's Springer who is continuing. Oh, what a beauty. Beat him outside of the off stump. It is Carlos Brown who is on strike. Volcanoes, they're really erupting here at Sabina Park in Kingston. It's hot with a headwind blowing across the ground.
Just a tint of outswing from Springer. And the breeze is blowing across the ground, so he would get that outward movement. And then Ryan John bowling from the other end would get that inward movement, but he's a stronger bowler in terms of with swinging the ball. That's his natural angle. But Shema Springer, who is coming down from the Michael Holden end, wind blowing across the field, would have him bowling the outswinger more often than not.
Yes.
So good plans here by the Volcanoes, good plans by Kimani. So new skipper, first time in his role. He's not a stranger to captaincy though. Just coming off the Windward Island tournament, captain in St. Lucia senior team, and they won the tournament. Well played by Brown, just a punch out to short cover, fielded by Kieran Katoy, substitute fielder. So they're really doing a good job here, Kimberly.
Yes, they definitely are doing a wonderful job. They know the ability of the batters, especially those who have gone back to the dressing room. Did not give them any room at all to free their arms to go over the top. It's a nice shot. That will definitely crush it into the boundary for 4. Jermaine Blackwood, a nice shot there, Keswick.
And that's what we will expect from Jermaine Blackwood. As long as you give him a bit of wit, he's going to play his shots. As I mentioned, he's an experienced player.
Aggressive by nature.
Aggressive by nature. Lost his place from the West Indies test team. He was actually the vice captain of the West Indies test team. Now he's a captain of Jamaica. He captained last year after Paul Palmer left.
Well, he said he's looking back for a place in the test team, in the squad, and also looking to venturing into ODIs. So I'm playing T20s for Jamaica Talawa at the end of 16, 42 for 3. He had represented Amazon Warriors, so he has a lot of experience under his belt.
So Jermaine Blackwood, the last game he played for West Indies was against India in Port of Spain in July. That game he made 20 in the first innings. Lost his wicket to Jadeja. And in the second innings, not out for 20 again. That's the last time we saw him playing for West Indies. But he's here now. And he wants to get back into the West Indies lineup. Good start so far. 14 off, just 15 deliveries, 16 now. He's a skipper. He would want to lead from the front. This is something that Kimani Melias of the Windward Island Volcanoes mentioned to me yesterday in our discussion. He wants to lead from the front, scoring 192 last year in the game against Trinidad.
So Ryan John is in the hunt again. Picked up the wicket of Bonner. McKenzie, I should say.
So what I like about Ryan John is the errors in which he consistently bowls. Doesn't have the pace, but he will keep hitting that line outside of stump. So he will start it at 6 stump coming in. Then he tries to nick you off. Finds the edge, or is it bold? It's bold.
Hold him. It clips the stumps. He's gone. Jermaine Blackwood. They would have wanted him to stick around much longer. But Ryan John disappointed the Scorpion. He walks back to the dugout. The 4th wicket has fallen. And the score reads 43 for 4.
The score is now 43 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Well, Ryan John picked up 2 wickets and 9 runs in 4.3 overs. Blackwood, he's gone. Looking very disappointed. Carlos Brown, who is at the crease, have faced 41 deliveries with 8 runs. Scorpions, they need a sting. The Volcanoes, they are erupting here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. And they have started really, really well today. They're all over the Scorpions. Scorpions, they need to build a partnership to get some runs on the board. Keswick, what's your thoughts?
First things first, looking at the Windward Island Volcanoes team, they're looking good. They look like they have a plan. And they're executing their plans. That's the first thing. Jamaica, so far, haven't been really hitting their straps in terms of playing each ball on their merit. That's the reason why we see the score here. The score basically epitomizes what's going on out there. It's 43 for 4. Ryan John, not taking anything away from the Windward's team. They have been consistent. They have been bowling well. Just before the wicket, I was mentioning that Ryan John, he comes from wide of the crease. Comes from wide of the crease, and he starts to bowl at 5th stump, and he comes in. As you can see here, runs wide of the crease, angles into Blackwood with a hint of waist swing. That's his natural thing that he does, outswing the ball. So you always have to look for that. Even though that the breeze is blowing across the ground, his natural thing is outswinging the ball. So he runs from wide of the crease, uses the angle, come into the batter, and then takes it away.
Talking about that, though, we see that many times from Kieran Pollard. He has done that so many times there, Keswick. It's a nice delivery. So you have seen Mansing. Mansing, he's at the crease now. Tell us why you were so anticipating to see Mansing at the crease, Keswick.
So I've had conversation about Mansing. He's the son of Dr. Mansing as well, who's really known throughout the Caribbean in the medical field. But Mansing has not really played any first-class cricket for Jamaica. for the CCC, and he haven't played any List A games for Jamaica. So he have been playing first class cricket for Jamaica and List A cricket for CCC.
Well, his first class high score is at 62, an average of 24.27. And his List A high score is 97, an average of 16.16. So let's see if Mansingh and Carlos Brown can build a partnership that the Scorpion that they're really in need of.
Definitely something that we would like to see. Springer has the ball in hand, and he has been doing a good job. So let's see if they can continue with what they have been doing from the start this morning.
It's a nice delivery there from Springer. Gets his bat down quickly, Carlos Brown. Jerome Foster is with me. Jerome, 4 wickets down already for Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, the new year, same problems for the Scorpions. They continue to lose wickets in cluster at the top of the order, which has been Achilles' heel for them. They have tried to rectify the situation. Comes back to haunt them again.
Well, Jerome, you said same problem from last year. Well, the fielders, the players, they are fit, but are their minds fit to be mindful of the condition that they're in, controlling their thoughts, knowing what they want, visualize how they are going to play the Volcanoes? They only won one game against the Volcanoes. What is actually happening with their thoughts?
I think the Volcanoes, they have bowled well. They have asked questions. They have been probing away. They have gotten the players playing unusual shots. So Blackwood, he doesn't like to push forward and drive. He likes to stay from the crease, and the Volcanoes have found a way to nip him off. That was a good delivery. I thought the delivery to McKenzie, he was just outfoxed. He was coming around the wicket, was John, and he was leaving him for a couple of deliveries, and then that delivery just came back with the angle, and he was bowled. Walton was deceived, but I thought Bonner, I'm not sure if he got a touch on it. I heard a sound because I was downstairs. I'm not sure if it was his glove or his shirt. He wasn't happy with the decision, but that is also a weakness for him, short deliveries into his body.
Yes. Well, it's umpire Jackie Williams who had raised that dreaded finger. Seems as if she have heard something as well, Jerome, for her to send him back to the dressing room. The Scorpions, they would have been disappointed with the decision. Looking back at the replay.
Yeah, but great thing for the Volcanoes, they won the toss, elected to field, and they have 4 wickets in the first session. You can't ask for more than that.
Oh, Springer, another one. The dreaded finger goes up again. Jackie Williams raises the finger. The man who have been at the crease from the start, Carlos Brown, he walks back to the dugout. He's gone for 8 from 45 deliveries. Another one bites the dust for Jamaican Scorpions, and the score reads 45 for 5.
Another peach of a delivery. And just as Keswick mentioned earlier, the Scorpions, the Volcanoes using the angle, pitching on and about middle and off, and shaping the deliveries away. And Brown looking to work it through the onside would have probably been served best if he was playing straight, but he took the outside edge and an easy catch for the wicket keeper. And the Scorpions, they're in dire straits. They're 45 for 5. Another wonderfully bowled delivery from Shamar Springer. And it brings Romain Morris to the crease, but the Scorpions, they're in serious trouble.
Serious trouble here, Foster. And I must say, the bowlers must be commended. Living outside of the off stump, you realize that wicket that went down just now, the keeper did not move. He stand and collect right there. Beautiful delivery by Springer. He springs that one. And that's a good Springer from Springer.
Absolutely. So the Scorpions, they're in danger of being bowled out here on this first day. Sent into bat was always the right choice to make, given that there was so much moisture in the wicket. A tinge of green grass on the surface as well. Fresh surface. Cricket hasn't been played here for some time. So you'd expect the team that won the toss to bowl first. And the Volcanoes, they're using the conditions to the best of their abilities. Nice deliveries, full. I thought the opening pair was a little bit too short. But now they have found their range. And they found their line and their lengths. And it has been beautiful bowling so far from the 4 bowlers that they have used. 4 fast bowlers. So 2 wickets for Springer, 2 for Ryan John, the other to Sherman Lewis. I don't see him on the field. Well, he's back now. But he did the work early up to get Walton. And Romain Morris is under pressure to perform. He has been scoring runs locally, but he has to perform now.
Well, that's a wicket made to end the 18th over. And the score reads 45 for 5. So it's Morris and Monsing at the crease, a Scorpion going at a current run rate of 2.25. Well, they lost the first wicket at 12, the second wicket at 26, the third wicket at 27. So they really haven't built a partnership there, Foster.
And just to update some other games that's going on, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at lunch, they are 62 for 6 against the West Indies Academy. That's in Basseterre St. Kitts, that's at Warner Park. And the 6 wickets, they have been shared between Naeem Young, 2 for 32, and Joshua James, 2 for 5. Johan Lane, 1 for 6, and Joshua Bishop, 1 for 18. And the other game in St. Kitts also has wickets involved. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 58 for 2 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That is in Connery. It's also in St. Kitts. And we're seeing that the game at Chedwin Park has not started as yet due to wet outfield. And that game is between the Barbados Pride and the combined campuses and colleges team. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're the defending champions. But as you mentioned, it's important for the Scorpions from here that Mansing and Morris can take them to lunch unscathed.
So it's Ryan John who is continuing. He picked up 2 wickets for 11 runs. He's in his 6th over. And must commend the bowlers again. They're bowling pretty tidy here. Last wicket was Jermaine Blackwood, the captain, experienced batter. They had wanted him to use that experience here to get Scorpion at a good total before lunch. But it didn't work out at all.
A lot of skill being displayed here by the Volcanoes bowlers.
It's a nice delivery, I must say, here, Jerome, that the bowlers, they're bowling line and length, not giving the batters any room at all, sticking closely to them. We're seeing a left and right hand combination at the crease between Morris and Monsing.
And it can be the decisive game changer for the Scorpions and get some more singles involved. Rotation of the strike, get John and Springer off their lengths because they have been bowling to one batsman predominantly. Haven't been a lot of rotation. As much as Blackwood looked busy, he wasn't being able to get singles at will. They weren't rotating at will, so John had him sized up. And so too Carlos Brown, he was sized up by Springer, hence his dismissal in the end. But it's a good start to the season for the Volcanoes and their vice captain Ryan John, who has the ball in hand.
Well, they know what they're about here, Jerome.
Another delivery there, taking the edge of the bat. Morris playing with soft hands, unlike Brown, who was reaching for the delivery. Waited on the delivery to come to him, waited on the movement, got the outer half of the bat. He's also a Kingston Cricket Club player, Romain Morris. He hails from Westmoreland, but he's now residing in the corporate area, went to UWI. So he's used to these conditions. Not sure if he's used to being at 46 for 5 though.
Well, he'll want to use his experience to try and get runs on the board. Runs is very critical and needed now for Scorpions. 45 doesn't look good at all. 45 looks like the number on Chris Gale. The 45 on his back of his shirt. That looks good on Chris Gale, the universe boss.
What's his jersey number?
Yes.
He's wearing 333 at some point.
Yeah, and sometimes 175. Managed to pick up a run. Morrissey's off the mark to bring Mansingh on strike. We're in the 19th over. If you're just joining us, the Windward Islands, they won the toss and elected to field. And Scorpions, they're in deep waters. They're 46 for 5. And what I noticed though, Jerome, you and Keswick talk about the swing, especially from Springer and from Ryan. We're having a strong headwind across the ground. It's pretty windy in Kingston today, even though the sun is hot. We're having a cold front across the island.
Yeah. And away from the swinging delivery so far, that was a short delivery from John, which is signaled as a wide. But they've been using the conditions to their liking as well, because Springer bowls predominantly outswing, so the breeze is going across his left shoulder, so it aids the ball to move away as well from the right-handers and come back into the left-handers, and it's the opposite for John. So the wind is also helping him take the ball away from Mansingh with his natural movement, as he saw that one move away from Mansingh. But it's good skills being showcased here by the medium pacers. They're not expressed by any stretch of the imagination, but they're moving the ball about.
48 for 5. 19 overs completed. Ryan picked up 2 for 14. Springer picked up 2 for 20.
Good start. And Keswick mentioned Mansingh. He made his debut last year out of luck, really, as Alvin Williams he had to be taken off the field due to medical reasons, and it aided the involvement of Mansingh. Got his chance. Jamaica was also in trouble in that game. He made a half century, took 5 wickets, and then from there he basically commanded a spot in the team. And also in trials this season he made a couple of half centuries as well to seal up that spot. So he has grabbed his opportunity with both hands, and on the back of last season he was a part of the West Indies A tour that went to South Africa.
Well, they will need those half centuries that he got in trials now, Foster, because they are in a critical condition here. 48 runs on the board, 5 wickets down, and we're in the 20th over. It is now 19 minutes before lunch.
And he's have to survive these periods, the Scorpions, or else it could be over very quickly. And it's a good return to cricket here at Savannah Park. You've seen some spectators in the north stand. It's obviously it's not full by any stretch of the imagination. But there are people here. We haven't seen that for some time. Yeah. So having fans here, you probably want to put on a showing.
For them to come back.
Absolutely.
But it's good to have back first-class cricket back in Jamaica after, you said, 2020. That's almost 4 years. Springer bowling good. I mentioned earlier that he has been really improved on his game. I watched him in Lauderdale at the US Open. Springer looking to book a spot in the West Indies team. But right now, the man who is carrying West Indies team is Shamar Joseph.
Same name, different last name.
Yeah.
And he's really found his groove. He's found his line. He's found his length. Hasn't given anything away to the batters. There was probably one delivery down the leg side to Brown when he just started, but everything else has been on that fourth and fifth stump outside the off stump, and he's nipped back a couple, shaped away a lot, and Mansing has been watchful. But they're trying to use up the conditions as best as possible. Early moisture in the wicket, as you see, a third slip comes in. So that tells you that the captain believes that something will happen to the slip cordon soon.
Yep, expecting an edge to come in. That's down to long on. Will he get away to the boundary? Well, good work. Managed to pull it back in. They picked up 2 runs. Well, 3. Score moves on to 49.
Yeah, so it's up to 52 now for 5.
52 for 5.
So the run rate is what, just over 2.5. But I think the bigger problem for the Scorpions is that they have lost half the side. That's a critical problem. As much as they have batting to come, you want your better players at the crease for longer periods.
Totally agree with you, especially with the experience that they have. Foster, 20 overs completed. The score reads a 52 for 5.
Yeah. So 2 wickets for Ryan John, 2 for Shamar Springer, 1 for Sherman Lewis. And a really disappointing batting effort from the Scorpions. Only 14 to Jermaine Blackwood. He's the top scorer so far. And if that's the top scorer, that tells you that the team is in problem.
Well, for Jerome, it is a good opportunity now for Mansing and Morris to work themselves in, to see if they can get some runs on the board and see how far they can get with 5 wickets already down. It's a good opportunity for them now. He said that Mansing picked up half centuries in the trial. This is a good time for Morris.
Lewis is back to Mansing, and that one is outside the off stump. But it's also what is sticking to me is that there's no sign of spin so far. So that tells you that the captain believes that a lot is in the wicket for the Pacers.
And it is evident, you see 5 wickets down already. I would love to see a spinner, though, Jerome, to see how the pitch will play with spin. It's a nice delivery again from Lewis.
Played that one well, Mansing. It jumped off a length, and he used soft hands rather than pushing at the delivery. He waited on the ball to come to him, and then dropped his hands and loosened his grip on the bat. So there was no pace or momentum to carry the ball to gully. It just trickled to the man at gully. And the score remains at 52 for 5. The use of spin is a good, it could prove to be a good move, especially just before lunch as well. Nice lift and carry there from Lewis. Taken by the wicketkeeper Walcott, who has looked quite efficient behind the stumps. Lewis coming back for his second spell. Conceded only that 4 that went down to third man. He has bowled, 3 maidens?
Yes.
And halfway into a 4th. This is his 5th over. And he has moved the ball both ways, but predominantly he's using that wind, as you have mentioned, to his effect to move the ball away from the right-hander.
You look at the keeper here, Jerome, not just standing and collecting. You can see the bowlers, they're sticking to the plan outside of the off-stump, bowl straight. If the batter miss, you hit.
Absolutely, and they're using a 7-2 field, so 3 slips, a gully, and the 3 men, the ring of fielders on the offside, that's a point, cover, and mid-off. But the only 2 men on the onside are mid-on and fine leg. And it's a very short mid-on, so that tells you that Lewis will be concentrating, as you mentioned, on and about middle and off, shaping the ball away.
Oh. Another dot. Seems as if he's up for the 4th maiden here, Jerome. You mentioned 3 already. This one is shaped in for the 4th one. He picked up 1 wicket for 4 runs in 4.5 overs. And if you're just joining us, we say welcome. You said the game is at Shedwin Park is yet to start, Jerome.
And it's great to see that fast bowling is being talked about West Indies cricket again. It was the trademark of West Indies cricket. It really put West Indies cricket on the map. And you see that Cricket West Indies is also investing in the younger players. As we look at the scoreboard here, Chadwick Walton, he was dismissed for 4, Carlos Brown 8, Kurt McKenzie 10, and Kruma Bonner 1. And the last one to go, Jermaine Blackwood for 14. I was mentioning the use of fast bowlers. Cricket West Indies investing in fast bowlers. They gave contract to Shemar Holder recently. He was part of the under 19 team that won. He had a serious back injury. He was in the United Kingdom recuperating. He's now getting back up to full steam, and Shamar Joseph was elevated from a regional contract to an international contract for obvious reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Picked up 7 wickets, so 68 runs. Why not? Give him a contract.
It's going to be Springer to continue to Romain Morris. And that's a dot. So the only 10 minutes to go before the break. So it's going to be interesting to see what the tactic will be from the Windward Islands, if they continue with pace right through or they sneak in a couple of overs from Denver or so.
That will go towards the boundary. That is a relief for Morris. He runs away to the boundary. Score moves up to 56-5. Release some great pressure off him there, Jerome.
Yeah, it wasn't really balanced in the shot. He used all his arms. Didn't transfer the weight altogether, Romain Morris, but he's in good form. Overpitched and he just leaned into it and got 4 runs. Could have been easily gone to the man at mid-on. Didn't go over the ball enough. Did well enough to get it in that gap. Keswick Williams rejoins us with the 3 slips and a gully from Springer. That's short from Springer, and it goes into the wicket-keeper's gloves. And there's no chance of a run. So 56-5. So that means advantage Windward Islands Volcanoes easily, Keswick.
Well, the Windward Islands will be very, very confident against the Scorpions. Beat them last year as well in the 4-day tournament. So that in itself should give them a little bit of power, I would like to say, over the Scorpions. Knowing that they have been doing well against them as a scrambler for a single. What I like about the Windwards, though, the plan that they have in terms of how they have been bowling is something that is good to see. They keep it outside the line of off stump. So they go down on 5th stump, 6th stump all the time, and then they come in closer to you. And the angles in terms of what they've been using is brilliant. Good plans from the Volcanoes. As our co-commentator Kimberly usually say, they've been erupting. And good to see that they're in St. Vincent now, where there's an active volcano.
I don't think they really want to be around that, but anyways, that's a good delivery from Springer to Mansing.
I would tell you one thing. I actually
Well,
live
you would have
probably
been.
about.
How far are you from that?
I probably live driving wise. I probably live like 25 minutes driving from it. But then from the foot of the volcano, according to where you walk from, because you can walk from, the countryside and the leeward side. So walking from the leeward side, it will take you probably 2 hours and 45 minutes to get to the top. But that shot didn't take 2 hours and 45 minutes. It just take Abijay Mansing a couple of deliveries to show the class. It's a lovely shot. Eased into it, down to Kingston 10, and that's a lovely shot by Abijay Mansing.
Absolutely. Over pitch delivery from Springer. But Mansing didn't miss out. He loves a cover drive, does Mansing. And almost a signature shot there for him.
Well, it takes 2 hours and 45 minutes to reach the top of the volcano.
Yeah.
But it takes Abijay Mansing 16 balls to play that shot.
Absolutely. It must have been scary, though.
It was. I will tell you one thing. I was at work that morning and I saw the big puff of smoke in the air. It got so scared. So what happened? When it happened, we went down to the leeward end, which is closer to the volcano, to try to help evacuate people and stuff like that. And in a matter of an hour and a half, the whole area got so dark. And I'm talking about pitch black dark. It was scary. It's not something that I wanna,
Relive.
I don't wanna relive it at all. I don't wanna be there if the volcano is erupting and they told me I'm gonna leave. It's not something I wanna experience again at all.
Yeah, Sherman Lewis is back to Romaine Morris, and there's a loud appeal. Gregory Brathwaite is not interested.
Speaking of experience, Shama Springer is showing his experience, and Lewis.
I was mentioning to Kim just now that they're utilizing every ounce of movement that is in the surface as well as in the air. Off the seam, they're using every bit of it. They're working the new ball, working the areas, using up the crease as well.
Well, it comes with planning. You can see that their plans, that they're planning the dressing room, they're executing it, hitting those areas as well.
Morris looking to cut, but that one almost cut him in two. Came back at him sharply. No chance of a run. The score remains at 61 for 5. But to win the toss, insert the opposition at home as well, and to have them on the back foot, you can't ask for a better start than that.
Brilliant start. Brilliant start. We would like to continue. We haven't seen the implementation of spin as yet. We have Kenneth Denver out there who bowled a bit of off spin. Not a bit, but a lot of off spin.
Quality of spinner. He took a lot of wickets last season.
Did a brilliant job for them.
Shane Shillingford, he probably would be his idol.
Definitely. He looks up to Shane Shillingford. How good was he for the Windward Islands over the years?
And even the West Indies, as Lewis short to Morris, and he goes hard, but it just trickles down to fine leg. He wasn't in control of that any time at all, Morris. Got onto him pretty quickly.
Sherman Lewis played a few games for the West Indies as well.
Yeah. I remember.
So he has international experience.
I think he played one of the games in Australia last year, 2022. And then he would have made his test debut against India, away from home. I remember that for sure.
That's what you call a rough debut.
That.
Against India.
I wouldn't grudge him.
The Virat Kohli.
In India as well.
In India.
Full delivery from Mansing. He was looking to guide that one down to third man.
Had the pleasure in playing in India as well.
I think there's a viral video of you playing against him.
I can remember.
Virat gave you that same
Virat,
signature.
oh my God. I'm popular for that celebration, but sometimes when you speak of the celebration, then you have to mention Chadwick Walton and Virat Kohli.
Absolutely.
But I can remember that I got the wicket of Virat Kohli in that second game in Trivandrum, and the whole stand got silent.
Yeah.
A pin drop.
Lewis to Mansing. That one is angled into the pads and it strays down the leg side. And it goes for a single to Well, it's a leg by signaled by the umpire, so the score goes over to 63 for 5. The Scorpions, partnership of what, 18? So that tells you they were 45 for 5. That was serious trouble, and they're still in deep trouble.
Indeed, they are. They need to build a partnership here.
Ideally, I think the Scorpions would want both these players to get a century from here to set themselves up in this game. But based on how the Volcanoes have been bowling, you probably want to rule that out. Morris goes hard downtown and launches it into the north stand for 6. What a shot!
Surely he's not ruling out 6 hitting.
Not 2 minutes before lunch. That's a serious shot. That was brave.
That's a lovely shot, a shot of authority. You would want to think different because it's a couple of overs into lunch. Lunch is around the corner. But if you have a batter at the crease, playing those sort of shots just before lunch, it shows confidence.
Indeed. And I was mentioning earlier that he's informed locally.
So that's good. That's good signs.
Indeed. He recently won the Player of the Year for his club, Kingston Cricket Club.
And that's what you want. You want players to play with confidence, but be very smart and selective as well.
I don't think the coaches would be too pleased if he got out at mid-on there.
I will tell you one thing. As a coach, you see that, you're going to say, well played. But
just in case
if
he
he got out
he would
and
be
then he
livid.
walked in the dressing room, you as a coach,
You have to be livid.
what would you say?
I would tell him, don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Go to the showers.
Yeah, go to the showers. Don't look at me. But only a minute to go before lunch, so this should be the last over. Darius Martin is back, and that's short. The first one of the over. And the umpire says wide.
And you could see that they're looking for a wicket. They have silly mid on. They have a man at short leg and leg slip, and then they have fine leg. So the intention here is to go short.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
They're searching for a wicket. Abijay Mansingh, not really a fella who loves to play the short ball. So
Not at all.
all intentions here to go short.
Down the leg side. It had some pace on it from Martin. And this is good captaincy as well. This is
Aggressive.
your quickest bowler based on what is happening so far. So it gives you the option of trying something different. They've been pitching up and moving it away, moving it inwards. I know they're trying to bully their way to a 6th wicket, and that would really put them on top. Not to say they're not on top now, but they would probably eat 2 lunches.
Told you about Darius Martin. Play for the same club in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so I know a lot of him.
And the good thing about this short ball tactic to me as well is that it can also bring the 2 slips in place, because now Mansingh will be camping out on the back foot thinking about the short deliveries. But in no time, that delivery that is on a good length can just surprise him and bring the slips and the gully into play as well. So let's see what Martin does if he goes all short for the rest of the over. Good stop there from Solazano. That delivery was on a length. He's forcing it through the offside, came off the inner half of the bat. And the score remains at 70 for 5. Halfway through over number 6 for Martin. He's really cranking it up here.
A lot of chirping from everybody out there that brings a lot of energy to the bowler.
A lot of noise. I would be happy to at 70 for 5.
We have a phrase that we use in St. Vincent.
Full
Tail is
delivery.
up.
Yep.
But Mansingh was equal to the task. Down the ground. Denver has to give up chase.
That's a beautiful
4
shot.
runs.
That's a wonderful shot from Mansingh. It was aerial for a while, but he wasn't in any trouble because of the field setting. The mid-on was short and hit it through that vacant area. Nice shot from Mansingh. Pleasant again. That's his 2nd boundary. And it looks as if he's assured of his technical ability and confident in his game.
Sure, Kimani Melos is a bit upset the field setting like that, you want to keep it above the hips.
That's a free ball, to be honest. Martin, short down the leg side, and Mansingh was looking to work. That's a dangerous shot with what's happening. Taken by wicketkeeper Walcott, and there's no chance of a run. Score remains at 74 for 5, and one delivery to come in over number 24. So you're operating at what, 12 overs and all?
So far, so good from Kimani Melius.
I think I've been impressed.
He has been aggressive. Just wondering what would it be like having your two best batters coming back into the side next game in Covem Hodge and Alec Anthony's.
And
That one, a hint of swing coming back in. So Abijay knows where his off stump is. And that's lunch. First day of the Regional 40 tournament. Jamaica 74 for 5. Darius Martin finishing that over 6 overs. But the talk of the day, Ryan John coming in, picking up 2 wickets. Shamar Springer 2 as well. And the full of experience, the guy who's leading the attack, started it earlier. Lewis started things off for the Windward Island Volcanoes. But it's lunch. Good captaincy from Kimani Melius so far. First time captaining the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And he's doing a fantastic job. What do you think?
Yeah, he couldn't ask for a better start. To be quite honest, it took them some time to get that first wicket. Took them about 6 overs to get that first wicket, the wicket of Chadwick Walton. And ever since that dismissal, the gates have been open. The wickets have tumbled for the Scorpions. They lost one at 12, 27, 43, 45. And it has been an easy morning for the Volcanoes. Not many catches in the slips. They've been hitting the stumps at will. Only one catch down the leg side, and that was the catch of Bonner. Brown was caught at the wicket as well, but the others, the wickets, were hit. But Mansingh, 14 from 25. Romain Morris, counter-attacking 14 from 15. He's showing some form of aggression, which I thought was lacking in terms of the intensity with the running from the Scorpions. So you will rejoin us in another 35 minutes or so with the Jamaica Scorpions sent into bat 74 for 5 at lunch on day 1. Round of matches in the West Indies Championship. It's the Jamaica Scorpions, the hosts, against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes, you would say they won the first session comfortably. After winning the toss, Kimani Melios, the captain, first time, inserted the Jamaica Scorpions actually. And the Volcanoes, they have taken 5 wickets so far. 2 of them to Ryan John, another 2 to Shamar Springer. And the man with the ball, Sherman Lewis, he has 1 wicket, and he got the wicket of Chadwick Walton. Abhijay Mansingh is 14 from 25. And the man on strike, Romain Morris, is 14 from 15. And he'll be facing Sherman Lewis from the Courtney Walsh end, and he's forward halfway and pushes it to cover, and there's no chance of a run. The score remains at 74 for 5. And it's telling you that Jermaine Blackwood has top scored so far. And all 3 batters have 14 now, because Blackwood made 14. Mansingh is on 14, and Romain Morris has 14. And joined by Kesrick Williams, Windward Islands Volcanoes representative, and CCC representative, West Indies player.
I've been representing all my life.
Back of a length delivery from Lewis to Morris, and he's forcing it to point where the captain does the fielding. And no chance of a run. He has been outstanding with his selections, Melios.
Well, so far, to be honest with you, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Kimani Melios, who's standing at point, skipper, first time. He has decided to walk out with his brim, and I want to fault him for that, because it's a bit hot out there, so it needs some protection.
Hits Morris on the pad. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite says not out. That one looked as if it pitched outside the leg stump. We'll look to see the replay shortly. As comes up, pitched outside.
Good decision from Gregory Brathwaite, one of our international umpires here in the Caribbean.
He's assisted by Jacqueline Williams, who is at square leg, and she created history in December of 2023. First female from the Caribbean to stand in a T20 international with 2 full member nations. And this one is on the front foot is Morris, and he gets no run. Good tight start here from Lewis. So he started with a couple going away, one that hit him on the pad, and then he went away again. So the skill set's on show again.
Definitely, it all comes back to the plans that they set in the dressing room. Skipper Kimani Melios, I'm very impressed with how he's going about things. The last couple of overs before lunch, you could see the attacking strategy from him as a skipper.
Fuller delivery, and that's hit down the ground in the air. It bounces a couple of times and trickles into the boundary. So Morris continues his aggressive approach. It was aerial, but he wasn't in any sort of problems at any point. But it didn't look the most comfortable, you may say.
Yeah, he wasn't really too confident behind that shot. So that looks like a little bit of a leading edge, I would say. He did get a boundary at the end of the day. That's the main thing. You don't see ugly shots on the scorebook, do you?
No, only
so that's
4 more.
4 at the end of the day.
And Lewis is over the wicket again, shorter to Morris, and he climbs into that. It goes all the way for 6. The second one of his innings. That was fearless, and it was brutal. It goes all the way.
He's the type of player that he plays his shot no matter what, no matter the circumstances, and I like what I'm seeing so far. Gives a little bit of England cricket effect. Last ball of the over 6, pulled straight over the square leg boundary. So Morris looked like he's getting into the knack of things. To be honest with you, he looks the most confident player so far for the Scorpions.
So 10 runs taken off that first over after lunch. And he looks as if he has a clear mindset as to how he's going to score his runs, Romain Morris. It's not about nudging and nerdling around. He's being aggressive. 4 and 2 sixes in his 24.
So you have gotten a start. You just have to continue from there.
Yeah. I don't think the Volcanoes will mind too much with that aggression. Around the wicket is Darius. Martin short to Avijay Mansingh. And no chance of a run as the ball misses the bat and into the gloves of the keeper. So the tactic of going short to Mansingh is going to continue here from the Windward Islands. They have now gone around the wicket, but no leg slip this time like what they had prior to lunch.
Well, prior to lunch, they were looking for a wicket, looking to see if they can get an in-roll, at least getting 6 wickets before lunch.
And is it a little bit strange that you don't see them going back to the movements and pitching up and so on instead of going short so early after lunch? It's only the first, it's not even the first hours yet, so it's just the second over of the second session.
Well, I'm guessing the plans of skipper Melius is about being aggressive throughout. Looks like they're looking to attack these batters of the Scorpion. So far, Morris, the only player who really sort of take on the short ball so far. Kimani Melius running to Darius Martin.
Seems as if he's struggling. Yeah, he's struggling.
Kieran Kotoy, the substitute, who's signaling to.
Yeah, he's clutching the back of his
physio.
Yeah.
Looks like he's having a little bit of discomfort.
Yeah, not sure where the area is, but he's obviously not 100%. Is Darius Martin, fast bowler, who you say is from Grenada or St. Vincent.
You would really like to see him continue here. He had his injury problems over the years. So far, he has been good. Haven't really picked up a wicket as yet, but the errors that he hit all morning.
See, the physio is out with him now, and you could see the concern initially. That looked like Descartes, who was signaling to the captain that probably Martin can't continue. Never a good sign when a big fast bowler is down.
This is only the first game, second session of the day. It can't. So this is the thing that worries me. It can't boil down to fitness because he's a fit guy. He put in his work. As I mentioned, the trainer, strength and conditioning trainer for the Windward Island Volcanoes, Mr. Walters, is really a guy that gets stuck in when it comes to fitness. He's very serious about his players and their fitness.
No, he's up. It doesn't look as if it's too bad because the physio came out and just gave him a couple of stretches, and now he's ready again to go. So maybe it was just cramps.
Maybe a bit of stiffness after lunch.
Could be.
Probably from sitting and eating.
You're the fast bowler, you should know.
Sometimes after sitting and eating for a while, according to how we sit in a chair, you know, those nerves that pass from your butt to that goes down, the sciatic nerve and stuff. Sometimes you just sit a bit too long and compress those nerves, and you know, when you get back out there, you get a little bit of discomfort. Few stretches.
You're ready again. Didn't
Let's
know
get
you were
ready.
a biology teacher, actually. So Darius Martin around the wicket to Mansingh is short again. And he's insisting that Mansingh stays on strike.
It was my favorite subject, I would say.
No surprises.
The thing is, as a cricketer, I mean, you would get injuries. So when you're a player that works hard and put in the hard yards, what happens? You do get injured, And the amount of times you get injured as a player, sometimes you know exactly what's happening to you whenever it happens. You can know how serious it is. So you get to learn about your body. And if you're a fast bowler or a cricketer and you don't know anything about your body, give up.
Short again from Martin into the pitch. But Mansingh gets out of the way pretty quickly. No chance of him being hurt or losing his wicket. The score. You mentioned, go again with that statement. If you're a fast bowler and you don't understand.
If you're a fast bowler and you don't understand your body to the extent whereby if you pick up an injury, you can know how serious it is, then that's a problem. For me, as a fast bowler, I understand my body that if I pick up an injury, I can know how bad it is before I go to my physio. If I can continue, if I should stop.
Martin goes short again to Mansingh and he's ducking out of the way. And the umpire signals the second one over the shoulder for the over. Have you ever been in a position where you've gotten injured and then when you go to the doctor, you have a different feeling as to what has happened to you?
Not really. Over the years, I've picked up so many injuries. I've gone side strain, ankle. An injury that I've never really had as a fast bowler is knee injury. I was fortunate enough to never really pick up that.
I think you had a shoulder problem once?
Shoulder, right here in Jamaica. Right here in Jamaica. It was a game against Jamaica. I was playing for St. Lucia. And Obed McCoy, I think he nicked off Christopher Gale. Was it Gale? I can't remember. But the ball came down to the third man boundary and I dived for it. And dive and landed on my shoulder. I had to come off and Dr. Mansingh and the other guys took me to the hospital. Had to do x-rays and stuff on my shoulder because it was swollen. I couldn't finish the game. So I was out for like 3 games after that, but then I came back. So it wasn't anything serious. But the adrenaline sometimes it make you...
Mansingh works that one into the onside and he gets off the mark for the second session. Takes him to 15 and he'll be on strike for the start of the next over at 85 for 5 as Keswick continues to give us an update as to how he recovered from serious injuries.
Rest is very important,
Yeah.
I would say.
Jamaican start.
But sometimes when you get injuries on the field, the adrenaline, like for example, Shema Joseph played with a broken toe, or fractured toe, I should say. What took him through that spell was the adrenaline, the pump, the energy, everything just take him through that. But I'm pretty sure after that game,
the real pain would be there.
The pain would set in. Yeah, but as a cricketer, you definitely have to play with pain. And every single game, there would be an issue.
Regardless of how fit you are.
Regardless.
Sherman Lewis is into Mansingh. Goes towards the leg stump and Mansingh taps it to short mid-on. And the fielding is done by Johan Jeremiah, that seems to be. And the score remains at 85 for 5. It's always my biggest fear to see a fast bowler get injured because I know it's just a thin line between them recovering and never playing again.
To be honest with you, as a fast bowler, biomechanically, our body is not made to do the things that we do as fast bowlers.
Lewis down the leg side to Mansingh, who is easy again and just works it fine to fine leg. And Martin comes off the boundary, takes the score up to 86 for 5.
I could remember having a conversation with a physio in the Caribbean. I'm not going to mention his name, but he always mentioned that he thinks that fast bowlers' paycheck should be higher than all the other players, and I supported him 120%. You know why? Because he said that fast bowler's career is the shortest. As soon as a fast bowler passes the age of 32, 33, 34, as long as these international teams see.
Morris goes hard downtown and it flies into the boundary. Another one for the left-hander who is counter-attacking here. Trying to put pressure back on the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And another boundary. Overpitch this time from Sherman Lewis.
Doesn't look like he's under any sort of pressure. This Scorpion player. Morris, that is. with some authority down the ground.
Really looking to establish himself as the wicketkeeper option for the Scorpions. He was tried before. And
Looks like he's in complete control.
absolutely. Looking to see if he can counter punch again. And that's down the leg side from Sherman Lewis. Nice space. Wrong line. And collected by the wicket keeper. And he's only played 5 games for the Scorpions before today.
He's now 28 off 23, top score so far.
Yeah.
Just need to continue because we want to see these sort of scores go into the 50s and converting it to hundreds.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you're supporting. It's about West Indies cricket
Yeah.
and developing West Indies cricket.
And 28 is actually his highest first-class score ever. So he's on that score now, and he'll be looking to get triple that at least.
What I do like about him, though, is that he's not playing any sort of rash shots.
Yeah.
Every shot that he has played so far that went into the boundary are shots that he's comfortable playing. So he's not playing any rash shot. That 6 that he hit over long on before lunch, as a coach, you would want him to be a bit more selective in his stroke playing. But that in itself, he played it with some authority. He didn't play it like he's not sure. So far, he have only played 1 stroke.
He goes hard again, over mid-on this time. Mid-off is back, he's chasing, but to no avail. That's another boundary for Romain Morris. And he's really putting pressure back onto the bowlers of the Volcanoes. And he takes the score for the Scorpions up to 90 for 5. 94 for 5. And it's something for Kimani Melios to think about now for the Volcanoes. He pushed back the mid-off. He also had deep square and fine leg back.
You can hear in the stump mic that Lewis is asking Demba to hang. He was probably in a bit too much, but it's a good shot. As I mentioned, these are the shots that he will usually play. So it's not like he's unsure of his stroke making, which is good. Confidence. He now moves on to 32. Finished the over with a boundary. That's the second over now he's finishing with a boundary.
Yeah.
You can hear the chirping from Royal to the Volcano guys.
He's very good at that actually.
Few boundaries and everybody stopped talking.
Yeah.
He's the type. I really like Java Royal as well. I played with him for St. Lucia, Zooks, and also St. Lucia Kings. Same franchise, just change of names and stuff like that. So I've played with him. Faf Duplessis, love him a lot. The energy that he brings to the game. It doesn't matter what. Javel Glenn is another one. You would want to have these sort of players around because they make you feel like you're Superman. They make you feel like you can do it.
Darius Martin is back again to Mansingh, who is holding his own to those short deliveries. That one is outside the line of the off stump, and he ducked under it again. And it's still 94 for 5. And Royal, he has been in and around the setup for some time now, ever since he's emerged on the scene, and he's a likable character.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Love him to pieces. Well, I shouldn't have said to pieces. That's a wrong statement, but I love that man.
I don't think it makes a difference.
But he's a good character.
Yeah.
He's a good character. Someone that enjoys his cricket. And not just enjoy his cricket, he performs as well. Full of confidence.
Mansingh waits on Martin, and that's down the leg side. He must be mindful here, Mansingh, about the plan. Yeah. Aiming at his body. Missed out on that one, but
The thing is, bowling that line and still taking it down the leg side, he has to be mindful of that because there's no fine leg. Well, there's fine leg, but he's wide. Anything off the tie pad, off the bat, would go for 4.
yeah, I think that fine leg is more for that pull shot. Almost like a long leg.
He's now over the wicket.
He has 2 slips, a gully, backward point, straightish mid-off, and then there are 3 men on the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the short leg. And Mansingh is back. and punches it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. It's actually 4 men on the onside because the long leg is deep. The score remains at 94 for 5, halfway through over number 28. But as a fielding unit now, you don't want to give the Scorpions the impression that we're on the back foot here, despite a couple of boundaries. I think the Volcanoes are still ahead of the game at 94 for 5.
Yeah, very much so. But something they don't want to be, they don't want the Scorpion to get comfortable.
Martin again, and that's Wayward down the leg side.
And with this ploy, bowling everything short, a batter can get comfortable because they're not attacking bumpers. They're not really doing him any harm. The most he can do is just probably duck, block. He still need to work the edge. See if he can get cover nicks.
I was about to say that Mansing is obviously not a compulsive hooker. So he's really easy in just ducking and coming out of the way. Have to be a little bit straighter. He put Fuller now, forced him into the drive,
That's
as
what I
Keswick
want.
mentioned, and he's beaten outside the off stump. I think that's a better line and a better length and a better attacking option for the Volcanoes.
So it's all good and well that you're attacking or bowling the shorter ball, but you still need to understand that we need to still hit that channel. We still need to hit that line, that top or off some length as well. We still need to do that, but then that odd short ball has to come into play. But he has been going short for again a short one. So there we don't mind that. It's fine, but you still have to understand we need to try to get wickets. They're already on the back foot. Finishing that over with the dot ball. Still 94 for 5.
Yeah. So you'd probably see a change in approach shortly because I don't think White is really, Martin is doing really what the captain is asking of him. As much as he's moving and changing the tactic, as you see Ryan John comes from this to Courtney Walsh end. I don't think he has been effective with the ploy that he has started. As we see a few people in the Kingston Cricket Club, and people are back at Sabina Park watching cricket. A very historical area of Jamaica, that is, the Kingston Cricket Club. Produced so many great cricketers. Jeffrey Dujan is one of them. Nehemiah Perry.
Are there any
several others, yeah.
cricket academies here at the
In
Kingston
Jamaica?
Cricket Club?
Not necessarily. You just have the players from in and around the area. So Kingston College is to the north, is to the south from here. St. George's College is right behind us right here. So some of the players from those schools, they're part of the Kingston Cricket Club and they have their under 14 and their minor cup trainings and so on here. But other than that, it's not like the other places in the world. So for example, Nikita Miller, who is the assistant coach, he has a nursery now.
Okay.
Yeah, so he gets players at certain ages to play in his academy. I think the academy name is Formula Academy. Ryan John full to Morris, and this is the ease for Morris now because of his attacking intent. The mid-off has dropped back deep and enables him to get an easy single to take him up to 33 and pushes the score up to 95 for 5. And as you mentioned the academy thing, I don't know how it works in probably the Windward Islands, because I know learning about the trial games is fascinating to me. The mere fact that you guys have to play inter-regional matches to get selected for the Windward Islands. So the St. Lucia team comes as one, Grenada team comes as one, and then you pick a team from that inner competition. Tells me it's more expensive than how we go about preparing. And when I say we, I mean Jamaica in this instance.
Definitely. The preparation to select guys for the Windward Island Volcanoes team is a bit more expensive than probably the other franchises. For example, Leewards as well probably has to go through the same thing.
Ryan John passes the left shoulder of Gregory Brathwaite, the umpire. And Mansing is easy in defense. Pushes it down to mid-on where Kenneth Demba does the fielding, the off spinner. think he'll be relishing a chance to bowl. Oftentimes has success against the Scorpions as well. You continue on that point about the preparation.
Yeah, so what happened, we will have the Windward Island tournament where we have Grenada, St. Vincent, Dominica, and St. Lucia. 4 teams playing a tournament, sort of a wrong robin kind of tournament, and then you would have a best of best tournament where they will select 2 teams from that set tournament, and they will come together and play probably about 3 or 4 games or so, according to how much time they have in terms of preparation. So I could remember this year, guys from Grenada, guys from Dominica, and also from St. Lucia came over to St. Vincent.
Full delivery from John and driven nicely by Mansingh. Couldn't pierce the gap. That has a short cover and an extra cover. Score remains at 95 for 5.
They would come over to St. Vincent, and they will have a few matches, and then they would select that team to come and play in the regional tournament. Also for CCI, when I was there, it used to be the same thing. You know, we'll have guys flying down from Mona campus, and from St. Augustine, they will come over to Barbados, and we'll have practice games.
John short outside the off stump and flashing blade from Mansingh. And he's beaten outside the off stump as we hear a couple fans asking Mansingh to be a little bit more circumspect in his approach. Still in some trouble, the Scorpions at 95 for 5. It's a uniqueness of the Caribbean that makes everything so fascinating and makes playing for the West Indies even more beautiful.
I'll tell you one thing, when you're from my island and you get onto the West Indies team, it's a remarkable feat.
This one is fuller from John, and it's tapped to cover, and that completes over number 29 at 95 for 5. 50 runs, the partnership between Romain Morris, 33, and Abhijay Mansingh, 16. The Scorpions, they were 45 for 5 when these two came together. And at that time, you felt as if the Volcanoes would be batting at this time.
Well, obviously, that would be something that the Windward Islands would have loved right now. But obviously, Jamaica will have their plans. Kind of falter earlier in their innings, but they are showing fight. They're showing fight presently. Abhijay Mansingh and Romain Morris. Left hand, right hand combination out there. I would like to see what's the intention here with Romain Morris on strike, Darius Martin with ball in hand, 3 slips, backward point, a cover, mid off, mid on, deep square leg and fine leg.
So this means he's going to be going into the pitch hard, I would think, but still the option of the slips coming into play. 2 men deep on the onside. Mid-off is back, almost on the boundary. That's more than 3/4. As Martin goes short and the umpire screams no ball immediately. That's Jacqueline Williams. And that takes the score up to 96 for 5. This is a lot of energy being exerted here by Martin. He must be strong.
From what I'm seeing so far from Morris, if this was a T20 innings, he would have been happy. Free hit.
Probably I don't think umpire Williams could have called any earlier. She was almost saying no by the time the ball left his hand. That is of Martin. So Morris has to think about the bigger picture here, and it's getting the Scorpions to a very good first inning score. This one is short, and he's tucking it into the onside. They are not sprinting, but they will get 1 comfortably. 2 was on the cards, but not for Sherman Lewis, who was quick to the ball and takes the score to 97 for 5.
Well, it looks like that's the plan that skipper Melius is looking to execute when Darius has ball in hand. If that's the plan, then Why not? Just stick to it as long as possible.
Really being impressive here, the Volcanoes bowling effort so far. Just trying to adjust to this counter-attacking approach from the 6-wicket partnership. 16 to Mansingh from 44 deliveries. He's now waiting on Darius Martin, and that's full up. Still back of a driving length, and it's up to point, and the score remains at 97 for 5. Just an update from the other games around the region. Still no start over at Chedwin Park. That's in Spanish Town in Jamaica. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were 102 for 6 at lunch. They are now 123 for 7 against the West Indies Academy in Basseterre St. Kitts. That's at Warner Park. And Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force, they are 143 for 3, batting first in Connery. Darius Martin again. Still has some pace on that delivery, but Mansingh is halfway forward, and there's no chance of a run. And there's no surprises that the game at Chedwin Park is not yet off the ground, because it was serious rain in that area for the last 2 days. And we gather that there's a wet outfield at Chedwin Park to the start of that encounter. It's going to be Martin. Still no sign of spin, Kez.
Well, the way things have been going with the fast bowlers, probably would have kept them on.
That could have been a run out though, because Mansingh thought it was a single. It's obvious that it wasn't a single. Took a couple of steps and had to turn back.
Kimani Melios, who we're seeing here on screen, good feeler at backward point. That's the reason why he placed himself there. Abhijay Mansingh, he's not a stranger with bat in hand. He actually made his List A debut as an open batter for the CCC.
He waits on Martin and he's cutting that one away. Melios takes a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and no chance of a run out as umpire Williams tells Darius that he's close to that front line again. He's already bowled a no ball in this over.
Something that a lot of people may not know is that Abhijay Mansingh plays List A cricket for CCC. Actually, he's doing an online degree in Canada in finance. He was actually in med school, but diverted to finance after he started playing professional cricket. He's also on a contract for the Scorpion.
He
has a lot of memories here as well.
I was just about to say that.
He did say his first 5-wicket haul, well, for his 5-wicket haul was here at this ground at age 15. So playing at Sabina means a lot to him.
Yeah.
But that's the end of the over there. Score is 97 for 5. You see the bowlers here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes really doing a good job. Ryan John with the ball in hand. Still.
I was about to say that Mansingh went to Campion College here in Jamaica. The high school is traditionally known to produce some of the greatest achievers, especially at CXC level.
Well, I wouldn't expect anything less with his father being Dr. Mansingh.
So Ryan John is back to Romain Morris, and that's wide outside the off stump. And the score remains at 97 for 5. I was looking at the crowd just now that the director punched up, and I'm almost sure that I saw Kurt McKenzie's father. Kurt McKenzie Sr. Almost twins.
Played a bit of cricket himself?
I would hope so. I'm not sure, but I would hope so. Well, his sons, he has 3 sons. Kirk's youngest brother is the national under-15 captain. This is short, and that is punched up to cover point. An easy single for Romain Morris. Takes him up to 35. 98 for 5, and the Scorpions are getting closer to 100.
Well, Actually, Kirk's father played for Lucas here in Jamaica, a well-known club here. So, and his
That's
brother
around the world.
Nikolai
is the under
play
15 captain.
under
Yeah.
15 and under 17 as well.
Yeah. And he's at under 19 trials now. He has another brother who is Kirk's older brother, who they say was the better one, but he's not.
Cricket's in the DNA.
He doesn't really love it as much as Kirk, but Kirk is the one that has broken the ground. This one is up to point from Mansing, and no chance of a run. So a lot of heritage in that family. Yeah. Halfway through over number 31. But as you said, I was mentioning no sign of spin, but it's not as if it's a bad thing because the fast bowlers have been outstanding. And there has been enough help in the wicket for them. A touch of green on the surface as well.
So, at the lunch break,
Mansing trying to force that one through the offside off the back foot. He's beaten outside the off stump and collected by wicketkeeper Walcott. Yeah.
so at the lunch break, I had conversations with a few of their fast bowlers, and what they were saying is that the wicket is helping the fast bowlers. So, if the pitch is helping the fast bowlers, why not?
No need to change.
You know, and it's not like they're going for runs.
I expect this wicket to be very good to bat on come tomorrow, and as well as day 3, because you can see that the ball is actually going through at a nice height. So it should be evening out, and the sun beats out on it, and that big roller gets onto it. It will be quite placid, as that one is off the back foot from Mansing, and there's no chance of a run. I think the last game that was played here, 4-day competition, that game ended in a day and a half. Ryan John will continue. And this one is full and it clipped in the air. Morris goes off. This could be a run out. He is. A massive mix-up. I'm not sure if Mansing made a call, but Morris went off immediately. Sent back. Was in no man's land. And easy does it. Kenneth Demba picking up. And Ryan John taking the stumps off. Well, the bails off and the stumps are broken. An entertaining innings from Romain Morris comes to an end at 35. It's 98 for 6. And that is what the Scorpions did not want. That was careless cricket.
This is not something that you would want to see, especially in a 4-day cricket. A run out, wicket by the run out route. No mistake by Kenneth Demba. Right away, Abijay Mansing sent him back.
Yeah.
But the Jamaicans are quick. You guys are known for running.
Not quick enough. That was ill-advised from Morris. I think he thought the ball went into the gap. It did. But it didn't go too far from Demba, and he got a favorable bounce. Easy run out in the end, and that meant another wicket. So it's 98 for 6, and Pete Salmon will be joining Abijay Mansing to the crease. And Mansing will be looking to shoulder some more responsibility. 16 from 52. But the Scorpions, they're in all sorts of problems. And Salmon scored back-to-back centuries in the trial matches leading up to the selection of the team. One at his home ground in Chedwin Park and the other here at Sabina Park. That was in late January. So we'll see what happens here as he takes strike from Darius Martin.
Well, the skipper is continuing with Darius Martin. Another fielder being placed at gully. So there's 3 slips and a gully now. New batter to the crease, Pete Salmon. I think we know what to expect from Darius Martin.
Someone is going to go hard. He hits the ball a long way. He taps that one back to mid-on to start.
There's the run out.
Yeah, immediately as Mansingh hit the ball, he did say wait, to be quite honest to him. Stuck out his hand, that would have been his left hand. Said wait, but Morris instinctively, because of the direction of the ball, felt as if the ball was going into the gap. It was aerial for a while, but there wasn't one there. I don't think Mansingh would have made it either. This one is full to Salmon and he's driving hard up to mid-off. The Windward Islands Volcanoes all over the Scorpions at 98 for 6.
Well, what will happen if you throw a scorpion in a hot lava? It will burn, right?
Burn.
It will burn.
Well, they're in that now. I wonder if they can come out. It's going to take something miraculous from here.
Well, they can crawl. So they can crawl themselves out of this one.
Short to Salmon and he sways out of the way. Was thinking about a pull shot. Ducked out of the way at the last minute. But now the chirping starts again from the Volcanoes. A partnership of 53 was threatening to create some problems. Found their voice again. Sunil Ambris at first slip. Ryan John second slip. Somewhere Springer third slip. Yeah.
What is really, really good so far is the surface.
Martin short to Salmon, and as Keswick mentioned, once there's a bat on that ball down the leg side, the fine leg is so square that it's going to go for 4, and the 100 comes up for the Scorpions. 102 now for 6.
So with this plan, it's not a bad plan, but you have to be very meticulous with your line and length if you're doing this. Because what will happen, anything too straight or finishing on leg stump is an easy clip for 4, and that's easy runs being given away. You need to keep it outside the line of off stump, and with Darius Martin, he comes with the angle, so it will always come in to the right-hander, so he needs to start it outside of the line of off stump.
I will move the fourth slip to leg gully, but this is short again. And
what I'm impressed with, though, is the fact that the plans from Kimani Melius is to bowl short or hard lengths to these batters on this surface. And so far, the pitch has been really, really good. The consistency in bounce and everything has been good. So the ploy is to keep it hard length or short to these batters. And the plan has been working. So which means the wicket is good, and the players, the bowlers themselves is really running in hard. So fitness is a thing that we can talk about here. They have been bowling well. The energy is still up. And as long as you're taking wickets, the energy will always keep rising.
so one of the men in the slip cordon, he has moved to cover. That's Jeremiah. Martin again to someone who is wheeling his bat, but he taps it at the last minute and finishes his over. Does Martin at 98 for 6. He has gone, 9 overs, none for 23. I think he deserved a wicket for his opening burst this morning, as Ryan John will continue from this leg. Courtney Walsh end with Abhijay Mansingh to be on strike.
Something we have had problems with over the last couple of years with the wickets in the Caribbean is the slow nature of the wickets. But so far, with the pitch, so far these pitches have shown that there's bitter life in it. This morning the pitches had a bit of moisture. Ryan John attacking the stumps as usual. I told you about Ryan John. He starts outside The line of the 5th stump comes in and then he attacks the stump. And with that, Kimberly brought some luck and she's into the box.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery from Ryan. He was straight. It knocked him right on half stump and mid stump there. So the 7th wicket is down. Not looking good for Jamaican Scorpions right now. And the spectators, they're downstairs and they're murmuring that it is not a good look for Jamaican Scorpions. Well, the lava is all over the Scorpions right now.
Well, I guess they're into the lava now.
With a wonderful partnership there between Munsing and Morris, that run out, that wasn't a run. A run was not on after building a 53 or 52 runs partnership there. And then the fall of the wickets continue here, Kesrick. Scorpions, they're in deep, deep waters, down by the waterfront here in Kingston, Jamaica.
Well, to be honest with you, this is not water. It's lava.
Well, that's true. The Volcanoes, Windward Islands, they are loving it. I must commend the bowlers from the get-go. From the first delivery this morning, you could see the intentions of the bowlers. Keep it on the off stump, the half stump and mid stump. You can't go wrong if you stray. The batters, they're going to punish you, but they have done well so far and picked up 3 wickets now.
So that's usually the plan with Ryan John. He attacks the stump, but if he's not attacking the stump, he's keeping it outside the line of 5th and 4th stump, looking for that edge. So he keeps it out, and then attack the stumps. Very, very smart bowler.
Well, picking up the first delivery of your over on a wicket, that puts some pressure on the incoming batsman, Derval Green. Well, I know Derval for his pace, but now they need some runs. And I must say good afternoon to you, wherever you're watching from, especially the ladies at Classic Beauty in Mandeville. Scorpions, they need runs.
Well, to be honest with you, you mentioned that Derval is not really big with the bat, but he's not really a slump either. He's someone that can use his bat, and they will need as much runs as possible from Green. I've seen him already batting, and I know he can use his bat, but they will need as much runs as possible from him today if they're going to even put up a challenging total.
Well, after a good partnership, after lunch, well, the Volcanoes, they managed to get rid of Munsing and Morris. Munsing, he's back in the dugout. It is Pete. Earlier, you could hear the voice of Javor Royal, but he seems to be quiet in the dugout now. The Volcanoes, they're pulling back the brakes here on the Scorpions. So it's Pete and Derval at the crease. It is 103 for 7. Thinking about it here, Keswick, will this game finish in 2 days, or you think it will go on to 4 days?
Well, I'm sure that the Windward Island Volcanoes have that in their plans, but obviously the Scorpions will have other plans. And if they need to put up a challenge in total, these two batters here now have to really get stuck in and for somehow create a partnership, because that's what they need right now. Ryan John obviously is bowling well. All bowlers this morning bowl well for the Volcanoes.
Yes, totally discipline being displayed here by the bowlers of the Windward Island. So tidy over so far, a wicket, a run, and 3 dots. Ryan John picked up 3 for 17 in his 9th over. young captain Kimani. He's on the ball with his captaincy. You can see the mentality of the Windward Island. They're on point. So 33 overs completed, 103 runs on the board for 7 wickets.
So day one at Chedwin Park has been called off without a ball being bowled due to weather condition. But it's bright and sunny here at the Sabina Park. Right now I feel like I can go and take a beach tray and have a sunbath outside, Kimberly.
Yeah, we had rain for 2 days. So the pitch is okay at Chedwin Park, but the outfield is extremely wet. But here in Kingston, it's really hot and windy.
I don't know, it's something that's inexplicable is the fact that Jamaica, over the last couple of years, cricket has been in a somewhat of a dismal state. As we know, over the years, Jamaica cricket has been really good. But for some reason, the last 2 years or so, they have lost that. They need to get that back.
Yes, they have lost the momentum. Keswick, don't know what the problem is because the players, they seem fit. But I'm wondering if they are mentally fit.
Last year, they came last in the tournament. As I mentioned, their net run rate last year was negative 0.13. Just 25 points. They lost 4 games. Couldn't really seem to get started. Even in the Super 50 this year.
And with some big names on the lineup here for the Jamaica Scorpions, like Nkrumah Bana, very experienced batter, the captain Jermaine Blackwood. You would have thought that they would have stayed there and know that they are the most experienced batters in the squad and try to get some runs on the board, but the Volcanoes got the best of them. And now they're just watching from the dugout.
Would have loved to see a player like Brendan King in this makeup, or in this setup, sorry. But he's in BPL. That one edge over gully, trickles into the boundary for 4. Shamar Springer first over back, finding the edge of Derval Green. Fortuitous edge, I would say. Over the guy Silazano, who's at gully.
And the Scorpion will welcome that boundary. They need any runs that they can get right now here. The score moves up to 111.
Not really too famous with the bat, Derval Green, but he can play. Have about 5 half centuries or so in his first class career. So he can use his bat.
They will want him to use it today. Today will be the day for Derval for him to show his potential with the bat.
Well, he has 5 first class half century. If they can get 1 today, that would be really good. So Jamaica in 2023 of the Regional 40 tournament came last, and then in 2022 they were second to last. Windward Islands Volcanoes were last in 2022, but a solid improvement last year, coming second. And that's the end of the Shamar Springer over. It is 107 for 7.
Well, the top scorer is Morris with 35 from 30 deliveries. And the second top scorer is Monsing. We know that Blackwood is gone for 14. 107 for 7 in 30 at the end of 34, going at a run rate of 3.15. Just 4 runs coming from that over from Springer. Picked up 2 wickets for 27 runs from 7 overs. Ryan John, who is continuing, the vice captain, playing a big role here.
So looking at the improvement in Windward's cricket in the 4-day format, in 2018-2019, they were last place. They only win 3 games. And then in 2020, they came last. They didn't win any game at all.
That's not good. As I mentioned earlier too, that the 3 encounters that they had with Volcanoes, they only won 1 game from that encounter. Volcano won 2.
But then they played in 2023 where they became second. Played 5 matches. Won 3. Draw 2. So they have improved in the red ball format, which is good to see. And that's because their fitness improved as well. The last time both teams met, the Volcanoes had the better of the Scorpions, which is the reason why I mentioned that playing against the Scorpions for your first game, obviously you would be confident.
Definitely.
But then Jamaica playing at home, they should have probably done a little bit better than they're doing now. But at the end of the day, cricket is being played on the park.
That is true, and not on paper.
So Jamaica coming out, I think they have a really good team. It's just that they're still looking to find that start that they need to get back to where they were in Caribbean cricket.
For them to get back to that stage, Kesrick, they need to be mindful. They need to know mind power to help them to get back to where they were a couple years ago. As you said earlier, cricket is played at the park, and we are at the park. You have to play cricket mentally as well. Because if you see how the players of Volcanoes are operating, you can see that they are physically and mentally strong in the game. And I must commend the captain, Kimani. He's very mindful of what's happening here. They will have to allow the peel. The dreaded finger goes up. Another one has fallen. Jamaica Scorpions, they're sinking deeper and deeper. The score reads 107 for 8. In over number 35, the Volcanoes, they are erupting all over Scorpion here in Kingston, Jamaica.
Darvel Green has to go. Ryan John continuing his good form from last season, doing pretty well, and with that wicket brings about a jinx break, a well-needed jinx break for the Jamaica Scorpions, so that the coach and the incoming batter can have a chat to find out what they can do to get them to a good total here at the Sabina Park, as the guys take a little bit of sip.
So the Scorpions, 108 for 8. Gordon Bryan is the new man, fast bowler.
Crease.
Just saw the dismissal of
Brian.
Derval Green,
Crease.
who I presume is the last form of resistance for the Scorpions at this point. But you never know with cricket. Pete Salmon is still there. He's on 5 from 16, but Ryan John has been outstanding. 4 for 18 from 10 overs. And Shamar Springer, who has 2 wickets, is going to be resuming from the Michael Holding end, as you hear Gregory Brathwaite telling Pete Salmon that he was wasting time, but he had an issue with his bat rubber. So now it's going to be Springer to bowl to Salmon, and it's going to be aggression time from Salmon. I presume he has to try to get the Scorpions up close to 150 first, and then they take it from there. Springer has 2 for 27. But remember, batting points are for teams scoring upwards of 250. As Kim will call the rest of this over with Springer.
Well, the Volcanoes wouldn't mind Springer picking up the remaining wickets here. It's 8 down already. And that was a good spell from Ryan. Only a run coming from that over under wicket. Springer looking to continue the trend that he's on and bowling pretty well. Got 2 wickets under his belt. And it is Pete who is on strike. Steps across. I'm wondering here, Jerome, if he'll get the chance to be aggressive. I heard that he can be very destructive. But destruction is really needed now. Getting over 150, as Jerome rightfully said. It's 108 runs on the board. The Scorpion, they have been trampled all morning. It's a good delivery. Commend the bowlers again for their line and length. The wicket of Derval Green was pretty straight.
A good delivery from John was just about what they have been doing all day. The Volcanoes shaping the deliveries away from the off stump, that 4th to 5th stump area, forcing the Jamaican batters to come forward. And they've been taking the edges or hitting the top of off stump with the nickbackers. So, quality bowling, and as we have been saying all morning, is that they have been using the angles, and cricket is a game of angles. And that's what the Volcanoes have used to their advantage for the first 2 sessions so far. Their coach, Kean Peters, must be happy. And Captain Kimani Melius, in his very first outing, must be elated.
Oh, definitely he would.
Forcing shot off the back foot there from Salmon. Trying to come to terms with the pace of the wicket. Has been there for what? 21 deliveries now.
And he's on 5. The bowlers, they are definitely in control, being the player that Pete is.
Nickname Bujo, that's Shamar Springer. That's another dot and a maiden to complete over number 36, and the Scorpions are 108 for 8. I think from here, the Scorpions will be obviously disappointed. They say you can't win a game in a session, but you can definitely lose it depending on how you go about it, especially with the bat. And I think the first session, not to say that the Scorpions were overly aggressive, but I don't think their defense was tight enough to combat the moving ball, especially the length that Ryan John bowled.
So Kimani used 4 bowlers here, Jerome, trusting his bowlers. They have been bowling pretty well. I keep saying that, especially Ryan. He picked up 4 wickets, just 4 bowlers using the sessions already, and we're in the 37th over.
He has rotated them well. Johnny's steaming into bowl to Gordon Bryan for the first time. Army man is leaving that one outside the off stump.
You said Army man. We had Sheldon Cottrell who played years ago. Well, he's somewhere in South Africa or somewhere there about playing franchise cricket. But we have another Army man here with us. I wonder what he will salute today, wicket or runs.
Yeah. At this point, I think they need runs. And runs are plenty, the Scorpions. And Ryan John is over the wicket to Brian, who is swinging that off the inner half of the bat. And it's going close to the boundary. It will not get there. They're thinking about 3. Someone is coming back, and so it is Brian who is in trouble. But he gets home, put on the big skates, and takes the score up to 111 for 8. And so this is the right outcome for the Scorpions, to get someone back on strike.
Yes, but if they were doing this instead of trying to go for the big shot at times, Jerome rotating the strike, picking up their 1s and 2s and keep the scoreboard ticking, I think they could have accumulated more runs on the board. It's a Nelson on the board, 111.
It's not difficult conditions, but it's been helpful conditions for the bowlers. He's nipping back into the stumps of Salmon. There's no fine leg, so square leg has to do the long chase, and they're coming back for a 3rd. And Brian pulls out a big sprint and gets 3 more runs, so back-to-back triples there. And takes the score to 114 for 8, and Ryan John is just a wicket away from number 5, which could be another one in first-class cricket.
Yeah. I can imagine if he gets that next one for a 5-wicket haul here, what a celebration it's going to be for him to pick up 5 wickets. It is Gordon Bryan and Pete Salmon at the crease. It's 114 for 8. Can these 2 put on a good partnership to get to at least 160, 150, 160 thereabout? It is cricket, and cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. So even though 2 wickets down and they're at 114, we saw where Kamar Roach and Shamar Joseph, they had put on a wonderful partnership in the tour against Australia. Help West Indies get something on the board in the first test match.
Need some form of help here, the Scorpions. This one is played up to cover by Gordon Bryan. And there's no chance of a run fielded in the covers by, that looks to be Descartes. No, it's not. That's Sherman Lewis. The score remains at 114 for 8. Fuller delivery again from Ryan John. That's his 65th delivery of the innings, and he has taken 4 wickets from those 65 balls.
Very good spell so far from Ryan. Captain will be so pleased. As I mentioned earlier, that 4 bowlers been used so far by the Volcanoes.
Left alone outside the off stump there by Gordon Bryan, and that completes the over. And at the end of it, it's 114 for 8 after 37 overs. Romain Morris has led the way for the Scorpions so far with 35, 16 to Abhijay Mansingh, 14 to Jermaine Blackwood, while Ryan John has 4 for 24. Shamar Springer, 2 for 27, and another wicket to Sherman Lewis. That was off Chadwick Walton earlier. and the other wicket going via the run-out route, and that was Morris's wicket. A crazy mix-up with Man Singh and a 53-run partnership, which was threatening to create chaos for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but then it just disintegrated into ease after a mad mix-up. Springer full to Salmon, and he's working that one off his legs, and it's going close to the boundary. It will not get to the boundary. And they get another triple. They're running very hard between the wickets appear. Well, they are the bowlers. They need runs to defend. So they're going to do the utmost and takes the score up to 117 for 8.
Well, they have to take it anyhow they can here, Jerome. 1-1, 2-2, or by threes. It will take the score pretty close to 150 if these two batters can stay there and try and build something tangible. They need the runs to at least get to 150 or 160. The bowlers for Scorpion know they can help themselves, but they will have to have something to try and defend in the first innings here.
Springer to Brian, and that's whipped away, and that will be his first boundary. A full toss on leg stump. That's easy for anybody. Easily dispatched by Gordon Bryan. And the Scorpions would welcome some more of those.
7 runs from 2 deliveries. Already good cutback from Springer after he strayed down the leg side and was punished to the boundary. 7 runs from 3 deliveries. Seems as if Gordon Bryan, he's going to plant something there, keep digging out the pitch.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the Scorpions, and it's not the best of days either at Chedwin Park, as the game has not yet started between the Barbados Pride and the CCC. And that one is another dot delivery from Shamar Springer. So the day's play at Chedwin Park has been called off due to a wet outfield. I'll give you the update from the other scores on the day. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. That's a T. That one is edging through the slip cordon. And it goes into the boundary for another boundary for Gordon Bryan. Takes him up to 11. Chance there, but not close to any hand. Fortuitous, and 125 now for 8, the Scorpions.
Well, this is the first expensive over, well, the second expensive over we have seen here by the Scorpions. They have gotten 11 runs from it. 1 delivery left in the over. Gordon, who is on strike, putting up a fight.
He waits on Shamar Springer. He's back and says no run as he taps it to point and completes over number 38 at 125 for 8. And I was giving you the scores just before I get there. Gordon Bryan is on 11, and so too is Pete Salmon. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 170 for 3 against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and this is at Connery Sports Club. Jason Mohammed is on 82 from 166 balls, 10 fours in that innings, while Tion Webster, and as I mentioned, it's T, he's on 29 from 62, 2 fours and a 6. Amir Jangu made 27, and no other real useful contribution. 14 from Vikash Mohan, who has since retired hurt. And the other game, as we see Ryan John gets driven pleasantly down the ground by Pete Salmon for 4. And this is the Pete Salmon that Jamaicans know. The aggressive Pete Salmon. And almost took his partner out there. That was Gordon Bryan. And raced into the boundary for another 4.
Well, you can hear the applaud coming from downstairs from the Scorpion dugout. They really appreciate that boundary. The score rushes to 125 now for 8.
John again to Salmon. He goes hard, mid off, not interested. It goes over the boundary, it goes over his head and into the boundary for back-to-back 4s. It was aerial, chancy. But Salmon is going to take his chances. And it goes over the head of Sherman Lewis and into the boundary. And the score flicks up to 133 for 8.
Well, both battles at the crease. I think they had a chat earlier here, Jerome, saying we are going to take on the bowlers to even get to the 160, 150 mark. And they move up to 133 runs now. 8 wickets down. PET moves up to 19 from 26. And Gardner, he's on 11 from 10. Well, I've yet to see the current run rate goes over 5. That's a nice shot down the ground. It's gone all the way. The first one of the day for Jamaica Scorpions is gone for a 6. He picked it up well. Looking at the replay, he poses for the camera. That's a nice shot from Pete.
Yeah, indeed. Another full delivery from Ryan John, overpitched. And someone is into his strides and into his game. He's always going to be targeting those straight boundaries. That's his strength. Mid-off to deep mid-wicket is his hitting areas. Tall player, strong player is Pete Salmon. And he's in good form as well.
Well, the Scorpion would want him to stay there until the end of the play, the day's play. He moves up to 25 from 27.
Waits on Ryan John and leaves alone outside the off stump. Score remains at 139 for 8. I was mentioning that the other game of the round, Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the West Indies Academy, and that's at Warner Park in St. Kitts. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 137 for 9. Jeremiah Louis on 45.
14 runs from the over. Another expensive over for the Scorpions. They will appreciate those 14 runs. And I must say good afternoon to the ladies at Glow Hair Salon. There's a Gordon Bryan and Pete. They're building a good partnership. So earlier, Jerome, we were having a discussion about the last time Jamaica it's in the air. Will it be taken, dropped? Could not complete the catch. The Volcanoes, they're disappointed he did not take that one.
That's overboard.
Looking at the replay here, Jerome.
Yeah, Sherman got himself into a very bad position. Wasn't in a drop zone to take the catch. He was always falling down before the ball got to him. So he didn't have a steady base to gather the ball. And hence, it went down. It should have been taken at this level. And it's a big chance as well, given that someone is the aggressor at this point in the innings. And he's trying to get the Scorpions up to a respectable total.
Well, this is a 38 runs partnership between Gordon and Pete. They were at 102 for 8. It's 140. At one point, Pete had his heart in his mouth. His flashes Flashes the sweat to relieve himself. Will it be taken? What a catch! That is a spectacular catch. Well, he definitely will be walking back to the dugout. And the 9th wicket is down. It is Garden.
Speed someone.
It's speed someone. Couldn't, well, he had a chance before, but he managed to send him back to the dugout. Now the 9th wicket is down. The score reads 140 for 9 at the end of over number 39.
That was well calculated from the Scorpions. Short delivery from Shamar Springer. Starting his spell, his 10th over, short. And someone trying to get quick runs for the Scorpions has to depart for 26. And good catch there from Johan Jeremiah. He was running around to his right and to get the dive in as well. But he did so well. And importantly for him, his elbows didn't crash into the ground as well to provide any chance for the ball bouncing out. He gathered in the end. Very good catch. And at this level, that's the standards you have to set. Lewis, his mistake doesn't cost much for the Volcanoes, only a run. We'll see in the context of the game how much that run will cost or how much that run will value in the end. But at this point, the Volcanoes, they are right on top at 140 for 9. The Scorpions in danger of being bowled out well in front or well inside of 2 sessions. That's not what they would have been hoping for, even though they were sent in on a very tricky wicket in terms of the conditions. Moisture and green top. It should have been better. 140 is inexcusable. As Marquino Minley joins
Gordon
Bryan at the crease.
Well, the first delivery is a wicket. Springer picked up 3 wickets now for 38, and he's in his 10th over. Can he finish off things here for the Windward Islands? He bangs in it short, and he didn't pull it quite well. Didn't get it quite well to pull it. It was a brilliant catch there.
Springer has taken, 3 for 38. He has been pretty decent as well to go with Ryan John's figures.
That one running towards the boundary, and it will get away to the boundary. He's off the mark. Midley, he's off the mark, and the score moves up to 144 for 9. Can they put on another 20 runs partnership to get past the 160 mark? Earlier you said 250 batting will give them a point.
Yeah. Has to be upwards of 250 for batting points to be generated. That's off the top edge. And another boundary for Marquino Minley.
They will welcome those. Anyhow it comes. The score moves up to 148 now. 148. Who thought at one point that they will get to 148? After one point, they, Jamaica Scorpions, they were at 45 for 5. We see a wonderful partnership between Morris and Mansing, and a good partnership at the tail end here between Garden and Pete before he was sent back to the dugout. Well, Garden and Medley, they're looking to put on another partnership. 8 runs in this over so far. 8 runs and a wicket in the over so far. So Springer picked up 3 for 46. 2 deliveries to complete the 10th over Springer. It's a very hot day here in Kingston. Right here at Sabina Park. If you're joining us, just join us. Good afternoon. What a nice shot. Pulls that one into the car park. It is gone all the way for 6. The second one for Jamaican Scorpions.
Nice shot there from Gordon Bryan. Short delivery from Shamar Springer outside the line of the body of Brian, and he just rocked back and smashed it over a long leg. And it takes the score up to 155 for 9 to 40 overs. And the Scorpions getting their best scores from the players downward in the order. They don't mind how they come now. They have to take whatever they get.
Earlier we said that he's another soldier at the crease. Well, he seems to be firing some shots here, not getting them consistently, but he's definitely firing. He's at 17 from 11 deliveries. A loud appeal, umpire Brathwaite said not out.
Wrongly line delivery there from Ryan John. Searching for that 5th wicket. He really deserves it, to be quite honest. Has been accurate for most parts. He's trying to get his field placement right here. Marquino Minley is the man on strike. It's a very good delivery, a lifting delivery outside the off stump. Beating the right hander. It's caught on the crease. Not fully forward nor back. Ball just shaped away. John's predominant delivery or stock delivery so far has been that outswinger. Collected easily by wicketkeeper Walcott. Mainly, if he can't play that, don't think he should have a problem. It's a very good delivery. And that's clipped away over the head of mid-on, and it trickles into the boundary for another 4. Second one of the innings for Minley. That's a very good shot. Had no intentions of keeping it down. And got another boundary. John has been expensive since picking up that 4th wicket. And you can see him trying to get that 5th. He's almost overcompensating in getting the ball straight. And it's giving away a couple of runs to the Scorpions.
159 on the board now. Good watch there from Midney.
Only 2 deliveries to come in the over. But Minley's no mug with the bat.
Because he's on what? 13 from 8.
That one is short again from tapped away on the crease. So Minley has scored handy runs for the Scorpions before. I remember he would have played for the Barbados Pride before in this competition. "28 minutes before the scheduled tea break. Scorpions don't even look as if they're getting there as Descartes takes a catch. And that brings an end to the innings at 159. Marquino Minley on the up. And Ryan John bags a 5th wicket. And an outstanding display by the Windward Islands Volcanoes has brought the end to the Jamaica Scorpions innings at 159 for 9. So after winning the toss and sending the host into bat, Ryan John has taken 5 for 43. And that is his second 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. And he has to feel proud of himself, the former West Indies under-19 winner. Keswick Williams is beside me now, and He's going to give his impressions of the performance so far of both teams, starting with the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Splendid performance, I would say. As soon as I sat down, I sort of brought the luck, giving Ryan John that 5th wicket. The last time both teams met, Windward's won by 181 runs. Ryan John in that game took 6 wickets. In that same game, taking 5 today. What a display of bowling from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. A bit disappointed in terms of how Jamaica went about their planning or scoring, but a little bit of work from the tail enders, taking them up to 159. Salmon with a few hits in the back end, but I must say I'm impressed with Morris, the way how he played. The Jamaica have some work to do. Couple of minutes going into tea, so they would come up before tea and try to make some early inroads, but well done from the Windward Island Volcanoes and their skipper Kimani Melius.
So outside of Romain Morris 35, the next best contributor was Pete Salmon with 26. Gordon Bryan was 17 not out. Marquino Minley 13. Abijay Mansing 16. Jermaine Blackwood 14. And Kirk McKenzie 10 got into double figures. So the first one to go was Chadwick Walton, bowled by Sherman Lewis for 4. Then it was Kirk McKenzie, bowled by Ryan John for 10. Followed by Nkrumah Bonner, caught by Tevin Walcott off the bowling of Shamar Springer for 1. And then it was Jermaine Blackwood, who was bowled undone by a beautiful outswinger from Ryan John for 14. At that stage, it looked as if it was going to be all over at 43 for 4. Then it was 45 for 5 when Carlos Brown was taken at the wicket by wicketkeeper Walcott off the bowling of Shamar Springer. A 53-run partnership ensued thereafter with Romain Morris, top scoring as we mentioned with 35, before a calamitous run out with Kenneth Dembop throwing to John to take the bails off, and Mansing, he fell immediately after that, plumb in front to Ryan John. Pete Salmon was the 9th man to fall after Derval Green was caught by the wicketkeeper of Ryan John, and then Marquino Minley caught by Descartes. Ryan John picking up his 5th wicket, 5 for 43. Shamar Springer 3 for 53 from 10 overs. John's 5 for 43 came from 13 overs. Darius Martin, 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. And Sherman Lewis, 1 for 30 from 8 overs. That included 4 maidens. While John, who picked up 5, did not have a maiden. The only bowler without a maiden. Well, why need a maiden when he can take 5 wickets?
Definitely. Definitely. Still really surprised in terms of how Jamaica is going about their cricket. From 2016, their first class cricket saw the decline. And Windward Islands cricketers have been improving. They have been doing well. So really well done by them. Hope they can continue to improve and make their cricket better. But Jamaica Scorpion has some work to do.
A lot of work. And especially given the fact that the Volcanoes finished 2nd last season as well. And a couple of those games that were drawn games, especially the game against Guyana.
Guyana and Trinidad, they could have probably
easily have won those games.
Take one of those games at least. But well done to them. They started the first class season off with a bang. And they have bowled out the Scorpions for 159 for the viewers who just came in. Jamaica Scorpions has some work to do when they go out to bowl. Derval Green picked up 5 wickets the last time they played against them here as well. So at the end of the day, they still have something to smile about.
Yeah, so we'll take a break and we'll come back at the start of the Windward Islands Volcanoes reply, which should commence in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome back to Sabina Park. And it's day one, the second session of this, the West Indies Championship. And it's between the Jamaica Scorpions, the host, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And if you're just joining us, the Scorpions, they were bowled out for 159 in less than 50 overs. Only 41 overs bowled by the Volcanoes. Ryan John, the main destroyer, with 5 for 43 from 13 overs. He got support from Shamar Springer, 3 for 53. Sherman Lewis, 1 for 30. And there was a run out as well. Romain Morris, top scored for the Scorpions with 35. While there was 26 from Pete Salmon. Morris batted at 7, Salmon at 8. Gordon Bryan, 17, batted at 10. Chadwick Walter made 4, Carlos Brown 8, Kurt McKenzie 10, Nkrumah Bonner 1, Jermaine Blackwood 14, Abhijay Mansingh 16, Derval Green 5, Marquino Minley 13. So 160 behind is where the, well, 159 behind is where the Volcanoes are. Their captain, who won the toss, couldn't be better, sent in the opposition, Kimani Melios. He's at the crease. And with him, Jeremy Solazano, who I remember making his test debut, but didn't get a chance to bat. He was pinged on the helmet under the bat and was ruled out of the game with a concussion. So he'll be trying to force his way back into the West Indies team. And he's at the non-strikers end as Marquino Minley gets his run up right from the Courtney Walsh end, and Keswick Williams is with me in commentary with 3 slips, a gully and a backward point and mid-off, as well as a mid-on, forward square, and a very square fine leg. That's definitely deep backward square. Minley races into Melios, and he's leaving outside the off stump, collected by the wicketkeeper Morris.
Well, the Jamaica have some serious work to do here to try to get the Windward Island Volcanoes bowled out under 159. Obviously, the Windward Island Volcanoes would have other plans. But the last time these two teams met, the Windward Island Volcanoes win by 181.
That's well left outside the off stump by Melios. He's showing awareness as to what to play and what not to play. A very big moment for him as well, a proud moment. West Indies under-19 captain, and as you've mentioned earlier today, as captain at all levels in the Windward Islands, especially for his country, St. Lucia, and now given the task of leading his country. Very young as well, so he's going to be having a lot of burden on his shoulders. Edged and through the slips, through Bonner, down to third man, and into the boundary for 4. And just like the Scorpions' innings, the first boundary coming down to third man.
Bit of deja vu, I would say.
Yeah, a good length delivery there from Minley though.
But Melios last year as well, first game against Trinidad and Tobago, scored 192. In that game, the Windward Island Volcanoes had 3 batters who score over 50 runs in that game as well, in Kavem Hodge, Alec Antones, and Sunil Ambris.
And that one is straighter from Minley. And loud screams of oohs and ahs. And that one was shaping back into the stumps. 2 of those players, well, 2 of them are here. One is not here. That's Alec Antones. He's, well, back. I think he's coming back now from Australia. He was part of the Test and ODI squads, not a part of the T20 squad. T20 start on Friday morning, Jamaica time. But Melios is looking to put everything right here on Wednesday, and that one is hitting him in front. Not to the liking of Gregory Brathwaite, though. Seems to be high. And he just points to his opposite number, that's Jacqueline Williams, to tell her that's 2 deliveries to come for the over. And the score remains at 4 without loss.
Well, Kimani Mellors is... Well, he has a new opening partner with him. Jeremy Solazano out of Trinidad and Tobago. He's somewhat making his debut today as well. So he has played first-class cricket for Trinidad and Tobago, but making his debut today for the Windward Islands Volcano.
Would have played 50 over cricket though. This one is full and there's a loud appeal again. I'm not interested.
Well, at the first-class level. It's his first game at the first-class level for the Volcanoes.
And the score remains at 4 without loss to complete over number 1. A tight move there from Minlick. Just that one coming back. The others were going away from Melius. That one sounded as if it was an inside edge. Let's see if the replay can help us to decipher whether it was bat and pad or it was just struck outside the line. I doubt that was the case. That one shaping in. Oh, that has to be inside edge or else.
It's very close.
Yeah, it would have been.
Gregory Bratchwit and Williams having a chat with Chadwick Walton.
So it's going to be Gordon Bryan from the southern end, or the Michael Holding end, if you mind. As you see, South Camp Road coming towards Sabina Park. School, that primary school. Historical venue is Sabina Park. Years of cricket and legacy and tradition. And interestingly, Courtney Walsh end, Gordon Bryan.
So when you turn up to the Sabina ground and you see the names on the wall, especially the bowling end, Michael Holding, Courtney Walsh, makes you recognize the history.
That's almost what, 800 test wickets?
That's a lot. I don't have one.
Think about me, Gordon Bryan, that's short. And Solazano is back and just taps it into the pitch. And there's no chance of a run. The score remains at 4 without loss. Well, those are household names, legacy names.
Definitely.
Not just in Jamaica, but West Indies cricket. Michael Holding went to the school that's across the road. That's behind the George Headley stand. He went to Kingston College.
Okay. There's a lot of history here. Jamaicans are known for creating history, whether it's in the music industry, whether it's athletics, cricket. They have badminton here in Jamaica? Sure,
Yeah,
they
but
would be good at badminton.
We play, but it's not at a high scale. We have Olympians, though.
You have Olympians?
In badminton.
What about swimming?
And we have Olympians in swimming.
And Jamaican had a bobsled team as well?
We had a bobsled team.
I salute you, Jamaica.
And you know our prowess in track and field. But you have some good track and field athletes as well.
I'm not sure about that.
As this one is turned into the onside. Well, we see them at Jamaica College and other schools, so I guess.
Everybody you see there, I beat them already. But you know, the one thing about Jamaica that I love is everywhere you go in Jamaica, you will see pictures of all the legends in cricket. Also, whether it's in the music industry, that you support the people that you have here as icons. You support your icons, and that's good.
Yep. Solazano is leaving that one outside the off stump from over the wicket from Gordon Bryan.
I don't want to stray from the cricket too much, but also the Bob Marley One Love movie is coming out.
Yeah.
You going to take a look at that?
Probably not the 14th, though. Probably the next day.
The next day?
Yeah, probably not the 14th.
You like the type that's going to go and download that movie on some site, are you?
No, I'm going to support the movie.
You definitely should go and support
I'm going
Bob.
to support the movie.
While I'm here, for the people in Jamaica, while I'm here, I'm definitely going to pass by the museum. Respect to Bob.
I wouldn't do that. That's Gordon Bryan to Solazano, and he's leaving alone outside the off stump once again. to complete the second over. Easy does it. And the score remains at 4 without loss. And remember, they're replying in their first innings to 159 made by the Scorpions. There you see the scorecard. Romain Morris 35, Pete Salmon 26 and 17 to Gordon Bryan against Ryan John 5 for 43 and Shamar Springer 3 for 53. And wickets, I think, has to be the order of the day. As much as 159 runs are on the board, it doesn't mean that the game is over. Second innings, a team can come and consolidate.
It's not over by a long shot. You have Double Green. Last game they played, picked up 5 wickets against them. He's in the team today. Servant of Jamaica cricket. Double Green. Walking back with Minley.
They're from the same school. Different parishes though. Went to St. Elizabeth Technical High School that has produced so many outstanding Jamaican players. As mainly full to Melios and shaping into the right-hander. Almost fell over. Insisted in playing it straight. Got the inner half of the bat. And Melios has to be a little bit more balanced at the crease. Try to play in the V rather than working the ball. Now you see a change in the field here, Kez. There's a deep square going out, more like a forward square. So he's contemplating going short, while the third slip, who's Kurt McKenzie, has stepped forward. Full again, and this one is clipped to that man that went out. That's Pete Salmon.
McKenna Minley is one of those bowlers that I really admire. Very small.
That's middle.
Small in size, but he can rush onto you. Swings the ball, shapes it in and out. Very smart. Just that one test for West Indies.
He will tell you that I wouldn't say regret the moment, but it wasn't the greatest.
Wasn't the greatest at all.
Yeah. Pulled up after a couple of deliveries. After journeying almost 36 hours to play that test match.
Didn't pick up a wicket in that game either. Just 12 balls bowled.
Yeah.
But his first class career though, 87, well 50 games.
Full to Solazano this time, the Trinidadian, and he's forward. Looks easy on the eyes, Solazano. Normally takes his time.
He's one of those players that occupies the crease and play each ball on its merit. He's never in any sort of rush.
Good.
Volcanoes acquire his services. Well, acquire his service over the franchise system. So he's now with the Volcanoes, and I'm sure they will try to keep him for a long time.
Minley's around the wicket, angles that one in, doesn't shape it away like the new norm. And that one is played forward or square. Pete Salmon does the fielding, and the score remains at 5 without loss. Circumspect start so far from the Volcanoes, who have the game in control at this point. Quite comfortable.
So last year in the first class tournament, Windward Island Volcanoes, they have been improving.
Full delivery, angling down from Minley. And missed out there, you'd feel. Solazano, if he had bat on that, would have easily gone forward or square for 4. Badly line delivery.
But even though they were improving, you could find the need that they were missing an opening batter. And that's the reason why they have gone for Jeremy Solazano.
Because I think last year it was Jeremiah who was at the top with Melios for some of the games.
So they had their issues finding someone to start at the top.
And this one is nicely driven, and Minley cushions the ball onto the stumps. But that completes over number 3 at 5 without loss. Jeremy Solazano yet to score, and Kimani Melios, the captain, he has all 5 runs and will be taking charge. Taking strike for the first time from Gordon Bryan, as you see the women's team, or members of the women's team, in that the George Headley stand. They're preparing for the regional tournament, which comes up in March. They've started their preparation. Well, they started their preparation in January. Kirk Brooks is their coach. Interestingly, I don't know if you'd have played against Carlton Ball, but he's...
Yes, I did. Played a few games against Carlton Ball.
Yeah, he's the assistant coach for that team. So...
The little man.
That's what they call him?
The little man.
Or short, a half a man.
Half a man, little man.
Jamaicans have the weirdest nicknames, I can tell you.
I can tell you one thing. If you're from Jamaica and you don't have a nickname, then
you're not from Jamaica.
you're not from Jamaica.
That's true.
Chadwick's nickname is Rope. Rope.
Yeah, Rope. That's what they call him. Yeah, yeah. Because I think they call him Rami.
Rami Rope.
Yeah. Here's Gordon Bryan is ready. You'll be passing Jacqueline Williams to Melios. He's just poking that delivery forward of him.
So do you have a nickname?
Yeah, but not fit for airplay.
So then you're a Jamaican.
Yeah, I am Jamaican.
You're a Jamaican. That's it, folks. If you're from Jamaica and you don't have a nickname, you're not from Jamaica.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also in St. Vincent as well. As long as you're from St. Vincent, I have like 10 nicknames.
Yeah?
I have too much.
I thought your name was just Kez. But Brian, with a short third slip, almost like a fly slip, similar to what was implemented in that first test between the West Indies and Australia, where Justin Greaves was under the helmet in the slip cordon. Took a catch to dismiss. I think that was Cameron Green. No, it was Mitchell Marsh at the time. Obviously a change in the cordon with the captain Jermaine Blackwood going to mid-off. Carlos Brown has moved to gully from mid-off, and Nkrumah Bonner, who was stationed at gully, is now at second slip with Chadwick Walton at first slip, and he's leaving that one alone is Melios.
My question to that field is, if Kurt McKenzie can take a catch there.
Well, he has now retreated. He's taken off the helmet and he's gone back to the regulation position.
Guess he realized that he may not be able to take a catch there.
Yeah, I don't think the pace of the wicket allows him to be that close, because it's coming through nicely. You use that field when the pitch is a little bit too paced. He's not really carrying through, and I don't think the ball has edged one time, as this one is straight from Brian, clipped to mid-on. I want to say edged from the bowling of Brian, because remember the first scoring shot was an edge from Minley. I think there's enough pace in the wicket for the ball to go to the regulation position once the batsman plays a forceful shot. So we'll see what happens from here. As Melios taps over his bat and waits on Brian. And this one is short. He says, wait. Tall. He loves to hit down the ground, Melios, from my recollection. And square off the wicket as well.
Throughout is on the 19th career. He's a prolific scorer. Brings me back to ask you as a Jamaican, knowing that you are wrong the cricket in Jamaica, so you understand Jamaican cricket.
Brian short, and that's down to backward of square. He wasn't in control, was Melios, but he didn't pull out of the shot, and he gets another boundary. Well-directed bouncer from Brian. It was almost like a surprise element. Melios wasn't comfortable, but got the full purchase for his efforts, and he gets 4 runs. He takes the score up to 9 at the end of over number 4.
Wasn't in the best position for that shot, but still get some runs. That's what you need.
Indeed.
At the end of the day, he received the boundary. But looking at how Jamaica cricket has been for the last probably 6 years or so, in 2016, They finished third in the 4-day tournament. 2017 fourth, 2018 fourth, 2019 fifth, 2022 fifth, and 2023 sixth. Windwards, on the other hand, finished sixth in 2016, In 2017 they finished fifth. In 2018 they finished fifth. In 2019 sixth.
Around the wicket is Marquino Minley, drives this one up to mid-off, is Solizano, and fielded by Carlos Brown. You said 2018 they finished fifth,
2019 they finished sixth. 2022 they finished sixth, and last year they finished second.
Yeah.
So from sixth to second, they have improved tremendously.
And based on what they did today as well with the ball in hand, you can see why they did so well last year, because the core of their players, as Minley is outside the off stump with a no ball, signaled by Gregory Brathwaite. Score goes up to 10 without loss. The core of their unit is still back. Ryan John, Sherman Lewis. I think Springer was also a part of the franchise last season.
It was Justin Graves, actually,
And Justin Graves was
who
there
was a
last
part
season.
of
Yeah,
that
he was
franchise.
the one.
So what happened, what I think they're doing better now is being able to stick to the plan over a longer period. So that's something that I think they really improved on, especially when it comes to their bowling. Their bowling last year really was tremendous, especially when Graves had ball in hand, Ryan John as well, Kenneth Demba,
And I was
as
going
a
to
spinner.
mention Larry Edward as well.
And
but
Larry
he's not-
Edwards,
He's not here
who's
now.
not here presently. So even on the bench, they still have a little bit of firepower.
So complementary attack.
What I would like to see is what will happen in the next game.
Minley's two straight, comes off the thigh pad of Solizano, I presume. And so said the umpire Brathwaite, who will signal leg by just about now. Yeah, he does, and takes the score up to 11.
What I would like to see next game is who would be
Make way
out of the squad
for those two.
for the two guys that are coming in, Kevin Hodge and
Athene.
Alec Athenaeus.
Wasn't Athanaze the captain last season?
He was. Kevin Hodge, I think,
Okay.
was the captain for Windwards.
Minley, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Melius, who is right forward.
So they have been changing captains a lot. But I think they found, they found something in Alec Athenaeus. He did a great job last year. I'm thinking that when he comes back, he may take over that captaincy job. But what I've seen here today from Kimani Melius, if he can handle pressure, why not?
This one is outside the off stump. He taps it into the offside, does Melius. The easy single. That's good.
192 last year versus Trinidad in that first game.
And one of the hard attacks as well, Trinidad and Tobago.
Jeremy Salazano was actually in that squad for Trinidad. So how things changed. He's now playing for the Volcanoes. Had some conversations with him in terms of the difference in terms of franchises. Trinidad, the Red Force, and the Volcanoes.
Because
And
he's away from home now.
he did say that, honestly, it's the hardest he have ever trained in his life, because the Windward Islands Volcanoes train 5 days a week. Trinidad and Tobago 3.
This one is straight from Minley. That's interesting. And he pushes down to mid-on. And that completes over number 5 at that should be 11 without loss. The Windward Islands Volcanoes replying to 159 made by the Scorpions. It's actually 10 without loss. So with the setup of the Scorpions, of the Volcanoes, we see some more fans in the stands. Is it that because of them being in a camp itself, it forces the team to train more often?
Not really. I think it's just each franchise in the Caribbean can do what they want to do in terms of how the guys train, how much days they train, and stuff like that. And Windward is probably the only franchise in the Caribbean that train 5 days a week. Sometimes you train from 8 to 2 or 8 to 3. So these guys put in a lot of hard yards.
A change in bowling, which sees Derval Green coming in place of Gordon Bryan. That is a strange move because he didn't look too badly in his first 2 overs.
Well, I guess with the experience of Derval Green and the fact that he took 5 wickets last year against them, the
Maybe.
talk of the day right now for the Scorpions is wickets. So they need wickets now. So to bring someone like Derval Green in, who outswings the ball, definitely would be a good asset to try get a wicket, put them in a position to get them a wicket.
And he shaped that one away nicely as well. Melius using his hands, following the ball. Not recommended. See a deep backward square in place. That's Man Singh. Well, there's a mid-on. The only 2 men on the onside. Green is hitting that length outside the off stump and left alone by Melius. So just to bring you up to speed with the other games in the round, the match at Chedwin Park between the CCC and Barbados Pride that has been called off for the day due to a wet outfield. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 209 for 4 at drinks in the final session against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 99 to Jason Mohammed as Melius is driving sweetly, exquisitely, and it goes close to the boundary in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. It touches the ropes now and takes the score up to 16 without loss. Kimani Melius with another boundary, his 3rd.
Well, he did say he wants to lead from the front, which he's doing now. Scored 192 last year in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago. So he would want to come here and get a good start again, being the captain as well. That will mean a lot for him. That will do a lot for his confidence. And then doing so well with the bowlers today.
He drives that one pleasantly again up to mid-off. Does Melius. And it's another dot for Green, even though he went for a boundary. 4 dots in the over. And a strong reply so far from the Volcanoes. And so just to remind the viewers and the listeners that Jason Mohammed is 99 from 221 balls. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 209 for 4 against Harpy Eagles with Melius forward for the Volcanoes. And he taps that one forward of point, and there's no chance of a run to complete over number 6 at 16 without loss. And then, so that game is at Connery in St. Kitts. The other game at Basseterre at Warner Park, also in St. Kitts, is that the West Indies Academy, they are batting first. Well, they're batting in response to the Leeward Islands 137 all out. The West Indies Academy 15 for 1. They lost Kadima Lane for 2 to Jeremiah Louis. Roshan Worrell is 13. And Mbiki Joseph from Trinidad and Tobago is yet to score. That 137 by the Hurricanes. Saw 3 for 11 from Joshua James, 2 for 52 from Naeem Young, 2 for 18 from Johan Lane. While there was 2 wickets for Ashmead Ned and another wicket for Joshua Bishop, the left-arm spinner from Barbados. And so that's the update with the other games around the region. 4 games scheduled, increase in teams, 8. Came as a surprise to some that the competition was increased.
Honestly, I'm not surprised by it. It should have been increased a long time ago, because when you look at cricket in England, sometimes you see a guy probably played 3 years of county cricket, and when you look at the amount of games that they have played in the Caribbean, some guys have to play for 6 years for that.
To get to that level.
To get to that amount of games. So implementing CCC and bringing in the West Indies Academy is definitely a good move. More games, the more you play cricket, is the better you'll get. Yeah. It is something that was mentioned also by Kimar Roach in that interview, that post-match interview that he did in Australia, that when he mentioned that the more you play, the better you will get, because West Indies don't play a lot of test cricket. So when you have Australia and these teams playing 9, 10, and 12 test matches a year, West Indies sometimes only play 6.
Full delivery, and Solazano will get off the mark this time. And he will get off the mark with a boundary. An overpitch delivery from Marquino Minley to the right of Pete Salmon at point. No chance. And another boundary for the Volcanoes.
That's the Jeremy Solazano that I know. He's a type that lets the ball come to him. He's not one to go and search for it. 18 balls, 4 runs. But that's the type of player he is. He will occupy the crease. He's not the type to play any sort of rash shot. Really sad what has happened to him with his international test debut.
Yes, this one takes the edge from Minley. There's no gully, only 3 slips, and it trickles into the boundary in front of the George Headley for another boundary. Back-to-back 4s. You can call it fortuitous, but he was in control there, Solazano. Soft hands. He traveled all along the ground as well.
All intentions to play it down. So even though it wasn't really played with any sort of confidence, he with all intentions to play it down, which is good. Just like that, he's on 8 runs.
Indeed.
2 edge.
He had none from 17.
I could remember playing for St. Vincent.
Full again, and that's pleasantly driven again by Solazano. Just a full face of the bat. It won't get to the boundary. He will get 2. Just pure timing from the left-hander. And he takes his personal tally up to 10. The Volcanoes up to 26 without loss.
As I was saying, I was playing for St. Vincent, and there was a batter by the name of Jay Welcome. He played a lot for Windward on the 19 level. I could remember he scored 135. And I'm not even joking. He didn't score anything in front of the bat. Everything was true slip and backward point.
Minley, that one is short of a length. And he's back and forcing that one to cover. And there's no chance of a run.
Actually, because of that, we start calling him Edge Bastard.
That man must have been somebody from Jamaica. But you were talking about the franchise league, and I was talking to the president recently. He was here in Jamaica for a while, and I had an interview with him, and he was telling me that the amount of money that is spent on the franchise system, he thinks it should be better.
Definitely.
Because I think he said something like 400,000 US monthly disbursed to the 6 franchises, and he's not seeing the production.
Exactly. I could remember I was having a conversation with an ex-West Indies player, and he was very disappointed in terms of what we're receiving from these players after being in a camp, just training. Because how much players probably 10 years ago could have wished that they were in a camp and all they do is practice, play cricket, and they get paid by it. You know, a lot of players never had that 10 years ago. So we are looking for more. We are looking for more, and it's the truth. But we're not getting, you know, what has been put in to the cricket. Like, for example, he was mentioning the fact that in Super 50, why can't batters bat through the middle phase of the game? You know, it's like they don't know how to actually go about scoring in the middle phase of the game. So he was a bit disappointed with that. The fact that you're injecting so much funds into the cricket, you need to see more.
This is in the air, slashed away. There were shouts of catch him, a back of a driving length. but full enough for Melius, and he was forward and gets it off the outer half of the bat into the boundary. I think that's his 4th boundary, Kimani Melius. 18 now from 26. And if he gets off here between now and the end of the day's play, I think the Scorpions could be behind even further than they are now.
Well, it was a good shot. Behind backward point.
He goes hard again. Pete Salmon dives, but in vain. It crashes into the boundary again. Back-to-back fours for Melius. And takes the score up to 34.
So the first shot was behind point. Now he goes in front of point.
That is a Kimani Melius trademark, actually.
Tremendous. As the skipper, you must feel confident playing these sort of strokes after doing such a good job in terms of rotating your bowlers, getting the Scorpions out for 159, coming into bat, 22 of 25 deliveries. And I must say, he's not really playing any rash shot. He's playing each ball in its merit.
And Green is ready. This one is in swinger, but it's clipped away finally, and it goes into the boundary for 4. The man that's on the leg side, that's on the boundary, that's Abhijay Man Singh. He's almost at backward square, 2 straight from Green, and he just worked it away. Easy does it for Melius. It went off the bat very quickly as well.
And that's the issue that we're having here now, is that we're not seeing the patience from the Scorpion bowlers. If they're not too full, they're probably a bit too straight.
It's just the eagerness and the urge to get wickets. They're under pressure to get wickets because of the paltry first innings score.
Well, to get wickets, there must be a plan.
Has to be a plan. They have been too erratic now. So Green is overcompensating for being too wide outside the off stump by getting straight. Ended up being too straight. And Melius is a forward again. He loves a drive, does Melius. And that goes to cover.
I think having Salazar at the other end is really doing well for Melius. He's going to stay there. Melius will play his shots. He would bat well. He's not the type that's going to come out and just, play shots. He just plays each ball on its merit, and that's something that you want. While Salazar will occupy the crease, rotate the strike for him.
Green, short of a let. Melius wants 1. Not to Carlos Brown, who was charging in. And that completes the 8th over. And at the end of it, the Scorpions, they're looking down and out at the moment as the Volcanoes. They are 38 without loss. Melius, 26 from 28. Solazano, 10 from 21. And remember, Ryan John took 5 wickets to bundle out the Scorpions. Marquino Minley set to continue. So it's still a strange tactic from me that Gordon Bryan got only 2 overs. I thought it was a plan for him to rotate ends. He has been taken off by the captain. Derval Green has been expensive. 16 runs from his opening 2 overs. Melius has really cashed in so far. See what is in store here for Salazano, who has looked very compact. Minley's around the wicket to him, and he's easy behind the line of the delivery. Shouts no immediately. Score remains at 38 without loss in response to 159. See Man Singh doing some stretches. No spin has been bowled all day. Minley, no ball screamed by the umpire. It goes straight to Man Singh at forward of square.
Well, we have been worrying about the pitches in the Caribbean over the last couple of years. But Jamaica is probably changing that. No spin all day.
And if you go back to tradition, that's what Jamaica was known for.
Definitely. I can remember playing cricket here as well for Talawa. And then Dale Stain enjoyed playing here.
Shouts of no again from Solazano. I think that was 2017.
That was 2016.
16, that was the year we won.
2016, Dale Stain enjoyed bowling here. First 3 games, Dale Stain 1 wicket. Got here 5 wickets and he was 13. after the 4 or 5 games here, he was 13 wickets. But then he had to left for international duties for South Africa.
I think that's Rashada Williams. That's short again from Marquino Minley. No chance of a run. You mentioned the Talawas, that's no more.
It's gone to
Antigua.
Now.
Yeah.
Had some fun memories here, man.
So you can.
I'm hearing in the background that I should get a Jamaican passport.
Probably has that already.
I need to speak to them.
Well, you're a Carrico member, so we are one community, innit? So here is Minley around the wicket. Another no ball. This is indisciplined stuff here. 3 runs for the Volcanoes, and it comes back to your point. That they're trying too hard.
It's about being patient.
Not good enough.
Right now, the more viable thing to do is to be consistent on one line.
Yeah. Mainly short of a length to Solazano.
The thing is, you need to make things happen, but you have to do it the right way. You have to have a plan in how you're going to go about things. Not saying that they don't have a plan. They do have a plan. But it's how you go about it. And I think that the Jamaica team has enough experience on the field. Chadwick is at first slip. The skipper, Jeremy Blackwood, is at second slip. Bonner is at extra cover.
Full delivery from Minley. He goes straight to the man that Keswick mentioned just now. That's Bonner.
Derval Green played a lot of cricket for Jamaica. Even Minley.
Even Minley, yeah.
Minley played a lot of cricket for Jamaica.
Matches.
Exactly. So they have enough experienced players on the field. Their coach, Andrew Richardson.
Former coach of the Volcanoes.
Former coach of the Volcanoes as well. And also Nikita Miller, who has a record in first-class cricket.
Minley full to Solazano. And his forward presents the full face of the bat. And that completes the over. And at the end of it, it's the Volcanoes 40 without loss in their first innings response to 159 made by the Scorpions. So they trail by 119 runs. So you're going to hear the voice of Keswick Williams, and then after that you're going to be hearing from Kimberly Forbes.
Derval Green to continue. Last over that he bowled to Kimani Melius. Kimani Melius took about 3 boundaries off of him. But Kimberly's here.
Yeah, so 2 no balls from the previous over from Menley. It's not like the Volcanoes bowlers, they were doing anything extra. They were just being disciplined and patient and where they bowl line and length. I think the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers need to be a little bit more patient and disciplined and try to see if they can break the partnership here between Kimani and Jeremy. But it's really hot out there, Keswick.
I'm so happy I'm here, Kimberly. A little bit of AC.
And I should say it's a nice turnout here at Sabina Park. The spectators, they were hungry for cricket to come back to Jamaica, and having this tournament is something good. We wish that we will have more, even not just regional, but international cricket back in Jamaica.
Well, over the last couple of years, because of COVID, you would find the cricket was most essential. A lot of cricket was played in Barbados, international cricket that is. It really wasn't spread out as usual. But Kimani Melius, he's looking good. Just ease that one through, extra cover. Could pick up 3 here. Not gonna lie for you, the last time I saw him bat like this, he made 192. He's looking in ominous form.
Yes, well, he's shaping up to see if he can get past that 192 now. He's very focused, very mindful of what's happening in the game. I don't know why Derval Green took over from Gordon Bryan. Has been expensive so far, 18 runs from 2.2 overs.
Well, he's probably one of their most experienced bowler. So he would know how to go about things. Just need to be a bit more patient. Just need to hit those errors more consistently.
Yes.
And stay in those areas. That's the only thing that's going to get them wickets now. They need wickets.
Yes, they definitely do, with not a lot of runs on the board, 159 all out. They'll have to be more disciplined, as we mentioned earlier. Jeremy's on 10 from 29. It is Kimani who is having a go. He's on 31 from 31 delivers. Jeremy Blackwood wouldn't mind for a wicket to break the partnership here. 45. When the Scorpions, when they were at 45, they lost 5 wickets already. And the Volcanoes, they're at 45 without loss.
Which is really good going.
Yes.
Salazar supporting his skipper. Skipper mentioned that he wants to lead from the front, and he's doing that.
And you must notice with the batters there, Keswick, they punish the bad balls to the boundaries. And they respect the good ones, but they try to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking, not just wanting to go over the top all the time for a boundary.
And that's what makes you a good batter. That's what you call batsmanship. Not being able to just score off bad deliveries. You would want to score off good deliveries as well. So as long as you can do that as a batter, you would really, really be well on your way. You know, so that's something really good. But that brings the end of the of Darvel Green over. And it's Abijay Mansingh, like spinner. First spin for the day. So Jamaica is doing things a little bit different. Guess they're trying to pick up a wicket before tea.
Yes. So just 5 runs coming from Derval over the previous one went for what, 16 runs. So that's a good comeback from Derval. The current run rate is 4.50. The run rate for Jamaican Scorpions, it didn't went over 4. It was always 3.50 or less. So Volcanoes, they're trailing by 114 runs. So Mansingh in the attack. Spin for the day. First spin introduced in the attack for the day. It is Jeremy who is on strike. Catches the cry. It's gone. The first delivery from Mansingh. They picked up the wicket of Jeremy. Break the partnership of 45 runs. He walks back to the dugout, Keswick.
Not something that you want from your skipper. Abijay Mansingh. First delivery, first spin that we have seen for the day. picking up the wicket of skipper Kimani Melius. He's gone.
Yes.
He's gone for 31 from 31 deliveries. Brings Johan Jeremiah to the crease. A bit disappointing there with that shot.
Yes, he wanted to go over the top, but that one went on quickly to him there. And the Scorpion, they rejoice. It is now 45 for 1. Kimani would have wanted to stick around a little bit longer, maybe to the close of play. But Mansing, that one was quick. Picked up the wicket, 45 for 1. Not a good start from Mansing. He'd want to continue on that trend.
Middle, you said? A little to you.
I would say that was a quick delivery. Keswick went on to Kimani quickly.
Sort of just cramp him for room.
Hold his right arm over to you. 5 deliveries remaining.
Sort of just cramp him for room. Abijay Mansing, the son of Dr. Mansing here in Jamaica. He's well known around the Caribbean in the medical field. He actually played late last year for the West Indies, a team that traveled to South Africa.
Yes. And he represented the Jamaica Talawers as well. Nice line and length there from Mansing.
So it's the first we're seeing. It's the second session of today's game, or today's play, and we're seeing spin for the first time. On the first ball, picked up a wicket. Really well bowled so far. He's been going down on off stump to Johan Jeremiah. Johan Jeremiah out of Grenada scored over 200 runs this year in the Super 50 tournament for CCC. He's off the mark. Swept that one down to fine leg.
His debut was against Jamaica last year, 2023.
That's middle.
46-1 here, Keswick. So far, just one run from the over.
So Johan Jeremiah out of Grenada scoring over 200 runs in this tournament last year for the CCC. Average over 42. Only 2 first-class games so far. Accomplished batter in the Windward Island tournament. For the last 4 years or so, he has been finishing in the top 3 for runs in the Windward Island tournament. Played at all levels for the Windward Island team.
Nice delivery there from Mansing to end the over. Dot. The end the over. It is 46-1 at the end of 11 over.
Really, really good start by Abijay Mansing. Successful over. As you can see there, Jamaica Scorpion 159 for 10. Morris 35, top scorer for the Scorpions. And Ryan John picking up 5. Could have been 6. Drop catch by his fellow Grenadian. Sherman Lewis had long off earlier. But he's continuing his good form, Ryan John. And as a vice captain as well, he would want to lead from the front with his skipper.
Yes.
So far, I mean, disappointing in the manner in which he got out, but he was looking good already. Kimani Melius.
It is Derval Green who is continuing. Jermaine Blackwood is really hunting for another wicket now. Volcanoes, they're trailing by 113 runs. Maybe Blackwood would want to pick up another 2 or 3 before tea. So where Mansingh bowled a tidy length, line and length, and picked up the wicket of the skipper, Kimani.
I could remember in Super 50, Nikhil Uttamchandani used to you just fall in love with Chadwick Walton and how he was getting on behind the stump. Now he's in slip and it's the same thing. We can hear him from the comp box.
Yes.
So he's that type of person. He brings energy to the cricket. Motivates you, makes you want to come down as a bowler. Derval Green really running in here. Good comeback for him.
Yes, definitely. After his first and second over was expensive.
Johan Jeremiah just pushing that one out to backward point. Fielded there by Abhijay Mansingh.
And they really need a positive energy in the field there, Keswick. Once you have a positive energy, then it's in the energy web. They all will be energized and get a good momentum to carry on and get to execute properly. That's a nice shot. It crashes into the boundary for 4. Slashes that one. Looking at the replay here, he slashes it really hard. And runs away to the boundary.
He looks in proper control of that shot. Just in front point. Spanked. Looked in proper control. Johan Jeremiah.
And
continue his form
and
from the List A tournament.
That brings up the 50. 50 for the Windwards.
That shot make the skipper Jeremy Blackwood push back Abhijay Mansingh on the point boundary. You can hear Bonner and Chadwick Walton out there, really the chatterbacks for the Jamaica team, even from Super 50. And that's what you want. You want the senior guys to be that mouthpiece. Bring that energy. Derval Green, straight in that one into Johan Jeremiah. Finishes the over with a dot ball.
12 overs completed. A good comeback from Derval. Just 4 runs coming from it.
12 overs gone. The score is 50 for the last of 1.
So the umpires are signaling to the ground staff to come in and just paint the crease so that he wouldn't make any mistakes when it comes to no ball. As the players take a little bit of
A drink or
take
water.
a little bit of drink. The brand of water here in Jamaica is water. So they're gonna take a little bit of water.
Water.
A water sip, as they say in Jamaica. Take a break and we come back to bring to you the first game of the regional 4-day tournament. Jamaica Scorpions versus the Windward Island Volcanoes.
So it is a 50 for 1. Jamaican Scorpion, they batted first. They made 159 all out. Now Windward Island, they're replying and they're at 50 for 1. Being at 50 for 1, Jamaican Scorpions, they were 50 for 5. Just 4 runs coming from Derval Green over. It is Mansingh who is continuing. Picked up the wicket of the captain, Kimani. Gone for 31 runs. So we're in the 13th over, and Windward Island, they're chasing by 109 runs. Good line and length there from Mansingh. That's what the Volcanoes bowlers did. They bowl line and length. They were disciplined.
So really, really good move here by skipper Blackwood. 2 left-handers at the crease. Brings Pete Salmon into the attack. I don't know what that is.
Maybe he was trying to back up the arm one. Didn't get it over quite well.
Probably the Duzra. But yes, this brings Pete Salmon into the attack. 2 left-handers at the crease. Brings in an off spinner, skipper Blackwood. So a really, really good move. Abijay Mansingh came in, took the wicket of the skipper. His job is done. Brings in a right arm off spinner, Pete Salmon.
Another dot. It's a maiden from Mansingh. I am wondering if he's the only spinner in the lineup for the Jamaica Scorpions here, Keswick.
Well, they have Abijay Mansingh, Pete Salmon, Jermaine Blackwood as well. We saw him in the international arena bowling off spin. And Chroma Bonner can bowl leg spin as well. So that's 4 spinners that we know of that can bowl the ball. Chadwick Walton always say he's a good spinner, but I'm going to tell you now I'm his friend. He's not. He thinks he is.
Well, Jeremy been at the crease for some time. He's on 10 from 40 deliveries. The score is 50 for 1. The run rate dropped a little bit to 3.85, coming from 4.50. Pete Boland maiden. Gordon Bryan back in the attack.
Thank you.
So they would want to break this partnership here. Picked up another, or maybe 2 or 3 more. So it's he's taking the spin from the Cotton Walsh end and the pace bowlers from the Michael Holding end.
Well played from Johan Jeremiah. Just ease through the gully region.
And get it to the boundary.
So he's continuing his good form from the Super 50 tournament. Just before the CCC got knocked out, he was 3rd most runs in that tournament. Nowhere close, that one, Johan Jeremiah. Well played. But obviously the Jamaicans would be happy to appeal. They need wickets. Well done there by Williams.
Looking back at the replay here, that was way away from his bat and his body. So umpire Jackie Williams made the right decision. Says not out.
Nowhere close, that one. Johan Jeremiah. Must say happy independence to him. I said happy independence to the rescue Grenadians that are playing today. But happy independence to Johan Jeremiah. 50 years of independence. Grenada.
Last year we celebrated our independence as well. August. So just 4 runs from the over so far. Gordon Bryan in his 3rd over.
I think a player like Johan Jeremiah is one of those that we could look at for the future. Talented. Has a wide array of shots. Can play pace. And he's really good batting the spin as well. So he's a well-rounded player.
What I would want for the bowlers to do, though, Keswick, is to stick closely to the batsman. So if you stick close to them with a good line and length, and if they miss their shot, then you hit. Instead of going down the leg side more often, we saw that from Derval, and 2 deliveries from this over, we saw where Gordon Bryan went down the leg side. It's a dot to end over number 14, 54 for 1.
Well, Pete Salmon is going to continue. No surprises there. Jeremy Salazar is a really good player of spin. So he really wouldn't be too bothered. 40 deliveries, 10 runs. If it's one person going to occupy the crease, it's going to be Jeremy Salazar.
When Kimani was at the crease, he knew that Kimani was having to go, so he tried to rotate the strike over to Kimani. But now Jeremiah, he's at 9 from 15.
Just averaging 23 his first class career after 50 matches. Salazar. He has a good technique, solid technique. Did very well at the junior level.
It's a beauty. A beauty there from Pete.
"28 years of age, Jeremy Salazar. Hails from Arima in Trinidad and Tobago.
The Volcanoes would want to bat out the end of the day without losing another wicket. They're just trailing by 105 runs.
Down the ground, just punching that one out to mid-off, no run to finish the over. That's end of the over there.
And it's another maiden over from Pete.
Score is now 54 for 1. Looking at the scorecard there, I see Sherman Lewis coming in at number 4.
Yes.
Obviously, that's what you call camera tricks. That wouldn't happen. I think Sunil scheduled to come in at 4.
So the Volcanoes, they lost the first wicket at 45 for 1, and that's the captain, Kimani. He's gone for 31. The wicket was picked up by Munsing. It's Brian who is continuing.
A bit lazy there from the keeper.
Dead ball signaled by umpire Jackie Williams.
It's a dead ball. No shot was played, but I think it's a little bit lazy by the keeper. Could have gotten across to collect that one. Gordon Byron, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 17 dot balls, 8 runs, no wicket. He's operating from the Malcolm Marshall end, and what an end to come from. Michael Holden, sorry. Think I have.
Thinking about Marshall.
Thinking about Marshall. I wish I had his skills.
Even to bat with a broken thumb.
I wouldn't bat with a broken thumb.
Well, he did.
I'll be scared. the thing is, cricketers get softer these days, huh? Well, I think Shama Joseph made them a little bit stronger.
Indeed.
Bowling with a fractured toe.
Garden seems to be living in the rib cage of Jeremiah.
Something that the Windward Island bowlers did to Abijay Mansing when he was batting. I guess it's just a ploy because they have a leg slip. The skipper is at leg slip. So I guess they did a bit of homework on Johan Jeremiah, understanding what he don't like. And that has been the ploy for his entire over, keeping it on his body.
Maybe expecting a top edge or something.
Well, there's a leg slip and there's the square leg and fine leg. Chadwick is in at short mid wicket, and there's a mid on.
There is a top edge. Will it be taken? Threes after it. Could not hold on to it. That was the top edge I was talking about there, Keswick.
You called it. You called it. And it did happen, but Nkrumah Bonner couldn't hold on. It's a difficult catch, those steeplers. Running back as well from the slip. Difficult catch, those. But well done from Byron, from Brian. He stuck to the plan. I guess you had a conversation with him earlier to know that was the plan. Top edge. Nkrumah Bonner couldn't hold on to that one, but it was a good effort. In the ribcage again of Jeremy Salazano. Finishes the over with a dot ball. Good over.
Just
from
one.
Gordon.
Yes, just one run coming from it. He had a chance, but Bonner could not hold on to it. It is 55 for 1 at the end of 16.
The thing is with these sort of games, when you have a half chance, you have to make it into full chance.
Yes.
You have to take these catches. Put yourself in a better position. How good would it look to see the back of Jeremy Salazano? Sorry, Johan Jeremiah. But then, sometimes, I've played a lot of cricket and looking at teams like Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes you get one batter out and then who you see coming in is like, oh my God, should have stayed there. This guy should have stayed there. Because then you might probably get someone like Darren Bravo out and then you see Kieran Pollard walks in. So it's a bit scary, but in this case it's 4-day cricket. But Sunil Lambris, who's probably scheduled to come in next, is someone that can really dominate spin bowling. And I'm sure when he gets out there that Chadwick Walton, Jeremy Blackwood, and Nkrumah Bonner will have a lot to say. They've been playing cricket for a long time together. Derval Green as well.
Oh,
That
that's
one.
a beauty.
Just beating the outside edge of Johan Jeremiah.
But let me ask you a question, though, Keswick. Playing for the franchise, which batter you had feared the most?
Would that be a T20?
Yes,
T20?
T20.
I've never really feared anyone. I'm a fearless character. I always believe in getting the best batters out. And I usually, before I go into any sort of game, I sit down and I look at videos. See how batters score, what's their favorite areas. I try to find videos of them getting out and not them scoring. I don't want to see them score. So I try to get videos of them getting out and their dot ball percentage. These are something that you look at. Some of the things that you look at, and that's what helped me throughout my career. You know, looking at old videos and stuff like that. I'm not sure if a lot of guys do it now.
But that is a good thing to do.
So I've learned that from the legendary Dale Steyn, and that brings the end of Pete Salmon over. Another maiden.
Yeah, well, yes, 3 consecutive maidens from Pete Salmon here. It is 55 for 1 at the end of 17. So Volcanoes, they're trailing by 104. We're looking at the scorecard here. The top batter for Jamaica Scorpion was Morris. He made 35 from 30 deliveries. Pete was the second top scorer. So it's Jeremiah who's on strike. Brian who's continuing down the leg side.
All right, so it's Gordon Bryan operating from the Michael holding end. It's been tidy, Bryan, and he's employing a short ball tactic to both left-handers. That's Jeremy Solazano and Johan Jeremiah. Had Jeremiah in some problems earlier. And Nkrumah Bonner couldn't take the catch as this one is forced through the gully region, and they should get at least 2. Kurt McKenzie doing the tracking there. And 2 more runs to Solazano. What has struck you the most about Solazano's innings so far, Kimmy?
Well, he's been at the crease for quite well from the beginning. He's faced 50 deliveries, just 10 runs. And after Kimani walks back to the dressing room, things starts to dangle down a little bit for the Volcanoes. Jeremy not getting that chance to score quickly.
Quite sedate in his approach. Very solid in the defense is Solazano, who is beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery from Gordon Bryan. Here goes Chadwick Walton, suggesting that Gordon Bryan is the greatest bowler of all time.
He loved that delivery just now.
Says, what a boy can bowl. That's in the Jamaican parlance of saying he's an excellent bowler.
Yes.
The score remains at 57 for 1. Heading to the end of over number 18. So the Volcanoes, they are trailing by 102 runs. Way too easy for them at this point. Cruising, and that one is back of a driving length again. easy behind it is Solazano, who doesn't look perturbed by the situation that he's not scoring at will. And he's in for the long haul.
Yep, they're trying to stick around, not wanting to lose another wicket before the close of play. So even though runs may not be coming in from him, he just wants to stick around because tomorrow is another day.
They can really climb into this 159 and then build a strong lead. This one is steered through the gully region again. They're going to get at least 2. It's going close to the boundary. It gets there now. Mansing not quick enough. And boundary now for Solazano. Just as we mentioned that he wasn't really showing any signs of discomfort, that he's not getting many. Time spent at the crease brings another boundary.
Well, he just used the pace of that delivery as well. Guided it well. Didn't put a lot of effort in the shot and just utilized the pace. And at the end of over number 18, it is 57 for 1.
Just another check across the region. Just saw where Jason Mohammed seems as if he has scored the first century of the season. And he's playing for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against Guyana Harpy Eagles. That game has been stopped because of bad light, and you'd assume that the game is over for the day because it's now 4:56 in St. Kitts. Full from Salmon, driven up to cover by Jeremiah in the long sleeve. So Mohammed is 100 not out, while Webster went for 49. Vikash Mohan, who retired not out, is back. The opener is 214 for 4 at the end of the day's play, as this one is full from Salmon again to Jeremiah, who is forward. There's no chance of a run. So 214 for 4, the Red Force. I'll give you the update from the Leeward Islands game shortly. As he goes hard through extra cover. Glorious shot from Johan Jeremiah. Overpitched by Pete Salmon. And with utmost ease, he caressed it through the offside and takes the score up to 65 for 1.
Talking about that, there, Jerome, they're not rushing to play shots and waiting for the bad ball that they can punish, and Jeremiah, he's doing just that now. So good batting from Volcanoes. They're being mindful that it is a 4-day competition. They want to bat out the rest of the evening without losing another wicket.
Someone flights again to Jeremiah, and he goes hard and high and far. That's gone on to South Camp Road. The first 6 of the innings for the Volcanoes. And someone just missing his length.
Yet again, he missed his length again. He went down for the sweep shot and put it away. Well, it seems as if that one will be marching down to the waterfront there in downtown Kingston. That's a nice shot by Jeremiah. He moves up to 20 from 29 delivers. And the score rushes to 71 for 1.
And he's a powerful player. He's a powerful player because in the Super 50, he opened with Kadima Lane, I can remember, for the campuses and colleges team, and they were off to quick starts. And both were electric with hitting boundaries at will. Still surprised that Abhijay Mansingh bowled his over and didn't get back another over after getting the wicket.
I was wondering the same thing to Jerome. Why not bring him back in the attack? Maybe it's because Pete bowled 3 consecutive maidens, Blackwood thing to continue with him.
And this is outside the off stump from Salmon and stroked up to cover where Chadwick Walton, who is never short on words, keeps talking. The score remains at 71 for 1. I think it's more to do with the 2 left-handers batting. Hence, someone is in, spins the ball away from both. Theoretically, it's harder to score that way. And that completes over number 19 at 71 for 1. The Scorpions, they were sent into bat this morning and they were shut out for 159.
In 41 overs, Gordon Bryan made 17 from 11 and Pete made 26.
Top scorer was Romain Morris with 35. Ryan John with his second 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, 5 for 43. 3 wickets for Shamar Springer. Another wicket for Sherman Lewis. And the Scorpions have only been able to dismiss Kimani Melios, the captain, for 31. He was caught at mid-on. He was trying to pull Abhijay Mansingh. His very first delivery, the first ball of spin bowled here at Sabina Park. And just got big on him. Ball ballooned to Derval Green, who took an easy catch. And at that stage, Scorpions had hopes of running through this Windward Islands middle order and top order, but Jeremy Solazano has been solid. 16 from 55 now. And they trail by only 88. Johan Jeremiah has 20 from 31. As a captain, if you were the captain, Kim, what do you think Jermaine Blackwood has to do now to bring back the game for the Scorpions?
Well, I would have, if I was the captain, I would bring in 2 spinners. I would try something. Rest the pace bowlers and bring in back Mansingh and have Pete at one end and Mansingh at the other and see if I can pick up another wicket.
Well, this is too easy for Solazano. He's on the back foot and punches up to deep point where Mansingh does the fielding. And the score goes up to 72 for 1. It's just after 4 o'clock here in Jamaica, which is an hour behind the rest of the Caribbean.
Yes.
So it's now 5 o'clock in the Eastern Caribbean.
Let me pose back that question to you. If you were the captain, what would you do?
I would definitely have Mansingh operating. He has been my threat so far. And I will tell you the other reason why, as this one is fuller to that's Jeremiah, and it's squeezed down to deep point. And takes the score up to 73. Based on what I'm seeing from this, the Courtney Walsh end, you can see some rough spots outside the off stump. Probably ask Mansingh to bowl around the wicket into those areas to see if it creates any form of problems for the batters. But Gordon Bryan has been decent so far. He has been economical, less than 3 runs and over. And he bowls another dot delivery to Solazano.
Well, he created a chance earlier for the Scorpions, but Bonner could not hold on to that. I'm wondering if he's thinking about another short delivery.
Could be. They have changed the tactic, though, in terms of the field placing. No short leg and no man deep on the onside for that pull shot. Bryan is around the wicket. He's full again. And Solazano gives him the full face of the bat. He goes down to mid-off. Get a single and takes the score up to 74 for 1. And 1 delivery to come in over number 20. The partnership is 29 between the pairs, so they lost that first wicket on 45. At that stage, the Scorpions had lost half their side.
Yeah, 45 for 5 at one point.
Around the wicket again, and easy does it for Jeremiah. And this is the problem for Blackwood. Because the score is so small, he has to be mixing attack with defense. And hence the man at point, who is normally in the circle, is now on the boundary. And an easy single to the vacant position. And Jeremiah skips over for another single. Takes the score to 75. The partnership is 30 at the end of over number 20.
Yeah, but if I would take a chance with both spinners coming from the Michael Holding end and Courtney Walsh end to see if I can create a chance to break this partnership here. It's a 30 runs partnership. Only 4 runs coming from Bryan's over. It is 19 runs from his 6 over, no wickets. And Volcanoes, they're trailing 86 runs. Another 84 runs to get to 159 to start setting runs there for the Scorpions. Well,
Mansingh is back. And he's flighting that one to Jeremiah eases it through the offside. They're going to get at least 2. It's running close to the Kingston Cricket Club. They're thinking about 3. They turn for 3. And that's positive running from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And as Keswick Williams continues to say, they're one of the fittest teams in the island or in the region. And it showed.
Yep. Boundaries not coming, taking 1, 2s, and 3s. Keeping the scoreboard ticking. And even though Jeremy soaked up 58 deliveries, he's on 18. Still trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. Jeremiah, he's on 22 from just 33 deliveries.
Another flighted delivery there from Mansing, stroked up to Bonner. So there's a slip, backward point, cover, mid-off on the offside. There's mid-on, short mid-wicket in Chadwick Walton, short leg, Kurt McKenzie. There's a mid-wicket and a long leg in Minley. And this one is back to Mansing. It bounces short. The same area I was talking about outside the off stump with the rough area. Because there was moisture in the wicket.
Yes.
So the pitch, you see the footmarks being created already. And Mansing landed that one just outside the footmark and it almost presented an opportunity for him. The leg spinner is over the wicket again. And that one slides across Solazano. It's forward and shows the outer half of the bat. Chance almost presenting itself there for the Scorpions. And there's a lack of energy there. As much as Walton keeps active, the rest of the team is not as active. Mansing. Solazano is advancing and crashes that on the full through the offside. Into the boundary for 4 now.
Well, he meets that one. It was flighted. He meets it very early and punishes it to the boundary. Mansing can't believe it, thought it was going to carry for a catch, but no one out there in the deep. So 7 runs from Mansing over so far. 1 delivery to go.
82 for 1.
You can hear Chadwick Walton again finding the rhythm.
Yeah. Very difficult for leg spinners. It's flighted again, and this is out of cover. And that completes over number 21 at 82 for 1. The Jamaica, well, that's the Windward Islands Volcanoes, responding to 159 made by the Jamaica Scorpions.
So the wicket to fall is the captain, Kimani. He's gone for 31. He struck 6 fours. He was sent back to the dressing room by Mansing.
So it's going to be Gordon Bryan. He's going to be around the wicket. So obviously Captain Jermaine Blackwood is not listening to you, Kim. But he should use both spinners. He's around the wicket now to Jeremiah, and he's guiding that one down to 3rd man. So the man from square leg has gone to point. And Abhijay Mansing, who was at point, he's now moved to his right to be at 3rd man. So 2 slips, a gully, a point, no cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And this is going to be Solazano waiting on Gordon Bryan. And he says no because he plays that ball back along the pitch to the bowler. And the score remains at 82 for 1.
What Blackwood will have to try to do here, Jerome, is to try and at least get 2 more wickets before we come to the end of the playoff day. the bowlers, yes, the batters not getting runs as often, but you need to try and break this partnership, get at least 2 more wickets, so that tomorrow when you come back, then you can have the bowlers fresh and ready to go again and pick up more early wickets.
Don't think anything has gone to script for the Scorpions so far. It has been a real struggle with bat and ball.
Mindful they don't have a lot of runs on the board. It's just 159, and the Volcanoes, they're at 82, trailing by another 77 runs. Try and break this partnership and get 2 more before the close of play.
He's around the wicket now. Is Brian, and that one goes back to mid-off. Marquino Minley does the fielding. Ideally, after making 159, you want to get wickets, and probably wickets in a cluster. But once the wickets don't come, you have to ensure that run scoring is minimal. Hasn't been the case so far, as the Volcanoes are scoring at over 3 runs and over. Round the wicket again from Brian. Another dot, but Salazano will not be phased. He's 22 from 66. And he has all the time to bat because of the position of the game.
Yes.
Comfortable state for them, the visitors. As we see Chadwick Walton moved from forward of square to deep square. And then Kruma Bonner is sent from second slip to short mid-wicket. So there are only 2 slips now. Kurt McKenzie and the captain at first slip, that's Jermaine Blackwood. Round the wicket again, and a short and fast from Gordon Bryan to complete the over. At the end of over number 22, the Volcanoes, they are 83 for 1.
Just 1 run coming from that over of Gordon Bryan. 20 runs from 7 overs. Just Mansingh to pick up that wicket, bowl 2 overs, just 1 wicket for 8 runs.
See the players getting some refreshment. It's very hot here today in Kingston.
Even though we're having strong winds across the grounds, it is extremely hot.
It says 26 degrees today. It doesn't feel like 26.
It feels like 96, especially with the sun coming through the glass here in the com box.
Mansingh is ready to start over number 3 for him. Took a wicket in his first over, and there was a lengthy break. He's now ready for over number 3. Last over conceded a boundary. He's ready to bowl to Jeremiah Short, who he would have played with. Played with at the CCC.
But Chadwick Walton at it, he's really, really having a grand time down there. Trying to keep the energy up.
Goes to Jeremiah. And that one goes off the outer half of the bat to cover point. That looks like Ramal Lewis, who is a substitute fielder. Looking to see who is off the field. Here's Mansingh. Full again. No chance of a run. Seems like Carlos Brown is off the field.
Mansingh looking to create an opportunity here. Maybe a cut and bowl. But he's just living outside the off stump. Some edge to the keeper. He's hunting something.
Goes hard, slashes backward of point. And it races into that boundary. It's also easy now for Johan Jeremiah and Jeremy Solazano. Boundaries coming at will. That was outside the off stump and he flashed the blade very hard.
Well, it's outside the off stump, which he wants to bowl, but too much room outside the off stump that gives him the freedom to free his arms there. Punishes it, puts it away where it belongs, to the boundary.
Too many freebies from the Scorpions.
Yes.
Far different to what we saw this morning with the Volcanoes. Their pacers had the ball moving all about. And they were consistent in their lines and their lengths.
So he's coming around now.
So he's around the wicket now, Mansing, at 87 for 1. Short, too short, and banged away through the offside. Ramal Lewis gives chase. And they come back for 2. They takes the score up to 89. And now the Volcanoes, they trail by only 70. And that was too short from Mansing. Probably overcompensating for being too full previously. Jeremiah is on 30 from 39. Well, that should be 32 from 40. And Solazano 22 from 68.
This partnership is worth 44 runs from 76 deliveries.
Bounces over the arm of Ramal Lewis, who dived away to his left. And Bonnell, they're thinking about a third. And that was a strong return. Had to be sent back there, Jeremiah. As that completes over number 23. And at the end of it, the Volcanoes, responding to 159 made by the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 91 for 1, trailing by 68 runs.
Yes, they're in the moment, knowing that they want to come back fresh tomorrow, knowing that they'll just lose 1 wicket. They're not batting carelessly here. They're just making use of the bad deliveries, and they're rotating the strike, picking up their 1s and 2s and punish the bad ones. Jeremy Blackwood, he will have to think outside of the box, and I guess he's doing what I suggested earlier now there, Jerome, to bring both spinners from the Courtney Walsh end and the Michael Holding end. He's doing just that now, so it seems as if it is Pete Salmon who is in the attack.
So he'll be bowling from the Michael Holding end for the first time. He operated from the Courtney Walsh end, or the north stand, if you're familiar with Sabina Park previously. So he's round the wicket to Solazano. And he's prodded that one to short cover. So you have a slip, short cover, point, cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. That's fast and straight from Pete Salmon. And there's also deep backward square in Derval Green, the only man outside of the imaginative 30-yard circle for white ball cricket. There's also a short leg with Kurt McKenzie, and that's slashed away. Goes straight to point. And Lewis does the fielding. Around the wicket, and that's cut away. Too much width. Too easy. Any left-hander in the world will cash in on that. And another boundary for Solazano. It was fast from Salmon, but way too short and way too wide. And took it out of the gloves of Romain Morris. But he must have been licking his lips for that width. And takes the score now up to what? 90. Well, the 50 partnership comes up between the two. Johan Jeremiah, 34. And Jeremy Solazano has contributed 22 in it.
So they're just trailing by another 64 runs, 95 for 1. Going at a 4.0 run rate, 0.1 run rate. The partnership is 50 from 82 deliveries.
Short. But he was halfway forward, and that completes the over. That was a quick over by someone. One bad delivery, and it was dispatched by Solazano, who is 26 from 73. Johan Jeremiah is 34 from 41, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes 95 for 1. They trailed the Jamaica Scorpions by 64 after they were bundled out for 159 in just over a session and an hour of play today.
4 extras given away so far from the bowlers. They just need to be a little bit more patient here. Bowl the right line and length and create some chances. So they're working both spinners now. Let's see if Mansingh can pick up another before the close of day. The close of play.
He's round the wicket to Jeremiah. Stroking that one nicely up to Derval Green at mid-off. And the score remains at 95 for 1. And this looks like a long haul now for the Scorpions. And this one is halfway forward now is Jeremiah. And Mansingh, you can see, he's trying to aim for those rough areas outside the off stump. Not sure how much purchase will happen from those areas, but he has 3 men back, so it's an in-out field, they will say in cricket. Attacking options out and attacking options in. Jeremiah goes high, skews off the outer half of the bat over cover, and Bonner gives chase. 2 more runs to the total. Takes the score up to 97 for 1.
Chadwick Walton talking behind the stumps. He reminds me so much of Nicholas Pooran. He'd normally be talking and trying to encourage the bowlers and the fielders.
Score ticks over to 97.
Just 2 runs from Mansingh over. He's in his 4th over. 18 runs so far for 1 wicket.
Hasn't been consistent with his landing area since that wicket. He's around the wicket. Well, that one goes off the outer half of the bat.
So Jermaine Blackwood desperate for a wicket now. He tried everything, tried the spinners, the pace bowlers. Haven't seen any medium pacers yet.
So here's Mansingh round the wicket again. And Jeremiah trying to hit that one down the ground. It gets off the outer half of the bat. So let's see what happens with Mansingh from here. Too short again and banged away. You can chase all you want, Carlos Brown. You won't get there. That's another boundary.
2 wide again. It gives him the chance to free up himself, and it puts it to the boundary.
The over is completed, but also the 100 comes up for the Volcanoes. And that was a seriously good cut shot from Jeremiah. He's up to 40. And after a tricky start, he had some trouble with the ball that were lifting at him and coming with pace at his body. He has found a way now to score freely off the spinners, who have been indifferent with their line and their lengths. It has made run scoring a little bit easier. The scoring rate is just over 4 runs and over. I was having a discussion earlier about the bowlers who should be bowling. As Keswick Williams joins me now, I'm going to ask him about the position of the field for Pete Salmon, who's around the wicket. To Solazano, and his ball off his pad. How unfortunate. They were going so well, the Volcanoes, and probably Keswick brought the bad luck. They were going so well. He was advancing to someone, ricocheted off his front pad, and just trickled onto the stumps. A lucky break for the Scorpions. They desperately needed that wicket. It was too easy for the Volcanoes, Kes.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it's bad luck or if it's just wickets. It's probably the third time for the day. As soon as I sit down, wicket fall. But Jeremy Salazano have to go. He's gone for 26. As the physio runs onto the field to take a look at Johan Jeremiah. Looks like he's having a bit of issue. As Sonny Lambris walks out. Experienced campaigner. He has been around for some time. Played international cricket for West Indies, both at ODI and Test. He's well accomplished and he knows what he's about. So he's stepping in at number 4.
I'm almost sure the last game that was played here between these two teams in 2019, the Scorpions, they had a massive first innings deficit. And I think Bonner got 100 and John Campbell, who is out of cricket for some time now because of doping rule violation, he got 100, but I'm almost sure Sonny Lambris got 100 in that match as well. Devon Smith made 80 odd. I remember that game quite vividly. Marquino Minley dismissed Devon Smith late in that evening. So it's not strange for the Scorpions to be in this position against the Volcanoes. That's what I'm getting at. Because they were bowled out for a little under 200 in that game. And then the Volcanoes made over 300. And then the Scorpions got to over 400 in their second innings. And I think the Volcanoes needed just over 220 to win that game. They lost 4 wickets before the game was called off. I'm just trying to double check if Sonny Lambris actually got a century in that game. But at this point, it's Ambris at the crease. He'll be facing Pete Salmon. I was having a discussion earlier with one of my friends, and he's saying that based on how Pete bowls, because he's probably suited not to have a deep square because he's tall, he gets a lot of bounce. So it's harder for him to be swept.
Well, to be honest with you, bowlers, spin bowlers that usually have good bounce, they're a bit harder to sweep.
Yeah.
Because of that bounce.
So he's saying it's probably better to have additional point rather than that man deep on the square leg boundary to give him more protection because of the bounce, it's going to be harder for the batter to get down.
Well, the truth is when you're bowling to batters that can sweep, really and truly, it doesn't matter how much it bounces, they're going to sweep regardless. And Jeremy Salazano and Johan Jeremiah are both batters that like to sweep the ball. Sonny Lambris as well. But Sonny is one of those batters that likes to feel the ball on his bat. So he's not going to come there and block. He's not going to play bad shot either, as that one just clips the edge, run down to the third man boundary. He picks up 2.
Yeah, 2 more runs to his total. And takes the score up to 103. So the Volcanoes are trailing by 58 runs. And I'm still trying to make sure that I didn't mislead the public with that 2019 match. So,
Sonny will actually have a double 100 in first class cricket as well.
Yeah. I think that is the season that he made his way into the West Indies team.
Yes.
He has been around for some time. Sonny Lambris. He waits on Pete Salmon. Jams the bat at that one. Hard hands.
With him in form. And then Kavem Hodgen. Alec Atade is coming back into the team. They will have a solid middle order. Just wondering what it's going to be like in the next game.
And he goes hard through extra cover, over pitched. And as you said, Kez, he doesn't waste time. He crunched that one through the offside and it raced into the boundary for 4.
He's not a batter that's going to play rash shots. His innings are usually well calculated. If you bowl bad balls, he's going to score off those bad balls, and he tries very best to score off good balls as well. So when he's in form, he's one of those players that you would really like to look at. So you can see that one really crunched through that extra cover mid-off boundary.
So tough catch him there as he comes forward, but he has that one well covered.
It's the end of the over. That
brings
brings the over to an end. A dot ball to finish the over. Pete Salmon finishes that over. The score is 107 for 2. Windward Islands Volcanoes still trailed by 52 runs. Johan Jeremiah on 40, scoring pretty well. Sunil Ambrish joining him, the senior talisman in this side. 6 runs from 5 deliveries already.
Yeah. So I definitely got it wrong in terms of him getting 100, but I got the rest of it right. So the Scorpions actually made 220, and the Volcanoes made 387. Then the Scorpions made that 404 for 8 with the 2 Centurions, and then set 238 for victory. The Volcanoes were 238 for.
And that's a lovely shot. Through the extra cover boundary, Johan Jeremiah, he's getting into gear. He's continuing his form from that Super 50 tournament last year in Trinidad. He looks good, and he will know Abijay Mansingh because both play for CCC in that Super 50 tournament. So he would have seen a lot of Abijay Mansingh in the nets and understand what he does with the ball. So it will be a bit more easier for Johan Jeremiah knowing that he's batting someone that he understands.
Indeed. And he's forward now, and that one goes to point. Where is Josh Thomas? He plays cricket still. Tall, fast bowler.
He's out of Grenada.
Yeah.
He's still around. Couldn't really get into the setup, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's going to be.
You know, the cricket politics in the world. It's in the Caribbean as well.
I'm way over here in Jamaica. This is turned away by Jeremiah. And they get another single. So Mansingh going to be bowling to Ambrish for the first time. Carlos Brown is going to be under the helmet at short leg.
Over to you.
When you spoke of Josh Thomas, he reminds me of Shamar Joseph. He doesn't have the pace of Shamar Joseph, but
Bowls a lot
one
of overs.
that's going to really run in for you and bowl a lot of overs.
Ambrish goes hard. He tugs that one. It's kind of risky.
No.
They're thinking about 2, but Ambrish is not interested. That should give Mansingh some confidence, because he was really going hard at that one. Mansingh is round the wicket now to Jeremiah, who is smashing that out to the sweep up on the boundary.
One thing you must realize with both batters, anything that's been given a bit of air and it's under the bat, they will go at it. As long as it's too full, they're going to play their shots.
And that's the right approach, especially on a wicket that is offering consistent bounce as well. No need to worry about the ball keeping low as Ambrish goes over mid-on. He's in the mood. And he's probably in the mood to get the Volcanoes ahead of the Scorpions tonight. It's now 119 for 2. And drink is signaled by the umpires. It's now 118, I beg your pardon, for 2. And that means the Volcanoes are trailing by 41 runs as we take a break and come back with more action here from Sabina Park. So Pete Salmon is ready again. As play resumes here for the final time for the day. This one goes through the legs of Carlos Brown, a short leg. And an easy single for Jeremiah, who goes up to what now? 47. Inching closer to that half-century mark. Well, Sunil Ambris has been aggressive to start. Jeremiah, who is from Grenada, 24 years old. This would be his maiden first-class half-century. Only 2 matches, Made his debut against Jamaica last year.
Catch him.
His forward is Ambris.
Straight. Ah.
Easy. Because of his intent, there's a long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg for Salmon. Ambris is forward and taps it along the crease.
So one thing about Sonny Lambris that a lot of people don't know about him is that when he comes to bat, if you're bowling spinners to him, he's gonna attack you, let you push them back, and then he take his ones down the ground.
Yes, speed.
You bring them in, he's gonna go over again. So he plays with your mind. He's experienced enough. He understands the game enough to play with bowlers, especially he's batting a bowler here that
And there's a loud appeal, and the umpire says not out. There was a very positive appeal there from the Jamaicans. Must have been height because it looks straight. Not a lot of turn and offer.
he's batting a bowler here that haven't really played a lot of first-class cricket. So obviously he's going to have that confidence to play his role and do what he does best. But that's the end of the over from Pete Salmon.
And he's
So the score is 119 for 2.
Ambris is 11 from 11 now. I'd love to see that replay again to see where it pitched.
That's it.
Let's see. Yeah, that one is going down the leg side. Good decision, umpire Williams.
A lot of purchase there as well.
Yeah. You see the Kingston Cricket Club not in its best shape at the moment. Understand there is work being done on the facility.
It was like that for a while now.
No, I wonder what you call a while. More than 2 years?
More than 2 years, I
Probably
think.
they would say COVID stopped it.
COVID stopped.
Yeah, yeah, COVID has been blamed for everything.
Yeah. Blame COVID for everything. I do as well.
Marquino Minley is coming back. He's going to be around the wicket.
Even if you bowl a no ball, it's COVID.
It's COVID. I didn't get to do my run-up properly.
It's COVID.
It's COVID.
I dropped a catch at cover. It's COVID.
So it's going to be Minley. It's going to be 2 slips. Would you call that man in the broad peacock slip? Or is it a fly? Well, you wouldn't say second slip, but that's like a fly third slip. Or a wide.
Why, this she looks more like a, just probably coming in a little bit closer and probably a step to his left. He's more like gully.
Good, Jen.
Like a fine gully. Yeah, you would say a fine gully. With 3 men on the offside. And Minley gets it into the body of Jeremiah. He gets a single. There's also deep point. That tells you how conscious Jermaine Blackwood is about the runs being conceded. He pushes back Carlos Brown now. He's going out to deep square, and there's also fine leg.
Well, I'm taking the reason why
That's middle.
Minley is back onto the attack is because of Sunil Ambris. He would attack the spin, but he's a little bit more cautious with the pace. Ever since that incident in New Zealand, a lot of bowlers attack him on the shorter side. Let's see how he will handle McKenzie Minley.
He's cutting away, and as much as Bonner chases, he won't retrieve that, only from the boundary. And he goes over the ropes now and takes the score up to 124 for 2. And it's too easy here for the Volcanoes. That's bad bowling from Marquino Minley.
Sunil Ambris is looking good. Had a conversation with him probably about 3 weeks ago. Asked him how he's doing, and all he's just concerned about batting balls. He said, listen, I want to bat balls at practice. That's all I want to do. I just want to bat balls. My fitness is better, but I just want to bat balls. That's the only thing that's going to get me to score runs in this year's tournament.
Minley is forward to him again, and he's pushing back to the bowler. And you mentioned that incident about him being hit on the head. going shorter. As a player, mentally, it plays with your mind that I'm not good with the short delivery. I might not be as good with the short delivery. So what do you do to say, find another area? As I get back to this is in the air, but Carlos Brown can't get it. Neither will Gordon Bryan. It beats the two backward of square and into the boundary. The second one of the over. 9 runs off the over. And it's 128 now for 2. And as much as we say that he struggles against the short ball, he did well there, Ambrose.
I'll tell you something. He's looking in obvious form now. He looks good. This could be a concern for Jamaica.
Looking to take the game away from the opposition. Minley charges in, 29 in his back. And gets meted with a full face. From Sonny Lambris, who has what? 19 from 14. It's almost like an ODI knock. Going quickly.
I like what I'm seeing here from Sonny Lambris. He's one of those chirpy guys. And he will try to talk to every single player on this field to feel comfortable, to feel at home. That's how he plays his cricket. And if you have conversations with him on the field, it makes it a bit worse for you. He's scoring fast.
Yeah.
Dot ball to finish the end of that over. But I'm going to tell you something. He looks in ominous form. And if he gets off this evening, we can see him scoring a half century before the day is out. Because the way how he's playing.
And I was about to say that I understand why Jermaine Blackwood moved away from Abhijay Mansingh. He has a wicket, of course. He took the first wicket. That was off the captain, Kimani Melios. But he wasn't being consistent in his landing areas. So he presented the opportunity for fast scoring. Pete Sam on his back. He's trying to be consistent. He's given away the odd boundaries here and there, but he has bowled more dots. He's around the wicket to Jeremiah, who has 48 from 54. And that's also a nice rate at which he's scoring. So as much as they feel as if they have contained the Volcanoes batting, the scorecard tells a different story. They're scoring at a very good rate. Jeremiah goes high over extra cover. And that's a maiden first class 50. He looks to the heavens. He thanks his creator. He raises his bat. And that's the first 50 of the season for Jeremiah, for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And the first 50 here at Sabina Park for the 4-day season. Nice shot there, Kez.
He's a hard worker. He is a hard worker, and he's one of those players that put in the hard yards. Even on a weekend. These guys train 5 days a week, and on a weekend he will still go and put in extra work on a Saturday with his trainer, Damik Walters, out of Grenada as well. So I'm happy to see him get into 50. I want to see him getting into the 100 mark as well.
That would be pleasant. And that goes right through the legs of Carlos Brown. There were shouts of catch him.
That's what you want from these players. Not just settling for the 30s and the 40s. That could have been a catch.
Yeah. Restart. It's a new innings now. The partnership has raced up to 32. 26 deliveries between the two, and they've scored 32 runs. That's alarming for the Scorpions. And importantly, the Volcanoes, they trail by only 26.
You would say that it looks like Windward is batting on a different surface. But the truth is that the difference here is that Windward is scoring off the bad balls. And they're rotating the strike with the good balls. So it makes things a little bit easier and a little bit more confusing for the Scorpion bowlers. Whereas the Scorpion batters, it was hard to score off the good deliveries. But the thing is, the consistency in line and length from the Windward Island bowlers.
A big sweep shot there from Jeremiah. That's outside the line of the leg stump, I'm sure. Or else he would have been out, because that was a full delivery. We see the replay here. Definitely outside the line of the leg stump. It was very full. He's
Good
lucky.
Good decision from Jacqueline Williams. Not surprised she's a Williams as well.
And that's short from someone. And that goes to point. And there's no chance of a run. You have Jamaican heritage, by the way?
I don't think so.
No way.
But a lot of people tells me that because of how I dance, you know.
Okay. Okay. Possible. It's 134 for 2 at the end of over number 30. So they're scoring at just over 4, well, just under 4.5 runs per over. 4.49 at the moment. And you can see the dejection on the faces of the players. Their heads are down, shoulders shrugged, and the captain having a meeting party with his most experienced fast bowler in terms of wickets garnered
Now
at this level.
looking at the current run rate here, if the Volcanoes continue to play like this, I'm thinking that by tea time tomorrow, they should look to declare if they keep wickets in hand and send the Scorpions into bat just after tea.
I think if they score at this rate by tea tomorrow, they should be 450.
Exactly.
They would be rollicking. It's mainly to Ambrice, and he's carving that out to deep point. Ambrice is up to 21 now. The score is over to 135. One thing for sure is that they will be overhauling the Scorpions tonight.
That's
Weather permitting, and there's no
certainty.
sign of rain, no.
Not normally you'll see in 4-day cricket you'll have a deep point so early as well. So it's like you're asking the bowlers to keep it wide outside the line of off stump.
So you're now asking the batsmen to make a genuine mistake rather than them prizing out a wicket. So you're hoping for a mistake from the batting group.
Still the chirping from Chadwick Walton. Wouldn't expect less either.
Could have been one there from Jeremiah.
Well, they're not in any rush. Fully understand Sunil Ambrice turning down that single. He's a senior man in this team, so he understands what he has to do and how he has to go about scoring runs. I would love to see him crossing the 50 mark, whether it's today or tomorrow, and get into scoring 100. He understands how to score hundreds at this level. He understands his game very well.
And Minley wide off the crease from round the wicket. Not getting the same amount of shape as did Ryan John from the Courtney Walsh end.
What I like about Minley is his run up and his gather at the crease. Looks like a complete fast bowler. Just coming from wide of the crease, using that angle as well. Very smooth run up. His action is not really like the Jerem Taylor, but the run up, very smooth.
They went to the same school.
Really smooth run up. I like the way how he gets to the crease. Somebody who I think should have been a bit further in regards to his cricket. Got that test call up, but then injury again. Think he deserved another opportunity, but with the way how things are going, Shema Joseph coming out.
This one takes the edge and down to third man. Kurt McKenzie does the chasing, and he limits the batsman to 1 and takes the score up to 136 for 2. And you mentioned this Shamar Joseph emergence. There's also Shamar Holder, Azari Joseph.
Roach is still there.
Roach is there.
And there's The youngster out of Trinidad and Tobago, Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals, sorry.
He's the name that I was trying to remember.
Jaden Seals, so.
Yeah. So it's not going to be easy to get back into and the age group now, because Seals, Joseph, Holder, they are about the same age.
And Jason Holder is not finished with Test cricket as yet.
Exactly.
And as long as he's available.
That completes over number 31 at 136 for 2. So you have to be knocking down the door now to really supersede some of these talent.
And there are young fast bowlers coming up.
Yeah. I think
Isaiah Thorne.
There's another one by the name of McKenzie Clark, I think.
McKenzie Clark out of St. Lucia.
Yeah. Good talent. So
there's Matthew Ford, who just made his debut.
In white ball cricket.
In white ball cricket. Swings the ball a great deal. Didn't have the best of starts in ODI cricket. Last game he played against Australia. Fraser McGurk had a liking into him. This Fraser McGurk, I could tell you.
Takes the edge off Jeremiah. He goes helter-skelter, does McGurk.
I don't want to switch too much from our first class cricket here that's going on now, but Fraser McGurk, like, what a talent.
Serious talent.
And the thing I like about him, he doesn't play rash shot. He plays proper cricketing shot, but his bat swing.
That's a loud appeal. Is it in line? Not from the side of Jacqueline Williams.
From where we are, you could see his front leg was outside of leg stump as well, to me.
Yeah, we have the benefit of a replay here.
Outside of the line of leg stump.
Outside the line of leg stump.
From where we're sitting, you could have seen that. So it's a good decision again from Jacqueline Williams. I told you the Williams family is just
excelling.
They're just excelling. I can tell you that.
I think it's best not to play that sweep shot for Jeremiah.
Well, as I mentioned, he's good at the sweep shot. So even though the ball is tall,
he's going to play shot.
As long as it is outside the line of leg stump. And that's the thing about guys who can sweep and guys who want to sweep. The guys who want to sweep, if they can't negotiate the spin or the turn or whatever, they would sweep. But the guys who understand and know how to sweep, anytime it's outside the line of the leg stump,
they're prepared to play
to play that sweep shot.
Fair enough. If it's your go-to shot and you have mastered your go-to shot, don't throw it away. He's off the back foot now, and that's the position that I was suggesting earlier. Almost like a deep backward point rather than a regular point for someone.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, for fast bowlers, our favorite phrase against spinners is, when you're in doubt, sweep it out.
Pull it out.
Sweep it out.
He's over the wicket.
Catch him! Oh.
Shouts of catch him. But not today, as Jeremiah is forward solidly and blocks it to short mid-wicket and takes the score up to 136 for 2. 1 for 33 for Abhijay Mansingh. Pete Salmon, 1 for 27. So the two spinners taking the wickets for the Scorpions, while 9 of the 10 wickets to fall for them today while batting went to the Windward Islands Volcanoes fast men. They were outstanding, especially Ryan John. We see a few spectators on our screen. Remember, it's the first time a first-class game is here at Sabina Park since 2020 in February. So literally 4 years. It's a long time. So it's going to be Marquino Minley. Short to Ambrace, and he's guiding that. They're going to get at least 2 here, surely. No, he's not interested, Ambrace. Good work there from Nkrumah Bonner, it looks like. You'd probably expect a little bit more intensity there. Put the Jamaicans under some more pressure.
You're in charge.
Yeah.
Must get 2 there.
Sure, I heard Ambrice asking the umpire what time it was. That was like 7 minutes to 5 Jamaica time. So he's already thinking about survival. Only 32 2 overs bowled so far. Mainly round the wicket to Jeremiah, and that one left him late. He was thinking about playing. And then he raised the bat at the last minute. And for those who just joined us or wondering what about the other matches around the region, Jason Mohammed has the first century of the season. That's for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There were 216 for 4 at Stumps. Jeremiah is forward again. Inside edge. As I said, Mohammed 101 not out for the Red Force against the Harpy Eagles. That's Guyana. And Tion Webster made 49 from 92. The other game, just like here, a team has been bowled out already. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they were rolled over for 137. West Indies Academy, 60 for 2. And Mindley around the wicket to Jeremiah, and he's steering that one down to third man. He goes high for the first, but he won't get second. Takes the score up to what? 138 for 2. So the West Indies Academy 60 for 2. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 137 all out from 54 overs. That's in St. Kitts. That's at Warner Park. Barbados Pride and combined campuses and colleges. The game didn't get to go ahead today due to a wet outfield at Chedwin Park. That's also here in Jamaica. That's about an hour's drive from here. It was overnight rain.
Players shouldn't be bothered about the drive either. Get to see
Sights and scenes.
beautiful sights here in Jamaica. Lovely part of the world. So much history. Music industry, athletics, cricket. When you come to Jamaica and you talk about cricket, you must mention Christopher Henry Gale, Michael Holden, Courtney Walsh. So much names. And I think Franklin Rose is one that you can mention as well. But that's the end of the over.
Yeah.
Mickey Minley over 138 for 2.
That was a better over from Marquino Minley. It was better grouped over. He had a thought process into that over, more deliveries on and about off stump. He was dabbed away to third man for a couple deliveries. But the batsmen were brought forward consistently in that over, and that's where you want to be as a pacer. The Scorpions, they desperately need a wicket here. It's even more desperate because the Volcanoes are trailing by only 21 runs.
And I think this is a time that the Scorpions can start to look for wickets, because the fact that the Volcano batters are asking the time, sort of ready to close up shop, and when you start to close up shop, you can leave probably one of those windows open.
Yeah.
Scorpions kind of squeezing, and Scorpions are known to squeeze into small holes.
As a Scorpion.
As a Scorpion. So you don't want to leave any windows open here.
That would probably be a little bit braver as the captain.
The most important thing is just them being positive and continue to play their game, play each ball on its merit.
He's looking to cut that one, got extra bounce. And that one jumped on Jeremiah. And that's another dot. Over the wicket is Pete Salmon. It's in the air. Mid-off has no chance. He was in the running for a moment. Just a hint of chance. That was Derval Green. But Jeremiah hit it so well. And you sensed a shot was coming. And that was Kurt McKenzie at mid-off, actually.
Continue to be positive That's the mindset that you should have. You're playing well.
He goes hard again. He goes the other side. It's even better this time. He goes all the way for 6.
If you're playing well, you just need to continue to play well. Lovely shot, just giving himself room. And Salmon sort of following him. Comes right into his arc. Just helped really, he didn't really slug it. Just helped over long on for 4 runs. 1 bounce into the boundary.
I think it's 6. Yeah.
Umpire still wondering what it is, if it's a 6 or a 4. Asking the fielder, Gordon, to confirm if it's a 6 or a 4.
So immediately after hitting that shot, Jeremiah signaled to the backroom staff that he needed some assistance.
Well, it's a hot day. Need to take your liquids.
Yeah. So 65 from 76. Good rate.
The thing what I like about him is him being patient.
Yeah.
And very selective as well. He's scoring off good deliveries, and he's definitely scoring off bad deliveries. And the Jamaicans, they have been feeding them with a bit too much boundary balls. I think that's the problem. That's the reason why they're scoring so fast. They've been scoring over 4.3, which is really good. Just 13 more runs. Trailed by 13 runs. Johan Jeremiah moves swiftly to 63. And Sunil Ambrose on 22.
I think
So they're in charge now.
Yeah. Large and in charge. I think the confirmation has come now that it was actually a 4. Suggestions that it was a 6 initially. Confirmed that it's a 4. That one is sharp and fast by someone. And goes back Jeremiah to complete the 34th over of the contest. At the end of it, it's been Windward Islands Volcanoes Day all day. No, they're just 13 runs behind the Scorpions' first inning score. They're 146 for 2. Trailing by only 13. So Marquino Minley is back. He will be bowling to Sunil Ambrose. He's over the wicket to Ambrose, and he's forward halfway. Fielding is done there by Carlos Brown. Score remains at 146 for 2. So only 13 runs behind now. It's going to take a huge effort from the Scorpions here to get themselves back into this contest, especially if the Volcanoes can get a mammoth first innings lead. Need to be scoring upwards of 250, 270 to get a batting point. So the Scorpions failed to do that already. And outside of getting a lead, I think the Volcanoes will be looking to get batting points to create some space in the points table from early, because they garnered several bowling points with the fast bowlers. That one is played back to Minley.
Definitely something that they would want to do in terms of the points table. Sort of just demarcate themselves from the rest. If they can get a good start to this year's tournament, it will mean a world of good for them and for Windward's cricket.
There's a chance for a run out, but they won't get that because it was easy in the end for the pair of Jeremiah and Ambris. It's now 147 now for 2. And Ambris goes up to what now, 23? Hasn't been there for a long time, but he has changed the direction of the innings very quickly. So an interesting field here for the Scorpions. 2 mid-wickets, a straight mid-wicket and a regulation mid-wicket, while there is a mid-on that is deep. There's a mid-off, cover, point on the boundary, gully, slip and a long leg. That one is turned forward of square to one of those mid-wickets. That's Kurt McKenzie. And the score remains at 147 for 2, so only 12 runs behind. I was pretty confident that the Volcanoes would be ahead of the Scorpions by the end of the day's play, given the rate at which they're scoring. I think about 15 minutes to go before the end of the day's play.
To be honest with you, I think they slowed down as well.
Yeah, and they have, and they're still scoring at over 4 runs and over. Tells you the magnitude of the rate they're going. Before this one is driven up to Carlos Brown. And that completes another over from Marquino Mille. That's his 9th over. He's wicketless so far. He's conceded 33. I think the captain might be looking another way or another avenue to get a wicket. Not to say he's bowling badly, but just to get wickets in that column.
Skipper can think about himself as well.
He has the power. Yeah. Kimani Melios, he made 31. Jeremy Solazano, unfortunately, bowled for 26, ball ricocheting off his pad. Ambris has been brisk. And Jeremiah, selective and efficient. Struck me in the Super 50 recently for the CCC. Displayed a lot of power for a diminutive player, really. He's not the tallest of players, but he packs a punch, especially square of the wicket and down the ground.
I could tell you, I could remember one game he played. He scored like 4 boundaries.
Catch him.
In 1 over.
Yeah.
So those 4 boundaries was behind point, in front point, extra cover,
And down the ground.
and down the ground.
Yeah, man, right across the right range. Yeah.
I could remember I mentioned that he's trying to build an umbrella of strokes. But he
Right
looks
there.
like a player that understands where he is now as a cricketer, understands his game a bit more. And that comes with confidence.
Yeah.
Catch him. None banner. Well done, boy.
He understands his game. He understands what he needs to do as a player. He also was a student at the University of the West Indies, got his bachelor's degree in sports science.
You have to specify which one. Which UE.
Oh, sorry, KFL.
You'd have played a lot of cricket there as well.
Played a lot of cricket there. Enjoy my time there. Learn a lot.
Yeah. Around the wicket is someone.
So he has a bachelor's degree in sports science, upper second class honors. Also have a record as well in Barbados.
Yeah.
The highest partnership in Barbados in T20 Cup in 2019 with his opening partner Kyle Curbing, over 200 runs. I have no idea if you know of Kyle
I know
Curbing.
Kyle Corbin from Barbados.
Very stylish
Right
player.
under, yeah. Played for the Barbados team for several years as an opener.
Very surprised that his career didn't kick off. He's one of those players that I used to enjoy looking at playing his cricket. But that brings up the end of the over for Pete Salmon. Jeremiah is still there. Sunil Ambrose, the senior talisman in the Windward's Volcano team, as making him Manley walks into Bratwood to give him his brim to start this new over. Not a bad over the last one.
No, it was consistent again. And he was asking better questions than before.
And that's what you need to do. You need to be patient.
Have to be. I thought the Scorpions were too eager and anxious to get wickets.
It's all good to be eager and anxious to get wicket, but you have to have a plan.
He didn't see that plan.
Didn't see that plan.
Yeah. Minley's over the wicket to Ambrose. And there's a chance for a run, despite the good work from Walton in the cover to dive away to his left.
Something that I've been looking at with Ambrose is I find lately he's pushing at the ball. He's not allowing it to come to him.
Really hard hands. His hands
So
are
hard
way
hands.
way outside
So
of
bowlers that
yeah.
really in swings the ball can probably give him a little bit of issue.
Yeah.
Something that you can mention to him when you see him.
I think he would listen to you more than me. That one is turned into the onside by Jeremiah. Brings up his 64th run. But it's a good point because his hand is outside his head, which tells you he's way ahead of his pad. And once your hands are outside the alignment between your head and your knees, you're setting up yourself to be bowled. Yeah. So once that delivery nips back towards the stump, you could be easily castled, or you're a big LBW candidate. So that one is shorter, so he has more time.
So I find when the ball is outside the line of the off stump to him, or even fourth stump, his hands sort of go outside the line of his body, and he sort of stab at the ball.
Yeah.
Instead of probably leaving it or allowing it to come to him, or even...
There you go. There you go. We don't
Even
need
getting
another
closer.
replay more than that one. Yeah. Takes the edge, though, and fortuitous. Lucky, because his hands again came before his body. And he was on the move as he drove at the ball, Ambrose. No stable base. And got the edge.
So his hands go,
And brings up the 50 partnership between the pair.
makes it look like he's trying to stab at the ball.
Yeah. As you take a look here, kids. So
So
here, yeah.
my thing is probably getting a bit closer, because his back leg is not really coming across much. He thinks it's coming across, but it's sort of just getting up and going down. So my thing is getting a bit closer to the ball. That he don't have problems with. Bowling straight to his stump, he don't have problems with. But being able to bowl it outside the line of off stump, fourth, fifth stump or so, he sort of just uses hands instead of getting closer to the ball.
And he's batting, based on what I'm seeing, he's batting from leg stump. And he's not using a trigger movement, so it doesn't really cover his stumps.
But you know the good thing about it is when as a batter, if you have a simple issue like that and you're still scoring runs easily, it shows the class of the player. Okay, cool, I have that issue. Out me then.
Yeah.
But then sometimes when you come in too close to him, he then flicks you through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
So at least he knows he has that issue, but he can counteract that. He can score runs if he come too straight. And he can score outside the line of off stump, because then he can go hard at it, because the fact that he have hard hands at it, if he gets edge on, it goes down to the third man boundary.
Yeah. And his hands are fast as well. I think the only, as a bowler, what you'd probably want to do, you bring back that patience game into the question again, is keep him outside of stump, keep him outside of stump. You're basically luring him to come across the stumps, and then you fire that one that goes back towards the stump. Yeah, but it takes more time than just thinking you're going to bowl him through the gate immediately. Yeah. You have to build up the dismissal.
It's about being patient, playing that patient game, being able to be consistent with your line and your length.
Yeah, that's outside. That's going to be Pete Salmon continuing. He has bowled 11.2 overs, 1 for 36. He's bowling to Johan Jeremiah, who has 64. Solid innings so far from the left-hander. I think he's 26-year-old.
Sunil Lampers is playing a good hand here as well. It's on 29.
That one is tapped to silly point, whereas Carlos Brown is now. He was at short leg previously. They're 5 runs behind the Volcanoes.
With the confidence that Kavem Hodge and Alec Atenes is coming back with from Australia.
Jeremiah clips that one fine. They're thinking about 2. They will get it easily. Derval Green has to race around from deep backward square to fine leg. And now 3 runs behind.
The conversation would be, how would you set this bat in order? Because both players must play. They are test players. They are international players. So like it or not, somebody would have to face the axe.
I think I know who is going to go, but that is spinning and bouncing outside the off stump.
I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really want to know who's going to go.
I wouldn't tell you here.
I'll tell on you.
Yeah.
Which means you have the Windward Island secret.
Yeah, I think I know. It's going to be someone over the wicket. And another dot delivery to complete the over. Only 2 runs off the over. But importantly, the Volcanoes, they are 156 for 2. They trail the Scorpions by 3 runs, a partnership of 55 between Johan Jeremiah 66 and Sunil Lambris 29, taking the game away even more from the Scorpions on day 1 of this West Indies championship match at Sabina Park.
Not really surprised that the skipper, Jermaine Blackwood, is bowling just a few hours left before the day's play. But I'm surprised with his bowling medium pace. Is that it?
This is interesting. It's only 38 overs.
Well, he's a skipper. He can do what he wants, isn't it?
Can do anything he wants.
But I'm not really surprised. I'm probably more surprised that he's bowling medium pace. But you know what they say.
Let's see. And he has a very straight field because it's a straight mid-on, mid-wicket, forward square, mid-on, and fine leg, more like a long leg on the onside. So that's what, 4 men on the onside. Well, 5 men on the onside. Then you have a slip, cover, deep point, and mid-off. So he's obviously going to be targeting the stumps of Ambris. And I think that's probably the best thing to do, given that Blackwood is not the quickest. Let's see if he nips one back. Oh, goes straight through. Well, he took the inside edge. The same thing that Keswick Williams was saying. Hard hands, presenting the opportunity to go through the gate. And he took the inner half of the bat. Let's look at it again here on the replay. Yeah. Just needed a little bit more pace or a shorter length, and he could have easily castled him there.
Well, pace is not something that you would mention with Blackwood name in the same sentence.
Exactly.
Right? But
he's probably sensed what should be done, and he can't trust the bowlers anymore to do it. He's around He's round the wicket to Jeremiah. And they're 2 runs behind the Volcanoes. So as much as that was a scare for Ambrose, he's still there. And that's driven up to mid-off. Jeremiah looks a very good player down the ground. Once it's full, he looks accomplished.
I would like to see him turning these half centuries into hundreds.
Yeah. He has all day tomorrow to do it. Blackwood again to him, and it's punched up to mid-off as the shadows lengthen across Sabina Park. After all the days of rain here in Kingston, it's been all sunshine. And it should make the pitch even easier for batting. And those 34 runs should come even better for Jeremiah. I was looking to turn that one on the onside. He stopped it on the pitch. And that meant a dot delivery. So 5 minutes to go in the day's play.
They should get over that 159 mark.
They should.
Trailed by 2 runs, Windward Island Volcanoes. Sunil Ambrose and Johan Jeremiah at the crease. For the viewers who maybe just log on, Chadwick Walton having a chat with Pete Salmon.
So you see a change in the field. So instead of a short leg, there's going to be a leg slip. Carlos Brown is there. There's a loud appeal, but Ambrose is surely outside the line of the off stump.
This is a time when Jamaica could actually look to get a wicket because it's close-up shop time. A couple minutes before close of play. So Sunil and Jeremiah wouldn't want to do anything out of the way. It would still be positive because they are positive players.
Yeah.
But they will close up shop even more.
I would take the man from deep backward square and get a leg and get a short leg in and put the man at deep backward square forward of square because I'm sure he's not going to be going for that big pull shot, that big sweep shot now. Not with 2 minutes to go before the close of play.
That would be senseless.
Yeah. Just give him something to think because it's easy for him to be on the front foot now because he's not worried about popping up a catch at the crease.
My thing is if he goes for the big shot and he gets a 4, fair enough. But you need to have a guy at short leg.
Yeah.
Because right now, he's going to try to end the day's play and go in. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow tear off for a bit. And that's how he plays. He came out, took the charge, let them spread their field, and then start to work the ones. If you realize he slowed down in his innings.
Yeah. At one stage, he was 13 from 7. He goes hard at that one. Almost carried to someone.
So that's how he plays his cricket. And it's really understandable because he understands his game. He has been playing for a while. So he understands how to score. Every batter have their little faults. Even though he has his little faults, he still score easily.
Yeah. He waits on Pete Salmon.
Oh, yes.
It's close-up shop time.
And he blocks that one back to the tall off spinner. And that completes the over. I think that's the last time you're going to see Jackie Williams. And she waits on umpire Gregory Brathwaite, who takes the cap of Jermaine Blackwood for what will be the final over of the day. A day which started at 10 a.m. Jamaica time. Scorpions inserted, and the top order was blown away by the pace and movement of the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers. They were 45 for 5. 53-run, 6-wicket partnership from Abhijay Mansingh, and the top scorer of the innings, Romain Morris, brought the Scorpions to 98. Some late order hitting from Pete Salmon, Gordon Bryan, and Marquino Mindley took the home team up to 159 all out in the end. But at this point, it's all about Johan Jeremiah and the Volcanoes. Strong start in their response. By the way, Ryan John took up a second 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket, 5 for 43, to help with that 159 dismissal. But Jeremiah, who is 66 now, saw his captain, Kimani Melios, get the team off to a strong start at 45 before he was dismissed for 31. Jeremy Solizano continued along with Jeremiah, pushed the game away from the Scorpions. Blackwood round the wicket to the left-hander, and he plays it up to Walton at cover. Yeah, so he's 66, Ambrose is 30. Solazano fell to Pete Salmon bowled. So around the wicket. Dot. So Melios went for 31, caught Derval Green, bowled Abhijay Mansingh. 31 from 32. Jeremy Solazano was bowled by Pete Salmon, 26 from 74 deliveries. Johan Jeremiah, 66 from 98. Sunil Ambrose, 30 from 40 balls. So the 2 wickets going to spin for the Scorpions, 9 of the 10 going to pace for the Volcanoes and a run out. Jeremiah driving in a half of the bat to Blackwood.
Looking at the other game here, Jason Mohammed got 100 today. Basically, that makes him the highest, scored the highest number of centuries for Trinidad and Tobago. 12 first-class centuries for Jason Mohammed. He has been a good servant for Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Well done to Jason Mohammed. His first-class century today.
Has been around for some time, Jason Mohammed.
And that's what you want to see. As long as you're still in the cricket, perform, continue to perform, continue to do well, teach the youngsters.
That's left alone, and that should be time.
That's over and time.
That's said by umpire Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados. And at the end of it, it's Windward Islands Volcanoes Day. 157 for 2 in their first innings response to 159 all out made by the Jamaica Scorpions. Touch of green on the surface, some moisture in the wicket, won the toss. It was a bright day, but their bowlers swung and moved the new ball this morning. And the Jamaica Scorpions batters, they just couldn't cope. Couldn't cope with Ryan John, 5 for 43. Shamar Springer, 3 for 53. And then in their pursuit, the Volcanoes, they have been easy on the eye. At one stage, they were scoring at just below 4.5 runs per over. It has dropped to 3.83 now, but they're in a position where they can dictate the game from here. And as you hear from Kesrick Williams, before we wrap up today's session, he will obviously tell you that the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they are in front. But what has made the difference between them and the Scorpions so far today?
Just being consistent. These guys, they stuck to their plan. You could see that the team sat down and planned how they want to play their cricket. I remember having a conversation with head coach Kenroy Peters, and he wants to bring a different brand to Windward's cricket, and we're seeing that here today. The way they came out, the way they bowl. Kimani Melius, new captain, not a stranger to captaincy, but the way how he handled his bowlers, rotate his bowlers, was well done. And I enjoyed looking at how he captained the team today. Well done by the Volcanoes. They started well last year. They improved really well last year. And you can see that now they're improving even more. So well done by them. Well done to the coach to set out his plans. And the guys stuck to their plans as long as possible. And they're doing a fantastic job. 157 for 2 after 41 overs. Johan Jeremiah on 66. Sunil Ambrose on 30. Came out playing like a genius.
Yep.
They spread the field and he started to work it around. Well done to them. And they should come back tomorrow ahead of things, feeling confident to start the second day's play.
Indeed, Keswick Williams. And from me, Jerome Foster, it has been day 1 for the Volcanoes, who will resume 2 runs behind and looking to put the Scorpions bowlers to the sword on day 2 on Thursday here at Sabina Park in this West Indies Championship match. The first round of matches in this 2024 edition. Until then, see you again tomorrow.